So I don't know that competition with you,
I'm still number one.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo, mama olaga do ni biazugo, akwa wilo chio biko rapuzo, kona bazia.
Onyo mazoro biko abamba watara dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulaga doni biazigo mo ulaga doni biazigo abamba wilo chilo biko rafu Mazi weko mama Odogu na kwerezi neka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni biazi kama Ibu go with the melody Where you for? Odogu na chala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo no. Mo olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Nikora muzo. Anabazi. Say. Onyama zorode, abama zorode, sorry. Ibya muya no kwana mo ofube naru, olaga no ni biazugo, nazaboy. Mo olaga no ni biazugo, abama wilo chilo, biko rapu zoro, anabazi. Ice. Never be kitchen for I'm a Guamnica Gogodia. Well, you work well on you get your mobile. Hey, you want? So chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne mekene ịlapụl ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ zoro zoro zoro
onye duru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto ujembe enwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. I think I just spoke to our guest. He's eager to come back and take any question. He said he's very eager to come back and take any question anybody has, and that he enjoyed the encounter with all of you. So we should bring him back very soon. I think probably next month I'll look at the calendar and see where I have people scheduled.
If you go really allow us engage them, not just question. If you come and sit with us on a session and let's.
The first thing is to get internet. His internet good. He's going to go to a particular part of the campus where there is direct connection to the university internet. So, all right. So I know there are people who didn't get a chance to ask a question. I'm sorry, you know, these things are in such a way that you have to agree on what we're going to do before they come on. They have other engagements, and we went over by more than an hour. And let me hear from Laba. I'm sorry, I know there's something I could do. Local, I could.
Wait, which are local? Only just one question. You're one.
Me too. I'm so mad. I'm sorry. When I say Rudolph and Mahmoud look exactly alike, this is what I'm talking about.
All right. So what was the question that would have brought down the house? Local. That question. One question.
Yes, I wanted to tell him that he was a disappointment. How can you tell your students that there's no hope in Nigeria, that Nigeria can never be better?
May your days be long. May your days be long.
You imagine what you can come here and say on the air. What have you told your students behind camera?
You wonder why they don't get internet.
You wonder, you can imagine future generation. You are telling them no hope can never be fixed. Is that what you're telling your students?
Rudolph, I could actually answer that question.
No.
You go collect
hold on. It's only based on the fact that I was listening to him. See, if you miss class,
hold on, guys. Let's see how local. What are you doing?
Rudolph, can you put me in the backstage, please? I'll be back soon. Yeah.
Okay.
Answer, you go collect on his behalf.
Local, go ahead. Are you done?
You understand? So when it was like you want to ask that, okay, you left where you were, you went back home to go and lecture. Now you went there, okay, you don't like how things are. If things are going like this, cannot be fixed. Why did you go back? But you are there doing what? Because you feel maybe you can make impact. So if you want to make impact, go from 0 to 100, make it fully. Not be telling us, okay, this is how you are teaching your students, and yet you are still telling them from one other side, like you are giving them hope by imparting knowledge to them, and you are still from the other and taking their future away from them, that there's no hope in Nigeria. Then what are you teaching them for? So whatever you're teaching them, where are they going to put to practice it? They teach them, they will graduate and travel to America to go and developing their own place. Meanwhile, you are here teaching them. I mean, come on, man.
All right.
Rudolph.
Because I didn't just
Pansat. We never respond to you. You won't put another one for floor.
Pansat, hold on. Okay, I'll come to you. Let's hear Alaba. Go ahead.
Now, thank you, Professor Chidi Ugwu. I want to thank you very much for being a very pragmatic, reality check person. You couldn't get my question, but thank you. And again, your being here has brought out the key issue about what Nigerians are all about, as being exhibited by those on this panel. Thank you, Mr. Man. You have just brought out our character and why that country can never move forward. Because what are we? We are deniers of facts. We are expectants of miracles. We are, in the word, delusional. Let me tell you what delusional means. We are delusional people. We are people with a disorder. It's a type of psychotic disorder. Its main symptom is the presence of delusion, whereby there's an unshakable belief in something that is untrue. This belief isn't a part of a person's culture or subculture. Everyone else knows this belief to be false, but yet Nigerians still think it's true. That man came here and told you guys the truth, the fact. And we have one man there, forefather, insulting the man, comparing him to an high school kid. What an insult. That's a professor who has learned history. And then Ovie disappointed me, backing forefather in that bullshit of nonsense. Forefather, you might want to push your nationalistic agenda, but the fact still remains. For Nigeria to move forward, we all must come to terms with the truth.
Simple.
Simple. I mean, we're not going anywhere. The man hit the nail on the head.
It's the truth that there's no
The man hit the nail on the head. The real enemies of Nigeria are the ones that are against the dialogue that we desperately need. And you all here talking things. We all deny the truth. What is the point of education? The point of education is to lead a productive and fulfilling life. Are Nigerians living a productive and fulfilling life? If the answer is no, then don't come here and be hypocrites. Hypocrites. Coming here every weekend to argue about shit, regurgitate the problem, and talk BS. The man hits the nail on the head. I got more to say, but I'm not going to be back and forth on all these frivolities we come here every weekend to come and talk about. I was listening in the background. Forefather, you need to apologize to that man because you insulted him with your question. You attempted to compare him
what to truth? Stop waffling. What truth?
The truth is Nigeria heading the right way? If your answer is no,
so
if your answer is no, then you are the liar. But if the answer is
we
yes,
all agree with that.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. If you lack comprehension, please go and listen to the
bullshit.
question.
If your answer is no, then the man was hitting the nail on the head. Don't come here and say we are heading the right way. We just need to work with each other. We just need to be patient. This is what we've been doing for 60 years. People are dying. People are suffering.
Isn't that your solution?
The country is going down. People are in massive poverty. I don't know who your paymasters are or what agenda you guys are trying to push. But the truth is, Nigeria cannot continue like this. I want my country back. And you cannot be patriotic without admitting the truth.
That is your solution too.
I didn't give you a solution. I'm describing you.
That is your solution too.
I didn't give you a solution. I'm describing you.
All right.
So then why are you starting a fight when it's the same solution?
I'm not starting a fight. I'm telling you the truth.
All right.
Just like Professor Chidi.
If Rudolph no give me enough time to talk,
how come forefathers can talk and I can't talk when somebody else is talking? Or I mean, what kind of?
If Rudolph no give me enough time.
All right. So let's go to Chim.
Meanwhile, Chim, what's happened? Who push you come back?
Look,
I say you don't go.
This is not evening shift. Chim, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Rudolph. So that's why I didn't ask him any question with regards to the core of the subject. The only thing I disagreed was when you were asking him about evaluation of instructors and lecturers. Everything the man said, I agree with him 150% or 200% or whatever percent you want to put it. And, you know, I think we need to elevate our listening capacity. The problem I have with a lot of us is we don't listen well enough. The guy said contextually, even when the individual who was trying to take him on went on and about, he said, I'm saying to you, if we don't sit down, review the way the nation is going, then we can't make progress. He didn't say Nigeria can't make progress empty-handedly. there was a foundation on which he based his assumption. And he said it's an assumption. You cannot continue to do the same thing the way you've been doing them and expect a totally different result. That's insanity. And that's what he was simply saying. That if you want to make progress, then the nation needs to begin to review how to change. And then he began to give examples of nations that have been along the same trajectory as where we are as a people. But after a while, they hit brick walls. They came back to review what they were doing and started making those changes. And those changes have served them well. He mentioned the Britain, where a gazillion of people here are living in. They've not gone home yet. They're in that Britain, but they're in Britain, enjoying the Britain, but applauding the way the Nigerian system is going. He also mentioned the Belgiums of this world, that these people have to sit back and begin to change. And then Switzerland begin to look for homegrown ways of improving what they were doing. And then he ended by talking about Rome, which for anybody who has read the Roman history knows is a fact. So I don't know, I don't want to spar with anybody. I'm not interested in that. I've moved on in the way I'm looking at life. I'm totally gone. But the point remains, he didn't say that Nigeria cannot make progress. He said if Nigeria continues to go about things the way it is going about it today, then that progress will elude the nation. I don't know how tough or simple that is for anybody not to grasp. So I'm not going to spar with anybody. The only thing I didn't agree with him was in the area of how he wanted he and his co-lecturers to be evaluated. And I still, his answer wasn't sufficient for me, because evaluative systems have moved. It is no longer a one-way. You cannot say because you don't have in his own qualification the caliber of students who come to the university, who do not want to do assignments, and because they don't want to do assignments and one lecturer gives them an easy pass, and that as a result of that, if you allow them to evaluate their instructors, they will favor the one who makes life for them easy and give the guy who is supposedly a good lecturer a poor rating. I don't agree with him when it comes to that. I mean, is this because that brings it back to the argument we make when it comes to certain things in the country. The world is moving. An instructor needs to be evaluated. And that evaluation, the feedback you give him will help him to be able to put up better curriculum or change his way of mannerism in the way he relates with the students. So it's a two-way street. That's the only thing I didn't agree with him. Otherwise, everything he said are things we know, are things we've been talking about on this platform for the last 1 year plus, or even before I joined it. Anybody who is trying to argue with it is just simply being either mischievous or blindly or intentionally trying to hoodwink the rest of us. So for me, he did an excellent job. I cannot wait to meet with him next time and have another conversation. That's just my contribution for today.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you so much. And let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, thank you for bringing the professor that just left. And I must express my disappointment in Forefather. Forefather, I have great respect for you, but this night, you have reduced the respect to 5%. If it was 50 before, you have reduced it to 5%. The way and manner you insulted that man, you use grammar. See, there is a way of telling a man you are stupid by using the use of English language. And when you interpret it in our local dialect, it will simply means you are telling that person you are stupid. You insulted the integrity of that man. You insulted the work that that man has done. You insulted the years he has put in practice and research, of which I know, or I will seem to believe that you as an individual, you've not done such work before, and you have not affected people's life academically the way this man, from his biography, from his credential, what he has done. And it seems to me that some of us come to this platform just to buy political favor from those whom we are representing. I want to be proven wrong by you, Forefather, that you are not an agent paid to fight against truth. Anytime truth is mentioned in this platform, especially when it relates to the Igbos. You attack it as if maybe those who were against your forefathers were Igbos. And I don't know your pain you have against the Igbos. I am talking to you as a man. And if you think I am lying, come down to Nigeria and face me. You hide in Europe, there you hide in Britain, and you will be seeing the naked truth. And will be using grammar. That's why I call you military contractor. Because you are not real. You are not real. You don't say things that you're supposed to say. Rudolph, I'm sorry, please. I am angry with forefathers. I am telling you, this guy should stop being a hypocrite. He should come out plainly and tell us who he is. I am from Imo State. I am an Igbo man. Tell me where you come from. Nobody knows your origin. Nobody knows where you're coming from. And you're insulting this man that have put his life on ground to make sure that the nation is salvaged. What did he say that was wrong? He didn't say Nigeria can never work. I was the one who asked that question yesterday. When you look at the things that are happening here, you live in Europe. Is Nigeria, is it like Europe? What you are seeing in Britain or wherever you are hiding, is it the same thing that is you are seeing whenever you come back home here? And we are saying, what is it that has made Nigeria not to work? And this man said, because of our foundation, and until we come to a round table to discuss those things that do not make us function as a nation, Nigeria can never work. And you are disputing it. I am ashamed. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince. All right, forefathers. Oh, okay. Oh, he's back. He's back. Hold on. Mazi Prince, what internet are you using today? Where are you in this?
Obama phone, Obama network.
Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Did you hear us?
And probably OBA, you know, put some voodoo today. I don't usually have this kind of problem before, but you know, it's a simple thing. Okay. Good day once again. And then Tim, I left you a message in the inbox. Just like I said the last time, you know, guys, when we come here, it's not about fights. You know, it's supposed to be we learn from each other. Oh, Tim. Yeah, Tim, I left you a message in the inbox. I'll leave it again. I'll check it again. So for me, it's a simple thing. When we come here, so
all right. Sorry, Prince, we can't hear you. You have to come back in and figure out what's wrong with you.
I helped distribute that Obama phone in 2016.
I make my listen.
Okay, let me go. Let me go the other direction. Okay, go ahead. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and Ferrari, thank you so much. You nailed it, and the righteous man. Listen, the truth of the matter is that the prof gave us historical evidence. He told us, this. You see, this is a challenge with the Nigerian society. Even when there's more than ample examples for you to see, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Nobody is going to do something that is nothing has been done and not been done before. God in Genesis chapter, in Genesis, created Adam and Eve. The intention was not for them to sin, but when they sinned, he revisited the foundation. Why wouldn't Nigeria revisit her own foundation? Since a lot of people, or let's say not even a lot of people, one section of the country, which is also a large contributor to the population, is saying we're not satisfied with what is there. What is so difficult that whenever this is brought, there's a tantrums everywhere, okay? And then the person who brings it becomes the victim, becomes the enemy of the state. Look, until we go from there, we're not making any progress. And we have said that many times here. It's not because anybody's. You need to evaluate your situation every time. That's the only way a human being makes progress. You need to evaluate yourself, okay? The Bible puts it this way, say, count yourself, check yourself whether you're still in the Lord. Each time, even though you're a Christian, you are asked to continuously evaluate your Christianity. at each point to know how far you have gone with the work. What more of building a nation where people are different, tribes and tongues differ? Gentlemen, let us accept the truth when somebody says it. We don't need to come and try to tinker it just because it doesn't suit well with what your beliefs are. And the truth is the truth. Simple. Thank you.
All right. I'll skip consult and everybody.
I thought they called me some time ago just now.
No, I'm actually coming to you. I want to come to you for a reason, but I want to skip everybody and go to forefathers. And fathers, what's your take on this?
I think I've never
I was called
been
out
more.
too. I was called
Can
out
I
too.
can I say something? I think I've never been more proud of Ovie, what he said today. I think the idea that what people don't understand is that we all seem to have latent tribalism in us. When I criticize Wole Soyinka here, many of the people that are criticizing me for calling out this professor were quite fine with it. If I go to one man channel and criticize Wole Soyinka, they will fight me. If I go to Nigeria Watch and criticize Ozekome, they will fight me. And the reason why they fight you is not because of the facts, because you notice that most of them don't even bother talking about the facts. They talk about how I'm an embarrassment and all kinds of insults all over the place. If you want this nation to work, you have to be tribally, politically, and religiously neutral. The idea that you can just start accusing somebody just because they questioned the kind of statement he's making. This is the reason why I said Nigeria, we have one of the highest concentration of professors. Look at the state of our nation. That should tell you something is wrong with us. And some people come and protect elitism, and they will say they're against elitism and all the rest of it, but they come here and protect it at the same time. When somebody tells you that, when somebody is a nationalist, even if they are not highly educated, they contribute more positively to their system than the ones that are so-called educated, that are making us take what they call it, postal order for us to go and apply for passports in the UK. Is these educated ones that are causing this problem? They are the elites today.
You know Hitler is a nationalist.
Can you be silent, please? Because I really dislike this nonsense grown men do online. These so-called elites are the ones that are causing all the problems. I'm leaving the problem myself here. That's part of the reason why I'm in the UK too. Because I was also brainwashed. Because these useless leaders didn't know how to protect their own nation, to stop their people from rushing overseas to go and get educated and remain there. And you are protecting them because Ferrari will come here and grandstand when we all have similar position on these issues. The issue I have with his comments was that he made it look like just because we are multi-ethnic, that is the main problem of the country. That maybe we should have a conversation. That's what's going to solve the problem. That is disingenuous, because let me give you the reason why. Because sometimes people don't like to argue with reason. Why is it that most black African countries are not doing so well? Is it because all of them have structural problems? You see, this is the problem with our people. Even deductive reasoning is difficult for them to understand. 40-something black African nations are all going through hell compared to other nations out there. And you think our constitution somehow is the magical one that is the serious problem out there. The UK barely had a constitution and they ran the world for hundreds of years. And you all know that history, but you divorce yourself from that history and say, I'm insulting him. What does that tell you? It tells you that all this talk we are talking about constitution is just a misnomer, and especially given the fact that the Nigerian constitution is evolving the same way as other constitution. There is devolution happening every single year in the Nigerian constitution. Has any of you bothered to look at the amendments that are going on in the Nigerian constitution? How many of them are becoming more centralized or decentralized? Have you bothered to check? When you keep chasing the wrong tail, I don't even know who put you up to this. What kind of education people got? When you keep chasing the wrong thing, you miss the actual solution. Do you see the British arguing about constitution when they were building the world? Do you see the Germans and all the rest arguing what constitution is the solution to all our problems? They were busy kicking ass all over the world. Till today, they don't spend that much time arguing about a piece of paper. because that is what the true world represents. The Benin Kingdom wasn't created because they went and deliberated too much because of the constitution. Men build nations and they lean forward and reshape the world to their own image. Not by, and if you keep relying on education alone, that's what misses the point. And that's why I really like what Ovie said. There are nations that have evolved and developed themselves, including China, one of them, that completely went after their intellectual elites because of this. Because what they observed was that these intellectual elites were locked in a way of thinking that doesn't progress the nation forward. And Ferrari, if you want to respond, I will respect you a lot more if you respond based on fact, because I'm here to learn too.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. No, he's not responding. Not yet. No, we have to hear from everybody. But I have a question for you, fellas. So there's something you said about high school level or something. Can you repeat that line?
I said that better a high school leaver that is nationalist than a professor that has colonial mentality, because they will use that knowledge to destroy their nation, like they have right now. We have the highest concentration of professors in Africa.
No, you don't have. I don't want to expand on that. I just wanted to. I know. I just want to get it. Remember what you said. So, do you think it's important that it contributed to your question? Do you think that statement in any way contributed to making people understand your question, what you wanted to get to?
No, I wanted him to understand my mindset so that he understands how I perceive education. You see, so he understands my bias towards some educated people that are not doing the right thing by our people. They are the one. See, do you know how annoying it is? I'm in the UK here. I have to go to the embassy and they will tell you, oh, you have to go and buy postal order. These are the educated ones that did it. You think it's Olodo like Ferrari that is just doing all this now that did it? It's these educated ones that created that system. Ferrari, right. Ferrari, you need to stop it. This is your face. It's very distracting.
Hold on. So this is this. I have to say this. I got a lot of people who didn't like that. And this is what I always say. I tell the guests who are coming that you'll be asked questions by people. I don't know who is coming that day. And I'll keep repeating this. But I don't think when we say somebody is a guest, and think about this, even though he comes here on the same platform, we see him, or anybody we bring in here, it doesn't mean that we should, he's just like any other people here that you play along with. There's something that, if it doesn't contribute to your question, and I don't think that line contributes to anything you asked him, I don't think so. I don't think telling him that you don't need to, but you can ask any question. I always say you people can ask any question, but I think there's that respect that I don't see much of that. It bothers me.
Just one question.
No, hold on, let me finish, then you can, if I see any connection, if I see anything, any need for that to come in the question you ask, it will make sense. But there was no need for that. You could perfectly say everything else you said without that editorial inferring that a high school leaver is better than you, because that's what the interpretation. Even though you're a professor, no, that's how someone can take it that way. But let me tell you also that most of the people I've been bringing here, they are tough people. They can't take anything, but it doesn't look good. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't bring anybody as a guest and say to the person, oh, I know you're a professor, but at high school, it's not relevant to what I'm saying. You are the one who is reducing the way you are taken by people who are watching you. Not the person you are referring to. You think this person went to, is a fellow from Harvard, he teaches in Australia. It doesn't reduce anything. The fact that you said that.
Dr. Damage, I beg to disagree with you.
Hold on. I disagree 100%
totally
with that.
Hold on.
This is what is wrong with us.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. The point is this. You have a disagreement. Idea about ideology. You do that, but not going personal to say. You don't need to do that.
There was nothing personal about that, Dr.
It wasn't
Lamiji.
personal. It was
There
a
was nothing
frame of
personal.
mind
Can I
of
respond?
thinking.
I'm
It
raising my
wasn't
hand to be
personal.
recognized when they're talking.
There's nothing personal.
When Fela sang about
I'm
colonial
raising my hand.
mentality, nobody said it was being personal.
Only two of you think there's nothing personal about that. Only
Okay,
two of
okay,
you.
hold on. Pansa, hold on still. Let me hear from forefathers. I hear from Ovie. I go to Pansa.
Yes, thank you for what you said. But what I was saying wasn't.
I'm very upset. I'm very
what
upset.
I was saying
Okay?
has
Pastor,
nothing
you
to do
spoke
with.
like 10 times already today. We've not responded
I know,
to you yet.
I know.
Haba.
It's not personal. What I was saying was basically the same thing that Fela sang about.
No, the man was a professor. You knew he was a professor. You
Can
insulted him
stop?
to a
Can
high
you
school
stop?
kid. You
You and your
deliberately
elitism.
insulted
You and
him.
your elitism, please. Elitism hasn't gotten us anywhere. And people that disagree with me, you need to seriously ask yourself the same question. When Fela was singing about this decades ago, and we have not changed, and it's very clear we are the one who are enforcing it.
Fela was talking
You
about
are
me.
fighting me, you're saying similar stuff as Fela
mistaken.
said. You are
Should
fighting
go
me for
to
it.
Ovie.
It's all
Forefathers
fine.
spoke,
Let's move on,
for
please. I don't want
7
to
minutes.
take all the time. Other people are here.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Everybody don't take that time to speak. Mona, allow me talk. I beg. Now, when I said I disagree with Rudolph about what you said, yes, even though I know the day when forefather actually make that, when he passed the question, I was doing something I don't know. But when he repeated it, exactly what he said, that comparing the high school to a colonial mentality professor, and you said there's no correlation, that boggles me, because those who are criticizing my question are criticizing the fact that I did not factor in the context in which the prophet later spoke on, because at the beginning he never put that context. I'll get to that. That I did not include that context, that it is because of the situation that is going to, if not the situation, things will not work. That was the context, right? I agree with you guys. Forefathers said a high school patriot, nationalist, is better than a professor with a colonial mentality. That is a context. That is a context. For you to go hungry with that, that means you do have a colonial mentality. That's what it means. If you are angry about that statement, you did have a colonial mentality. Because there was a context. To those who are questioning why I asked that question. Now, let's go back to the question that I asked. Let us go back to the beginning of this conversation. Because I started listening when Rudolph asked him that question. In fact, his response was so profound that Rudolph had to actually say, even when we be smart people, they think like this. What will happen? That was to the shock of Rudolph. It was later on that they brought Passant on to ask questions that the professor was now trying to contextualize what he said. Go back and listen to it. Now, when I don't talk, you guys are just because the professor say, oh, those who are saying we should maintain this schedule are not better. Like, for God's sake, I never see anybody for this platform that totally supports this constitution. I often use an example, the Bible and Quran as an example, that our constitution is not the Bible and the Quran, that is changeable. It's a living document. I'm a student of constitution. When I take the professor back to what he said by using other countries example, I know what I meant. I was saying all those countries are still going through the same struggle in order to perfect their society as we do. But let's put it this way. If Rudolph come here and say Nigeria will never work, and no matter the context where he puts, the way I go take respond to Ram is different from the way Pansat go take. I will take respect to Pansat if you throw that question. The same thing regarding the professor. For God's sake, Pansat, when you ask question, boy, a person in school, that's my professor. Don't use your standards to quantify every other person. That is my problem in this platform. No, they use where you stand, they measure other people. Everybody different, experience is different, qualification is different. Person is say, oh, an entrepreneurologist is somebody who is observe and participate. That is who I am. As a teenager, I give my sweat and blood to make sure green, white, green stand anywhere in that freaking country. Talking about patriotism. As a young adult, I was a civil defender. And in between all that, I opened a foundation with my resources and give back. You're talking about patriotism. And even the president, no fit can't use patriotism to do shakara for me. So if I ask question, I'll know who I ask question. We are talking about why our society is like this. We're talking about people who have influence in our society. Those who have coercive power, the military, who they use force in power. I talked about those that have persuasive power. That is where that professor lies. He is very important, not like any of us here. He has people that listen to him, and those people are the future of our country. I don't give a fuck what you believe. When you start your conversation that we never, man, you
I think he ought to be scratched.
Can you
for that
allow
word.
me speak? You spoke more than 10 times. Nobody interjected you.
Take
Okay?
that, you shouldn't curse on this program. Take that word back right now.
Which word? Which word? We are speaking English. I think that's my next point. Now, because the grammar where they speak, now they make us, they go gaga. If you come and explain what it means by that, as I said, I don't give a. Once you start your conversation that it will never, you go, all your respect is gone. What are you going to tell me when you say it's never? What are you going to tell me? We all agree there's a need for us to recharge ourselves. This is a man who supported the Obi movement. With all due respect to Bumi, let me use your example that you used here. Bumi said that to one powerful statement a couple of weeks back. He used two presidential candidates as an example to draw a point home. Sowore and Obi. She said, Sowore said, this system is bad. We have to get rid of it. Obi said, no. This system, we can fix it the way it is. Talking about patriotism, talking about those who are saying, oh, if you decide if you are again, you are enemy. What kind of rubbish talk is that? On one hand, you say you are a Biafra. On the other, talking about patriotism. My guy, if I ask Professor a question, I am not asking just so you understand. I study communication. There's a reason why we all talk and what we say. If you cannot see those reasons, then you will never understand my question. It's not just bad enough that the word never appears in his phrase. But I am questioning him based on who he is.
All right, obvious.
And the role he's playing is as important as the governor of that state, if not the president of this country. Okay. So when you have those kind of words in your vocabulary, I beg to differ. We have to question that. We don't need you in our classroom. That's what it means. We don't need you in our classroom.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let me say something. I laugh. You guys don't understand about what teaching is about. Teaching in universities. I teach there. You can't say you don't need you in your university. You can't control what people teach. Understand? They are not going to teach what you want them to teach. Yep. Hold on. When I was at the university, I don't know where you went to. There are people who believe there is no God, and they teach it. If you want, you listen. If you don't want, you walk away. That's up to you.
But do we have limit to our question or our response to that kind of teaching?
Okay, hold on. You are there to be challenged. University is universal. You have to hear all the knowledge. You can't eliminate, you can't say this is what you teach. Nobody tells me what I teach. Sometimes I get to the class and I start talking to them about Gaza. And I know the implication in America, talking about things about, and I put it out there. Students are shocked, but they are challenged. And I ask them, what do you think? Push them to places they've not been to, where they've not thought about. That's the job of the professor. The job of the professor
Rudolph, you are taking him out of context. You are taking out. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant.
No, you took it out of context.
Hold on.
You did.
Hold on.
You're everywhere, but nowhere.
Let me answer Rudolph.
Okay,
you want to know where I school? I'll go tell you where I school.
Rudolph, please.
I'll go tell you where I school. Let me no.
Rudolph, please, can I speak?
Let's talk about this. You are a lecturer.
Okay, I'll come back to you later. We got to get other people.
No. Rudolph, please. Let me make this point clear. You called me out.
You're gonna recognize him now, or you didn't take him? You should remove him from the platform.
Look, we're everywhere, but nowhere.
Rudolph, you insulted me. Let me respond.
Okay, if I insulted you, you have to wait now later on because that would not work very well. Apansad, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, let me just say I know that you've been here. These people commit all sorts of egregious disrespect on your platform, and you're diaphanous, silky, wispy, with your shy funny in the way you're handling them. Because people like me, like I'm here on this platform, you you throw me in the backstage, you meet me, and you disrespect me because you know I'm going to come back. That's what you think. But I'm not going to come back after today. But let me say this before I go. And not just here, all the other platforms. I'm out. You guys could have it. To have forefathers here displaying anti-intellectual traits, talking nonsense, being Philistine, and you're only concerned because you picked out the area where they're talking about a professor in a classroom, right? But they're over here insulting your guest, who was on point. He didn't say anything controversial. He qualified his statement on nationhood. If they don't change structure, it has to be structural change. Else we're going to go in the same trajectory that we're going. But you keep entertaining anti-intellectualism here. You have forefathers insulting, not just a professor. This is a professor of anthropology with specialty in the area of observing that society. And he came here, took his time, put a lot of energy into answering our questions. But it's like Dr. Rudolph and Mr. Hyde. When your guests are here, you're quite orderly in protecting the truth from falsehood. But once they go, then you're friends. Believe it or not, these are your friends. Forefathers and Mazi Ovie. You have a lot of Nigerians here. Righteous man spends a lot of money on his data to be here. He barely gets a word in. And he made an impassioned speech. Ferrari, a true Nigerian, who's displaying the qualities that I don't know where the hell he's from, because he calls it exactly the way it is. I don't look at him with that lens. But we come here and you keep down. Look at the people next to you, closest to you, because I'm just on the top 10 here because I came early. You try to. I was right next to you, but you methodically moved me out until I'm not that close to you. You have forefathers and Ovie. And he's here insulting not only fellow panelists, but making an assault on the truth. And he does it whenever he wants to. He could talk all day. Either you have the impact, you have the audacity to throw me in the back. Now you and I will talk. That's true. You call me, I call you on the phone. Nobody probably knows that. I'll talk to you. But that doesn't give you the right to think that I'm putting an act. No, I'm not putting an act. I'm very serious about the country. And I'm quitting not just your platform, all these social media platforms. So this is the last you're gonna see me here. Go ahead, carry on. Have these imbeciles spin the truth. It's not like we don't have resources. We have
So
Chim here.
when insult allowed,
you see, Chim spoken.
Salud, can I talk? Sorry, sir.
JJ has spoken. So many others. The professor
calling people imbecile. That's an insult.
Right. So he comes here and he's trying to make our country completely useless. There's no need to have people go to school anymore. We have a professor who knows, who's on ground. They're not just attacking him, they're attacking both the fact that he did the noble thing, which is to move back home, like show what they did, go back home. People study here, they can make a lot more money here, but they go home trying to help these people. Now you're cuddling this guy right here next to you. We don't know where the hell's from. He could be in there to destroy our country. So let me conclude by saying this, and I appreciate the fact that even though I'm upset, irritated here and upset, you tolerate it, and that's fine. A lot of people like you because of that. But Rudolph, it's not a panacea. Just because you're a nice guy, that doesn't mean then that all your other faults here that you've been displaying is right. Now, I want to say that there's a paradox. Now, that's how you know when people are not educated. Because every time there's a paradox, something is supposed to be a certain way. Now, because you're not educated, you don't know that there's a contradiction in terms there. There's an inconsistency. It's an enigma. It's an oddity. It's absurd. Incongruity involved. However, right is right. True is true. You cannot be anti-intellectual, forefathers, and come here hosting a show. Not only we don't know where the hell you're from. You're talking nonsense. There's a little. Nothing is all bad. There's a degree of you trying to provoke the.
Not because na pansa, now that's why I get 2 hours to talk or
No,
what.
but I'll be gone today. You're not gonna see me again. You don't have to worry about me again. So you could have it. So I'll end it there for now. But I'm saying, Rudolph, with all due respect, you have to change. Some of these people, they belong not even in the comment section, okay? Because there's nothing wrong with the comment section. I may come on the comment section once in a while, but I'm not coming on the show, and there is no reason to have people who don't know what the hell they're talking about elevated to this status. So bring these people down and bring Ferrari up, bring Chim up, Righteous Man, there goes there, or whoever else. Remove
how
this.
long? This is not acceptable.
Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Pansa, before you go, I wanted to do something for you, in appreciation of your contribution to this platform and all because we value every opinion as far as I'm concerned. So let me, for a moment, put you very near me if that is the problem. But just so you know, I don't control this where you stay. There's something you don't know about the technology. I don't control where people hang out. It depends on when you come in and if you're a moderator and other things, So, but we appreciate you, and just don't stop contributing. It doesn't mean you have to come here. You can go anywhere, but your voice is needed in the conversation. Everybody's voice is needed. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right.
Fasad, please. I have left. If we can have your number, please don't go. We value your contribution, even though it can be, we value it. Everybody is important.
I bet let him go. Let's continue. Let him go. Let's continue.
You don't have to twist my arm. I'll think about it. I'll take all
Great. It's just like Trump.
Wow.
It's just like Trump.
That's out there, man. Goodness. You really do know how to play. I don't see. Dr. Odasbejis, man, don't pander to Passad, man. He's gonna come back. He does that all the time. Come
Rudolph,
on, man.
Let me
Stop
address
doing that.
Rudolph. Let me address Rudolph.
All right, Passad, thank you so much. All right, let's
Rudolph, it's my turn now.
Rudolph, I need to address you. Before I change my mind.
Okay, you will.
Rudolph.
You will. I give you a chance. Let me see. There's somebody who is speaking. I can't see. Fix is not. Let me go to Fix before anybody else. Fix. I think you are in the dark, but I'm guessing you are in Abuja. I remember you now. Go ahead. Fix. Unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Yeah.
To you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me ask you this question first. I wanted to ask the professor, what is the business of professors and INEC? Because all these things that have happened in the last election, I think each and every one of them are called professors. I don't know. So I wanted to ask him, what is the connection of professors and the INEC, the appointments of INEC and all that? So that's what I wanted to ask. And me, forefather, I was like, I did not like the way you presented that comment. To be honest with you, I felt bad, So, but that it is what it is. I understand because the professor cited many examples. So I understand Ovie, he shouldn't say it at all, but he cited so many examples. So, and if you look towards the examples that he cited, it is appearing that what he's saying is true, but it is what it is once again. Thank you very much. I'm happy to join you guys today. We don't have light in Abuja. Like in Abuja, we don't have light. Thank you, guys.
Fix, before you go, last time we talked to you, you were in a storeroom or so where you worked, and you didn't have. You were talking about not being able to go back home or something. How's the situation?
Yes. So they added my salary. So.
Good news.
So it is what it is.
Okay, now I like that. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Eagles Air, I know. Righteous Man, did you say so? I think he did. I'm not sure anymore. You guys confuse me a lot. Eagles Air, welcome. What's your take on economic.
Thank you so much. The issue that I'm so quiet over what is happening in this platform that sometimes I get disappointed over some certain characters and behaviors that I found out in this platform. And I'm trying to make you to understand sometimes you have to fix a rule that need to control some certain things. But it's very painful to me that people who are so close to you, pioneer members of this platform, are the people who trying to create a mayhem or disorder when there is a special guest among us here. When you invite a guest for us to hear from him and learn from him and ask us certain questions for us to get some directions how to move the country forward. There is a saying that I want us to understand. There is a way that you will insult a man in a polite way. The man will not understand he insulted him, but you in particular know that he insulted the other person. For instance, you may tell the person, I feel like telling you to get out, but I will not say it. You already tell that person, get out. But you politely have insulted the person. So we need to be careful on certain statements or certain words that we use whenever we see a guest here. Then when the guests have already go out on the platform, we may use any language you use. I can condone it, I can overlook it and go. So that to Rudolph, you said this one time ago, to get a guest is not easy. You know what we pass through to make sure that there is a guest in this platform. And we need to appreciate that and value it, no matter whatever thing we are seeing in this country. Just one certain thing that I pick from these guests, and that is true. No matter how Ukraine and Russia are fighting, they will still go back to the round dialogue. If there's no dialogue, the problem will continue. Then when there is dialogue, then what is the meaning of that dialogue? You have to come together. What is the main problem of this war? What is it that caused this problem? How are we going to handle it? Then when people come in dialogue and reason over some certain things, they come out with solution. The guest we have here, Professor Chidi, is trying to make understand, if Nigeria continue the way they are going, they will never get a good result out of it. But if Nigeria come together and reason together and ask what is the actual problem of this country, then we come out with a solution for it. But somehow we misunderstood him, where he's going. Now, if Ovie want to understand what he's saying, or forefather want to understand, then next thing you need to ask him, please, this statement that he dropped here, please, we need a clarity over what he has said. Now, he go ahead and give some examples and give a clarity over what he said, than saying some certain statements that in a way that is bringing his intellectual down. No, we need to learn some certain things. We need to be matured over some certain things we do. Then I want us to look into it. What is the actual problem of Nigeria? Is it educational elite is the problem, or people that some of us here voted into the power are the main problem of what we are facing in Nigeria? Father, you are angry that you find yourself in the UK, where you are now. I'm not happy as I find myself in India here with my family. I want to go back to Nigeria. But the present condition of Nigeria, people, the political elite in Nigeria are not listening, are not ready to listen, are not ready to come to a round table and reason over society things that need to be reasoned. That's what the professor trying to make understand. If we also move forward, we need to come together and reason and find out the main problem. Now, going to class to teach, he said that when he went to teach, and I end with this, said when he come to class to teach, he starts with a history of the topic I want to teach. That's where the history of Nigeria matters a lot. Nigerian history has taken away from curriculum. Then how do we expect the upcoming future, people who are coming up, to understand the problem of Nigeria, where the history have taken away? But when they know the history, because when you know the history of a thing, then you know where the problem starts from. But when you don't know the history of a thing, how do you know where the problem starts from? So it's trying to introduce history so that we know. For instance, some people are saying they want to fight, they want to engage in the Biafran war and all the rest of them. Let them go ask questions. People who experience war. It's, for instance, if you talk about a war, you find out that war is not something that we need to instigate into a society. But people who don't have the history, who don't know the history of the war, we instigate it. So let us be polite in certain things that we say to our guests, so that Rudolph will not be looking for a guest one day, like one guest that came to Arise News and said that he called the owner of Arise News to warn Rufai. In society question, you need to ask him, so that we not witness this kind of thing here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 6.
Dr. James, let me talk now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Please, I just want to make a request, particularly for those people that will host. Can we at least know where they are from? You know, if they are not panelists and they are hosting your show, at least it's not. I mean, this is the platform is not conventional, but a lot of conventional arguments are being, pushed by somebody like Forefathers. Fine, he has the right to his arguments, but at least can you let us know where he's from, just like we know, because he's a host, so that when he's making his arguments, we can contextualize it, properly, so that we know the angle where he's coming from. If it's coming from the place of bias, of course, every argument comes from place of bias, but what kind of bias? Is it narrowed bias? Is it parochial bias? Please do that for us. When you started this platform, I'm not always here, but I'm a pioneer member. So don't just push everybody aside, just like Mr. Pansad is saying. I'm always listening 24 hours even at work. This is the program I listen to. So please let him tell us where it's from, so that we can know exactly from where it's coming from which angle he's making his arguments. Then number 2, can you bring him up as a guest, so that because a lot of things he drops a lot of things that it does. Well, personally, I don't understand the angle he's coming from. Can you make him a guest, so that maybe we can understand him better? Because when he talks of colonial mentality, what does it actually mean? Before the colonials came in Africa, we have been fighting wars, tribal wars. Was it the colonials that that set us up on tribal wars, tribes conquering tribes? So let us know his qualification. Where did he school? What is his background? So that you don't just come and be dropping. You don't just come and be dropping words like you just come. You talk to people anyhow. You see, I have nothing against you, but if everybody is telling you that you are doing something wrong and you still keep on, keep on it, something is very fundamentally wrong, Dr. Damages. Don't take it lightly. I'm giving you a very kind advice. Don't take it lightly. This is a name you have built. This is a platform you have built. You have a reputation. Let us know the angle is going. What is his academic qualification? Does he have a PhD? Are you just going to read the internet and just come and be talking? I have a laptop here. Can I just Google something now? Just anything I see, something that's not has no academic quality, and just begin to come and talk here. Something that somebody else is right with his own bias. Something that has no reference value. I'll just come and read it in the internet and just come and tell you, oh, this is what I saw. Therefore, Dr. Damaji, do yourself some favor, please. Do yourself some favor and make him a guest. I can even debate him. I'm not eloquent in my speech, but if I take time to settle down, he cannot stand me, because a lot of the things he talks, I don't know from where it's coming from. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that Olumide is here on time to help me. So, all right, to be honest.
So I just wanted to reemphasize the issue of proper listening. I know that there are times when in our conversations, all we're just trying to do is either try to show how intelligent we think we are, or I wouldn't even necessarily say because we want to hold a point of view. Sometimes some of us just simply enjoy being controversial. I think that's our brand. We've come up with the concept that the only way we can be of value in whoever it is we think we're trying to appease or appeal to is to, if everybody is saying, I tell people, if God suddenly says there's no hellfire tomorrow, the devil will say there's hellfire. I always say that. I tell people that, in other words, he must always take a diverse opinion. That's not for me. Personally, I don't think I have to argue with someone, even if it's somebody I don't agree with, if the person is making a valid point. Now, that being said, I want to repeat what I said earlier, and that has to do with, what the last host we had just said. Sorry, the last guest we just said. I listened to him very well, so I don't know where anybody is coming from. The man qualified his perspective. He qualified what he was saying, because I think the bone of contention is he's seemingly sounding negative about the prospects of the progress of Nigeria when he said Nigeria can't make progress. He didn't say Nigeria can't make progress from the blues. I listened to this program. In fact, let me be honest with you. I listened to this program right from the shower. I put on my phone in the shower and was listening to two of you when you hadn't brought anybody on. I heard him well. That's why the only question I had for him.
In the shower, Chim, you are nasty.
Yes, I was in the shower. I put my phone on. I left it on my deck and went into the shower because I didn't want to miss anything. He started well. I was listening to him. I was enjoying him when he was asking about the universities, why the failings, and when you showed the picture of dilapidated photographs of structures in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, I started watching from way before then. So I heard him very well. Listen, if as much as I do not agree with the Tinubu government, the day he does something fundamentally right now that is not pandering, I will be the first to say, I didn't vote this man, I have not agreed with this man, but he has taken the right step. So I want us to begin to move away from, because that's one of the reasons why I walked away for a while. I needed my sanity. I don't want to come here and be arguing with people needlessly, It doesn't make, it serves me no purpose. But I want to be able to make progress, contribute, even if I am not a core political actor back home to implement anything like the man said. But when we make these conversations and we're talking, I believe people are listening somewhere. People are taking us either seriously or unseriously, whichever the case may be. So let me repeat again before I end and say good night, because I have an assignment to go and do. This man said, if Nigeria continues to do the things it's doing the way it's doing it, we can't make progress. I don't know why anybody's going to be arguing over that. It's just very simple. And he even brought it down to day-to-day relationship. If me and my wife are quarreling every day, and let's say my wife says, okay, Oga, come, let's sit down and talk about this, our quarrel. And I said, no, I don't want to talk about it. Do I want progress? Of course I do. It means I don't want progress. So the man is simply saying people need to sit down. The current president, with his own mouth, that's why when people are coming here to sound very patriotic, I laugh at you. The man who is the president said he doesn't believe in Nigeria. He said it with his mouth. Today he's the president of Nigeria telling us to believe in the same Nigeria. Can you see that people can be very dubious when they are looking for things? He said that Nigeria, and he fought for, he seemingly positioned himself as somebody fighting for physical federalism. The local government he so created that for which Obasanjo denied him money. It's not too long ago, so I don't know where some of us were when this man did that. He said he was fighting for physical federalism. He wanted to enhance his state, give autonomy to local governments and everything. But anybody who is, intuitive enough knows that all those things were all pandering. So the point I'm making is simple. Whether it is the UK, is US, or Belgium, or Switzerland, people sit down to say, okay, we've been hitting a brick wall, we've been moving 10 steps forward and 1 million back. How can we restructure this? How can we make Scotland happier and not be antagonizing London? How can we make Ireland same thing? And they came to the table and said, okay, you know what? Give them their autonomies. Let them deal with themselves, and then we can have a central thing we relate to it that is common. And today they are similarly making progress, even though those entities are still asking for more. Nations constantly evolve. But the problem with us as a society, and I will end here, Professor Yusuf, the guy who was the former national health something boss, recently said that Northern leaders need to look themselves in the face. He said nobody's going to come and solve the Boko Haram issue for them. That in fact, he even exonerated the government of Nigeria and Tinubu and said the northern leaders need to take responsibility, that is their region. For me personally, that was an aha moment, which means all this sitting there and blaming the federal government. Now I said, oh, good. Now you're looking inwards. So my point is, we need to sometime begin to forget about whether you like the face of the person who is speaking the truth and look at the truth the person is speaking. I will end there. I don't think there's need for us to come here to come and defend any, I don't want to use any sly word, but I was going to say silly points sometimes we come to make. The point is Nigeria is not working. And Nigeria is not working because of the ways we are doing things and stubbornly fixated on doing it those ways. If we don't change those methods, which is what the man simply said, then the country cannot make progress. It's as simple and straightforward as even a kindergarten can understand it. So I don't understand why we keep going forth and back over this matter and going at each other's jugular. It doesn't really make any sense to me. That's just the point I wanted to make.
All right.
Rudolph, I want to leave, I beg.
Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let me just remind you guys. Last week there was a conference in Lagos. It was called National Dialogue, organized by Emeka Anyoko. I watched it from the beginning to the end. I don't know how many of you watched it. I think it was about 5 hours or something.
I did.
Okay. The conclusion was what? That Nigeria is not working. It won't work under this constitution. And who are the people who are saying this? Former governors. All of them lined up. They were all standing there saying, oh yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree. All of them from wherever. I was surprised. Even northern governors. The same people who will say, if we put up an issue about how to restructure the country, they will vote it down. Everybody now is coming to that conclusion that this country cannot work this way. Everybody, no single person stood up there and said, we can make it. Apart from Amechi, who said, yeah, there's something he said, one sentence, and left the podium. I know something is wrong. But anyway, but everybody agreed. And that was surprising to me. So I don't know. This is what I always say to people. People like Sonny Boho, Nnamdi Kanu, and whoever they are, who are saying they're going to tear the country down, they don't want the country to go ahead. I said they are doing what their job is. It's left for you. You believe in Nigeria, it's left for you to prove them wrong. Fix that. People are not going to join any particular group. And the Biafrans or the Oduduwa people said the same thing to me. I said, look, you do your job. You said you want your country, fight for it. Don't wait until everybody come together and join you. Fight for it. So the point is this, whatever you believe in, push for that. If you have the superior argument, if you are in a position where you can prove your point that you can make Nigeria work without any new constitution, prove it. That's all you need to do. But don't keep pointing at the other people and saying they are the people stopping you from achieving your achieving one Nigeria with the constitution you have, or they are the people stopping you from achieving your one nation with no. Push for what you believe in. And about forefathers and his where he's from and all those things, his degree and his DNA and everything. This is the point, and I've said this. People don't like this. I believe, and this is still my position. I believe that I don't care where you come from. It's not important to me. I care about your argument, your position. And I believe any day I feel that I cannot challenge anybody here, if I'm a panelist, if I'm anywhere in this kind of situation, I can't. That person has so much of superior arguments that I can't challenge them, or that my point, I can make my point that will be superior to the person's point because I don't know where they are from. I'll quit. It's not important. The important thing is what I quarrel with everybody is not respecting, going personal, whether it's Pansat or anybody else, going personal on the issue. Discuss the issue, the point you are making. I don't have to say you are stupid or you should keep quiet or that I don't care whether you have a degree or not. It's not necessary. Ideas can come from anywhere. It's not important to be on a panel. It's not important to be. This is informal thing we are doing. This is not CNN. This is not like when you come to CNN, you can say, okay, a professional TV, you can say, okay, we want this kind of person. You have to have this background. You have to have worked in the White House because we want you to be able to give us insight about the White House. But this is, we want to hear from people. Have your say. That's what we said. We're not saying this is an expert on education. Okay, so we're going to talk about education. We can't bring people who do not have expertise in that field. That's not what we're saying. And I don't want to make laws, different laws for different people. But if you guys say that's what you guys want to do, but I don't think that's the consensus. All right.
As a host,
Rudolph,
as a host.
I need to respond to you before you go, Rudolph.
Just the host, at least let us just know where the host is from.
Okay, I will think
for the
about
panelists, we can just, it can be anybody. But if you are going to host this show, at least let us at least know where you are from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But he talks like it's an expert.
Or your real name.
Of course, your real name.
Let me
And he always talks like he's an expert. That's why I'm even asking about his qualifications. Because no, I'm not an expert in all these things. It's just current affair. But the way he talks and when he comes, he just begins to talk down on people. This is what I'm been saying. You people, colonial, you know, let us do his qualification at least. For they will grant him that right to talk to us like that.
What
you know what I mean?
did Fela have when he sang about colonial
we like to complain. Why?
All right.
Sorry,
can I respond to you, Rudolph? Let me respond to you before you leave.
I'm not leaving now.
Why don't
I want to leave. One of us I want to leave.
Rudolph, this fella,
I will not forget. I will respond.
When I'm talking, then nobody will hear anybody.
No, sorry, sir. Rudolph, I didn't want to sneak in that. Why does he keep referring to Fela? Why not refer to Which Way Nigeria, sang by Sonny Okosu? And we are still asking that same question till today. Which way Nigeria? It's not just a song.
But it's still a valid question.
Rudolph, I won't
what
go
you
now.
said, and same for Fela too.
All right, hold on, guys.
It's about qualifications.
Let me hear Ovie, and then Alaba will say speak next. Ovie,
Two things, Rudolph. You say, well, you don't know where I go school. That you na lecturer, you're a lecturer for class, and you are free to taught anything. You're right. Well, I go school for North Dakota, Dickinson State University. And in one of my speech class, I read communication and rhetoric anyway, so debate and argument is my forte. In one of my class, a professor stood up and used President Barack Obama as an example in 2012. Immediately, a student stood up and said, excuse me, sir, we will not accept that example. We don't want to hear that name in our classroom. That is the kind of school I go to. And anywhere I go,
hold on. Did the teacher stop talking about that?
Of course, he stopped. But even though I disagree with that, because I understand the tension as at that time, I understand that. But everywhere I go, I engage anybody. I don't care. Town hall meeting, go to Rhode Island. I will mention more than 5 senators I actually engage in terms of dialogue with. Now, what am I trying to say? It is sad. Some people say, oh, I will call, and no will come here again. Some people will come and talk. Yes, it's an insult to actually debate some kind of people here. In the words of Harry Clark, I only debate my equal, the rest I teach. And that's why I see they come here at times. I'm not saying that to brag. Everybody has his opinion. So if you don't understand people's opinion, that's on you. The fact that we cannot question somebody because he has a professor under his name is ridiculous. And that's our problem. The fact
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Don't change topic. I don't like it when we derail. Nobody said that.
I'm not addressing you. I am not talking to you.
I know, but you're everywhere but nowhere.
That's basically what you're saying.
Talk. I'm not talking to you. The father, somebody say, oh, in Nigeria, if we know address, I no go work. It's not a big phrase that we never heard before. What a cliche. Is that
the same way hope is not a plan?
Ferrari, just stop.
My guy, I'm not talking to you. When you reach your turn, speak whatever you want to.
Alaba.
Rudolph, let me finish. Now, today, we don't hear that thing before. If we not change Nigeria no go work. Is it a new thing? Why is it that because it's coming from a professor now, oh, it's something that we all should glorify?
But
as a professor, as a professor, don't come and tell me my problems. I know my problems. Your job is to provide solution to the problem that we already know. If we don't have a problem,
that's your government's job. That's not the professor's job.
Why are you so daft?
But Ovie, he gave his solution now. He gave his solution.
All right. I was about to say that Olumide has been quiet and
I never finished now.
Dr. Damages, let me just add something. Let me just add something, please, Dr.
Una go
Damages.
run
You
away
see,
with
Dr.
half truth and
Damages.
I will I'll run away with it. If I ask
Obia,
Olama,
you
what
have
I talk,
contributed once. Let people who haven't contributed contribute, Jare.
Rudolph, I've noticed this. Why is it that you keep talking me 2-3 minutes into a conversation when people like pass out and the rest are gonna go for hours? Why? Because I disagree with you. Are we here to we assemble here to agree on a family business? Is that what it is?
Okay.
We are arguing the fact that because somebody say, oh, if we not change, you no go work. For God's sake, the Oyibo when me and you they speak says that the constant thing in life is change. So nobody is again to change. America is a successful nation that we're talking about. Up to today, they see the fight for their constitution. Things are not working well. So
I will change. Because people don't take action.
We should not be arguing on that.
Who wrote American Constitution? Who wrote Nigerian Constitution?
Now my papa and your papa write down. Now my papa and your papa now he do this slavery where they take right down.
Argument no get sense. Where they argue? Where you what they do you? Who wrote American Constitution? Who wrote Nigeria?
All right. Ah, wonderful people.
Please let somebody else take the floor.
Dr. Damages, let me just say something, please. Let me just say something.
If you don't allow me to talk, there's just about
you are
not going to lie. This is not fair.
Okay, you are done. You've spoken more than anybody else here. You see, when you say things like
I have substance. Whatever I say, I have to give it a substance. Don't just talk like every other person will come here.
Okay, we're not weighing whether people have substance or not. We want everybody to have their say.
But when you don't allow me land my point, what is the point of coming there if I cannot finish?
Okay, you spoke more than anybody else here. Calm down. So you guys are good. You guys are really good. But we have to.
Dr. Damages, look at what I'm saying.
No.
If somebody I want to say just 1 second.
No. I know it's important. No. Let's calm down. Wow, unbelievable. I enjoy this. You guys don't know. I enjoy this. It's better than food or anything else. But sure, stop making this kind of comment on the comment section. Come here and help me. You see, I'm struggling, and you're saying I'm enjoying it. All right. So thank you, guys. The thing is this: before Olumide weighs in, because I've not heard from Olumide since he's been quiet. So you have to give it to him today. He's been very quiet, compared to other days. So Olumide,
because if he won't call repeat himself now, no guarantee to talk. I think it doesn't have anything new to contribute.
Alaba came before me. I'll be honest.
Alaba hasn't talking. Okay, Ovie, let me just you just remind me of something. Okay, one thing I don't want here on any platform I'm part of is to start saying this person has better idea than other people or more education or anything like that. That's not the only thing I ask for you guys is the guest. Anybody who is a guest, I don't care who he is. Anybody that we brought here and say you are our guest. Think of somebody visiting you at home. Think of you're a guest. You invited this person to your house. That's what we're doing. And it's not because we're far away. If we're open in the same room, the same space, you're not going to say certain things you say. Because you're in your bedroom, because you're in your house, and you are beamed into this space, you have to consider that this is like somebody who is a guest in your house. How will you talk to a guest in your house? That's what I'm asking for. I don't care what you say. I don't care the question you ask, how tough it is. That's not the issue. But how do you address somebody in your own home? Forget whether the person is a bricklayer or a professor or president or governor. How do you address them? A bishop. And sometimes you may not believe in all these titles. I don't. But I still respect the fact that they said you're a bishop. You're a bishop. I'm not going to talk to a bishop the way I would talk to my friend who drives me to the bus station. No. It's basic. That's all I'm asking you. You can ask any question you want. But I'm not going to sit down in front of somebody who is a guest in my house and said, I think, some of the things I hear here, I don't want to repeat them. I wouldn't do that. If you know the way you treat a guest in your home, that's all I ask you. It doesn't mean you can't challenge them in whatever position they hold. I argue with my guests here every day. But I'm not going to say certain things that I hear people saying here. And it's not because I'm better than anybody, because that's human decency. That's how I treat people. That's how life is. I don't know how that is difficult. Anyway, that's it.
Rudolph, for you to sing better, you know, think of that guy as the guest. Rudolph is the dad, and we are the kids. We have to behave well. Kids have to behave.
Oh, thank you, guys. So let me go ahead. You have what? Did you watch the interview, the conversation?
I think he did very well. He did splendidly. The guest was I mean, how he even kept calm, cool and calculated throughout the interview. I mean, for me, it was very awesome. I was in awe the way he kept especially when forefathers kind of came at him with his tirade. You know, he kept calm and he responded appropriately. I mean, it was awesome, and it was a good interview, good session today. I just want to say, forefathers, when you say, the people who are here on this panel, you have to show respect that whether we go to school, whether we went to school or not, we are human, we are all adults, we're reason. And the country of building a nation is not kids' play. The people who are there who think it's kids' play are the ones messing it up. And we are not here let's be serious with each other. You can't come here and tell us, oh, Nigeria is federating one by one. What do you mean by federating one by one? It's very upsetting when I hear that coming from you. Nigeria is federating one by one. So how many times are they going to federate before things become normal?
Until we get into satisfaction stage.
I mean, I heard that and I was very upset, you know. We're talking about building our society, building our country to be, and then Nigeria is made up of ethnic units. Whether you like it or not, these units are important. It's a WHO proclamation. The people who make up a nation have to be, the ethnic indigenous people have to be recognized. They have to be identified. When they are undergoing, what they are even undergoing in Nigeria is not something that you can wave away with the hand and say, oh, let's keep on going on. People are dying every day. People are being kidnapped. And the government that is supposed to protect them are not. And people are talking, and you are saying they are raising ethnic sentiments. They are doing this. They are doing that. Is it going to first happen to a Yoruba community before I shout? When it is happening in Benue, when it is happening in what exactly? How do we then define this one Nigeria? What exactly is this definition of one Nigeria? It is not what you think alone. Yeah, I will identify with what you think. I don't have to accept it. That's why we have a democratic process of election where we choose what we want. If you want to form a political party where the ideology will be the North Korean Kim Jong-un ideology, fine. Form it, put it out there, let people vote for you and come and implement it. But you can't force it down people's throats. I mean, we are made up of different units, over 300 units, whether it is Yoruba, Fulani, or Igbo that are majority, those little units also matter. When they come up and talk about their problems, identify with them. Don't say, oh, it's ethnic sentiments. Go away. The question we should ask ourselves is, when something happens to a fellow human being, it's just like in the healthcare world, whether you are white, you are black, you are Indian, you are this, you are that pill that you take will affect the same human being regardless of your ethnicity. So how does that person feel? The army going to Otuoma, is it the standard that if we take it anywhere in the world, is that the way they should have acted? And then somebody will come and say, oh, it's the president of the country. You can do as you like. You don't treat your people that way. You don't treat your people that. Is that the standard? I mean, we are far from being a country. That's just the truth. And we should be honest with ourselves. We are far from being a country. And when we see the truth, and when people like that guy is even back home, and I've not seen people who are back home. Even I would say the last guest before Okonkwo, I've forgotten his first name now. There were some things that he was afraid to say. That he would say that he was being kind of diplomatic, maybe because he's in the political terrain. He didn't want to offend the status quo, but this guy came out straight to speak out his mind, you know. and you don't find people who are that candid and who are that in that contraption who are very candid. The estate is going to come for them. They're going to come for them. They're going to find a way to give retribution, you know, when they don't deserve it. You need to calm down, listen to people, and if they don't buy your idea, you know, you may go research into what they suggest too. Does it work? Does it not work? I mean, why are people shouting this? You can't force down your school of thought or your idea down people's throats. You just can't. That is what is upsetting people. I mean, you can't do that.
All right.
So that's just my own piece there.
Thank you. Alaba.
Yeah, thank you. This time around, I'm going to be very calm, calculated. Although some people are still there upsetting me. Are we going in the right direction? The answer is no. If your answer is yes, we shouldn't be here talking. You shouldn't be here criticizing, condemning. So if the answer is no, that means we should still be talking until somebody listens to us. If our leaders, which we should stop calling leaders, they are ruiners, don't listen, we have to find a way to get them to listen. Now, the guest we had today was a wonderful guest because he did hit the nail on the head on several points. Nigeria, let me say this, and I'd like to repeat it twice. Even though we are very proud of our tribe, I'm a proud Yoruba man with Brazilian heritage, very proud Lagosian. We're proud tribal people, but we do not have a tribal problem. But we have thieves from every tribe. We have thieves from every tribe, 365 tribe or whatever our number is. And then our problem has been caused by the miseducation of the black man. Some people have been so educated that they are so poor in spirit that they think that the only thing that matters in this life is money. And that is why we are where we are. And some people are so corny when they come and talk, they present the right word, they spin words, they spin the truth. Those people I like to group as the people who are peace evil, the people who compromise with evil, the people who are complacent with evil, the people who are responsible for our problem. We have all failed in all directions for Nigeria to be where it is today. Because if the journalist has done his job, we won't be here. If the Chief Justice and all the judges and the lawyers have done their job, we won't be here. If the opposition has done its job, we won't be here. If the army has done its job, we won't be here. If the police have done its job, we won't be here. If the custom officer has done their job and done it right, we won't be here. So where are we? We are in a state where those who speak big English will call a state of a feudal system, where the haves have and those who don't have nothing. A state where the citizens have no citizenship in the sense where they provide food for themselves, they provide road for themselves, they provide work for themselves, they provide hospital for themselves, they provide electricity in terms of generator for themselves. And citizenship eludes them, while their counterpart who lives in the high-class areas can travel abroad, send their children abroad to school, enjoy the life of the Westerners, but don't think of even providing any for those that are at home. The pain is huge. And when we are here talking, we're only mirroring the pain of the people back at home because we are not feeling that pain. But we do a great injustice when we come on here and defend insanity. And when we allow our conversation to degenerate into a shouting match, because some of us just want to be controversial for the sake of being controversial. The country is in a crisis. we have to address this crisis. God has given us a mouth, and we talk about this crisis. We talk about solutions. We talk about everything. But for those who think because we are talking, we are unpatriotic, or because we criticize, we are unpatriotic, or because we say something is wrong, or we demand true citizenship, we are unpatriotic. They need to have a rethink of their position and ask themselves, who are they? What do they want? Do they want this to continue? Well, fine. Everybody is free to have whatever they want. Or do they want a change? Or is it because it's benefiting them now? They would throw every spanner, every stone into the gari that we are trying to soak here. That's what I see. And that's why I fight so hard. That's why I get emotional. And I have the right to be. And that's why I scream, I yell, I come here. I upset my wife by not being with her. I'm here. But the last thing I want to do is to engage in a frivolous, unreasonable, intellectual discussion with people who lack intellect. I'm not abusing, I'm describing. Hope is not a plan. That man, yes, he might have said maybe we won't work, but he laid the basis for which he says we won't work. For that to tag him Kolo mentality was an insult. The real Kolo mentality are those of us who see the problem but don't want us to talk about it. That is the real Kolo mentality. Those who see the pain of the children kidnapped but don't want us to talk about it or want us to get on a dialogue on a table. Those are the real problem. Those who say we need to keep hope alive, we need to preach hope. Hope is not a plan. Hope is not an action. You can be the giant of Africa all you want in your mind. But if you are a generator nation, you are a generator nation while your colleagues have 24 hours electricity. Yes, you're the giant of Africa. That's hope. That's been talking big. But the reality, what I call pragmatic reality, you don't survive in this life if you don't assess your pragmatic reality. Biology teaches us you assess your pragmatic reality, you adapt, you adjust, and sometimes you change your genetic code to pass it on to your offspring. That's your pragmatic reality. You don't say because you are allergic to heat, you just ignore that heat and you keep walking towards the sun. This is what the argument here, and that's why we scream. And my forefather, I don't know your objective. I don't know your plan. I don't know who you are. I don't know. I don't care. But think about the things you say, please. Please, for the sake of those being kidnapped, for the sake of those who haven't eaten in Nigeria 3 square meal, for the sake of those that call me from Nigeria every day begging for help, please, when we are here, have that compassion, have that humanity. Think about them. This is not about APC, Tinubu, Obi, or any of those slogans we've been pushing. This is about us. Our people are in pain. I had the opportunity to have a dialogue with a pastor, and I was trying to make him see that as a pastor, he has a podium. Why is he not talking about the kidnapping of the children? And I was shocked to hear a man of God tell me, well, you have to understand, those people who kidnap those children are kidnapping them to make them suicide bombers. Oh boy, I weak. I weak. That's a man of God talking. This is how insensitive we have become in that country. These are children who have parents. If you, who call yourself a man of God, cannot speak on their behalf, if you cannot advocate on behalf of the less privileged, the Bible says the least among us. I'm sure the Quran says that too. And when we're here defending insanity, who are we advocating for? Are we people who want to perpetrate the pain? I sound like a preacher, but I don't want to preach. He said they are being trained to be suicide bombers. That person has colored his vision with religion. When you come here and defend insanity, you've colored your vision with classism, with elitism, with whatever word we want to use. But please, let's be mindful of what position we push, because people are in pain. Please, I'm begging. Let's be mindful. It's not for the sake of argument, for some intellectual fantasy. Who gives a fuck? Excuse my language. Who cares whether how smart you are, how best you can Google, or what words you can pronounce? But the fact is, people are suffering. And we have a voice. We live abroad. We have internet. We have YouTube. We have Facebook. It behoves on us to speak on their behalf because they cannot speak for themselves. This is why we come here. That's all I have to say for now, people.
Thank you, Alaba. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's something you just did here. You said, who cares? You used the F word first, and then you said, who cares? You corrected yourself. And I always think, did you think that who cares was not enough? And you needed to use something else that would be, because I always wonder why people choose some words. Anyway, Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address this fella, concept that forefathers brought up. I don't have a problem with anybody referencing fella, but fella was a musician. Fella was singing. Fella was not having a face-to-face conversation with someone in a forum like this and asking the person question. Fella was singing. So we need to realize the platform that when a musician is singing, or an actor, a director decides to subtly pass a message to the generality of society, perhaps the target audience, the producer producing that movie are politicians. He decides to guise it in that way to project it. Those things we must, when we say context, I don't want to overflog that use of the word context. When Fela was singing, Fela wasn't standing in front of an Obasanjo or a Babangida having a conversation and then using lewd words or using, derogatory statements. Fela was singing and the message cuts across. So it's now left for you, wherever you are, to underpin the message he's passing. But when we're dealing with people, one-on-one, I mean, the guy who ran for president, what's his name? The lawyer that you brought, he insulted me on this show, but I took it and I quietly ignored it. I could have returned fire for fire the day he said it, but he said it in a joking way. Probably he didn't understand that I caught what he was trying to do, but I accorded him the respect as a guest and let it slide. So it's left for him and whoever was listening to him who also understood what he did to say, come on, that's such a cheap shot. So my understanding is that when we have a guest, and we emphasize this, and I can't overemphasize it, is there's a respectable way of trying to ask them questions, understand them, disagree with them if you want to disagree, but in a very respectable manner, and so that you don't take away a sense of pride from the person, and vice versa, and then we go, because you never know where you're going to meet again tomorrow, and that person, perhaps, if it's the kind of person who recalls events, to say, my last interaction with this person used, and that could just be the deal breaker and all that. So I just wanted to throw that in. Sometimes we don't realize these things. It's acceptable to disagree. I don't have a problem with disagreeing with anyone. I tell them, my children disagree with me every day. Sometimes I feel like using a stick on them, but I realize that, okay, I'm also encouraging them to be able to be bold enough. The only thing I disagree with them, and I tell them, you can't insult me. Once you insult me, I call it out. But to disagree with me, they are at liberty. I registered my daughter for a program that was supposed to run yesterday and next Saturday, and she was complaining that I didn't ask her, I didn't seek her opinion, and I laughed. I registered her for that program because out of love, and I thought, oh, this would benefit her. So when her mother was trying to make appeasement to say she should go, I told her, hey, don't force her. Don't go and do the program if you don't want. I'll tell the organizers you're pulling out. It's okay. And that's what we did. I respected it. So it's her view. But maybe later on in the future, she'll come back to say, oh, Daddy, I realized that was a good program. I was saying, at that point. So But on the point I just wanted to make is,
you pay for the program. Is it free?
It's free, but there is these are people I know. It's like a bit of an impression on me that she's pulling out, but it's okay, no problem. I understood where she was coming from, even though I don't agree with her. She could have still done the thing and go do the other things she wanted to do, but she just wanted to emphasize that I did not seek. This is a 12-year-old saying I didn't seek her consent.
I like that.
Okay,
I like
that's fine. That's where we live. Those are the kind of people we're grooming.
There is hope for the country.
Yes, so I just wanted to put that out.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that briefly?
Okay. After KJ, then you respond.
Chim, tell her next time that you call her uncle to give us some, because anyway, you see, I just want to buttress what Jim has said, and sometimes it doesn't even. Sometimes a guest is not telling you what you want, but because you already called him a guest, you just allow the person to say that. You can send a reporter a little bit, but to make sure and try to use words. Look, you British, you know how to insult people with English. I mean, it is you people who invented the thing that you should know how to tell somebody to go to here and go with joy, because when you threw that, we're all English speakers. We're not like Americans who don't speak. Everybody here learned English. The British English. So we know when they're insulting, when they're trying to be, insolence, insult to say. Remember, there was a guest that Dr. Rudolph brought, the guy who was very close friend of, what's his name now, the president of Nigeria now, who was telling us that he saw Tinubu in the University of this thing. That yes, he was there. In fact, he contested as a student. What we knew, at least some of us knew at that point, that the man was lying, because we have seen other documents that said he never went to the school. But we gave him that, we accorded him that respect. He's an elderly man. He's a guest. Okay, all we need to do is just ask for him to continuously to say what he's saying, so that in the future we can say, Oga, maybe you can look back now and see that what you are saying was totally, fabulous. All right. But it would have made sense for me now to start shouting, Oga, look, I have the redacted document here. I'm holding it here. That says that the guy never went there, or what you are saying is not true. It's just for us to all be at one, nobody is trying to try anybody's. I mean, Dr. Rudolph is always in the classroom. So at least he's, unlike some of us who no longer participate in everyday academic work, he's sharp, or, he's also a sharp individual. He can pick up those things, And this other guy, we know, but my only challenge is that, what I felt a bit concerned about was, he's in the field. Just like me, I'm not a practicing journalist now, but the journalist in the field is telling me something, and I'm the one arguing with the person. It doesn't make sense. He's in the field. Tomorrow too, maybe tomorrow, if school's tomorrow, he's going to be in the classroom. He's going to look at material that you and I may not be privy to. And so sometimes when we argue with such people, we're just doing it because we want to put ourselves forward, and it doesn't pay. It doesn't help us. It doesn't pay.
KJ, I will even say you have the right to argue with him, but the one I say that is not, that doesn't make sound right, is to start belittling the person. And when you are doing it, what you do, that you intentionally wanted to do that, because you can make your arguments without trying to make the person think you are making the person look small, because I don't think you can. Anybody really can. It's like people who call KJ, and actually you're a victim of this. People come here and always say, and you're a journalist, and you're a journalist. I hear that. I know what they were doing, but I know that you can take it. But these are the kind of things I'm referring to. You don't have to say it. If you disagree with me, disagree with me. Don't say, because you teach in a college, how can you be talking like this? Or because you're a journalist, how can you not know that the governor of Alabama is? I don't know. That's it. I don't have to know everything. But those are the kind of things that people do, and they do it without thinking that they think it's a smart thing. I think the main thing is really, there's a writer that said that each time he wakes up to write, he will dress up, put on tie and suit, even though he's at home, and go to his study to write, because he takes it seriously. I think part of the problem is that because we're at home, maybe we're eating and drinking and our children are running around, we don't see this as something that is formal. I'm thinking that I've gone to events where Nigerians meet their government officials, Nigerians who are angry, and you see them on programs, they're angry. But when they see the officials, you're not going to go in front of them and say, you're a thief, get out from here, get out from America. You can't do that. You know, no matter who they are, even if he's the biggest thief you can think of in Nigeria, you're not going to do that. And that's how it should be when you're on a platform like this, when you have a guest. The fact that whoever the person is, whatever you think about the person, there is that element of this person is a guest. You can't go to Hilton's in New York and meet, let's say, who is the worst person you can think of in Nigeria now, and think of Bojabi Amela, for instance, come in there and you start screaming, you're a thief. You can't do that. That's it. All right.
Yeah, can I?
Okay.
You see, the thing is, if somebody makes a contextual statement implying that if somebody has colonial mentality, they are less valuable than a school leaver, that is a contextual statement, meaning if the person that you're referring to doesn't have those traits, has nothing to do with him. And even if the person has those traits, that is my opinion, because I consider people that are nationalists more valuable to our health than people that have colonized mentality. And there is a reason why I want to respond to what Chim said. There's a reason why Fela encoded it into songs. Fela wasn't just saying these things, he was acting it. He was also an activist. He did things. And he encoded it into song because he knew his time would be over before our people woke up to this truth. And that is what people do when they feel that the time that they are in is hostile to their ideas.
Please, can I just ask one question for that? What do you mean by colonial mentality? Can you just expatiate on it?
By colonial mentality, I mean some people that subscribe to the colonized way of doing things. Like people that believe that we should keep, like judges that believe that we should keep wearing the European headgear that they handed down to us, or don't want Nigeria to have a native official language, and don't want us to rename our country, don't want us to defend ourselves. They are basically, they subscribe to everything Western, and they take our resources and put it in Western hands. They see us as an extension of the West.
So how does the professor, how does he fall into that mentality that you were espousing?
You see, what I said didn't call him that. What he says made him that, then that is the opinion. Then he fell into the bracket. But he didn't say anything that said, okay, we are about to sell Nigeria to colonizers. I just want you to understand that we have a lot of problems in Nigeria because we have a lot of professors in Nigeria. But look at the state of the country. We've wrecked a country whereby a country of 6 million people exports more than the entire African continent. Nigeria is like not a blip. That is how badly we performed, and this is where I depart from Dr. Damages on this. There is an urgency to our situation. We are not like America that can print currency as they see fit, and it doesn't affect their exchange rate. There is an urgency. We are in a totally different state, and if we don't question everything, this is why I even question people that just come and make some proverbs and that doesn't even make sense. I question it because these are things we are putting amongst ourselves, and it's affecting how we perceive reality. And you have to question everything because look at where we are. It's so terrible that we should outperform where we are easily without even breaking a sweat. But yet we've wrecked our country so badly that the simplest things are almost paralytic. We can't even move at all. This is why you have to question anything anybody says. It's not an insult to question. It's trying to push them to the limit so that they can give you the truth of where they stand.
Can I say something so far to you? Even you talking, you have colonial mentality because I can see you're wearing glasses. Is the
that's not colonial mentality?
Cultural thing.
Sorry, I was KJ.
Yeah, on Zoom. Using camera.
KJ,
it's a technology.
KJ, I was even going to add, KJ,
ice cream. You lick ice cream. You go buy ice cream. You eat. You eat hot dog, sausage. Is it your cultural food? Is that not colonial?
KJ, Forefathers, I was going to ask you, does colonial mentality include living in Aberdeen, in London, in
St. Andrews or wherever it is you live? Is it part of colonial mentality? Because
it depends. Like when I came to the UK for the first maybe even 16 years, you can say I was very much in the colonial mentality mindset. It depends on what you do with it.
No,
Because
you're
everything,
you're not living in Benin or Lagos or Owerri. You're living in the UK. So that's
that doesn't make it that. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Mr. Poffer, how does the wig that they wear, how does it affect dispensation of justice?
Because it affects it, because clearly we know that the justice system is messed up, and it also it implies the mindset that you have. You have a mindset that preserves something that
No, you're using lead mindset now. How does the wig
mindset is at the core of our problem?
How does it affect dispensation of justice?
The mindset I just told you. Because you
how does the wig affect your mindset
let me give you an example. If, let's say, you are from, let's say, Southeast.
You see the problem when you push all this theory too much. You don't even have any legs to stand.
You are not letting me answer.
No, let me help him, because I think I've never had that question asked. It's a very intelligent one. I know I argue that Nigerian lawyers or judges should not be wearing that stuff, but the question is that there are judges in Kenya who do things. They wear the thing. I think they wear it in Kenya, but they dispense justice better than those in Nigeria, Malawi, other countries. So why are we thinking that is that thing that is the problem? You know?
Rudolph, that's what the professor answered. Remember the question I asked him? He said we have refused to decolonize our thinking, our educational system. That it is individuals that are doing that right now in Nigeria. Like he gave an example that sometimes he takes his students to the market and ask them to observe and come back.
Okay, to be fair, he was asking. I think what you just said, he partly answered the question by saying even the professor acknowledged that colonial mindset is there. Because what that mindset tells you that you have a limit to your imagination. That's what he's telling you. And the so-called this in the Kenyan system, Kenyan is just as bad as most African countries. It's not doing that well. I know somebody that is Kenyan. I talk to them all the time. He says he's been accused of stealing something that he didn't steal, and he's stuck in the country, and he has bad belly against the police that they planted stuff and this thing. So African countries are rotten to the core. There is a reason why the African countries themselves put together, the black nations put together, their exports is not as high as that of Singapore. A country of 6 million. Many of them, but if you look at South Africa struck out recently, but they don't use that colonial headgear anymore. Look at what they did with this. South Africa is speaking its mind more than any black nation out there, because they are able to stand on the world stage and say what they want to do, and they join the BRICS. They are striking out and doing their own thing because they fought for it. My point is that it's not an insult to question people. I didn't say you're an idiot. By my statement, even it implies that if he was a professor that is a nationalist, his value is highly elevated. That's what it means. But if you're a professor and your education is limited and you are limiting the psyche of the people, that's what in America they call gatekeepers. They block people's mindset because they are educated and they have authority, and they tell other people this is how you should be, and the people fall for it, and they are very, very destructive.
All right, let's go to other people, get them involved in the conversation. Righteous Man, after your flagship.
Yeah, I will soon be saying good night. It's been an interesting evening. You know, I've really listened to every contribution, and I want to say thank you to everyone here. Chim, I've been asking of you seriously, because I really miss you, my coming diplomat and senator. How are you doing, sir, and your family? Really miss you.
Well, good. I'm doing an academic work, so I can't. I just decided I'm even taking a risk. I have an assignment that needs to go in the next 2 hours. So, but that's okay. I'm around.
Okay. So something happened between Benue and this state that is very close to Benue. They are coming to Ondo. I think people were in mass transit bus heading to Ondo. When they got to the boundary between one of these northern states and Benue, these gunmen stopped them and took how many, is it 10 or 15 captive? I don't know whether any of them, were neutralized or thereabout. So I saw Jonathan, I just saw a flash of Jonathan, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and it disappeared. So I wanted to ask him, what is going on in Benue State? Why are every time in Nigeria the news is about Benue State? It's not something to write home about. Anyway, my brother, forefather, you see, it's not as if anyone hits you. And I don't think that anybody that appears in this platform hits Nigeria. We don't hit this country. In fact, those of us that took the pain to remain here were paying price that ordinary human being living in diaspora will not be able to pay. And so when you want to analyze the issue of this country, please, sir, with all due respect, put us into consideration before you begin to paint a color that seems to you to be right when it is not right. That professor lives in Nigeria. He had lived abroad, came back here. He knows everyday activity. He knows what is going on here better than you. And I didn't like the language you used on him. Even when you want to question him, you question with respect, not making him to look as if his academic record is nothing to write home about, or he's just a professor by theory. That I consider it an insult, to the academic work. And I do sincerely hope that we learn every day to change from whatever that is considered to be wrong. I have discovered that you have read so much books, and one of the things I came to realize in the recent time is that you behave like the British. They are very cunning, very conservative. They know what they are looking at, but they will pretend as if they are with you, but they have their target. I think having lived in London or in Britain for the number of years you've mentioned here must have affected your way of reasoning and your way of seeing things, which is well understood. You don't talk like those who live in America at all. Most of you that lives in Britain, whenever you make your presentation here, it's quite different from those who lives in USA. So I can understand that. But please, sir, before you analyze Nigeria, before you condemn people that are living here or take side to whatever you think, please remember that we are suffering here. And this suffering is not something that any human being should pray for his enemy or our enemy to encounter. No light, no food, no security, no work, no medication, Medicare. There is nothing. You graduate from the university, you're rotting here. There is no good road, nothing. And so please, sir, with all due respect, refrain and retreat from those comments you normally make. Thank you.
Thank you, Righteous Man. I like the power of Nigerians. I don't think Kenyans or Malawians will be talking and saying refrain, and but Nigerians are wonderful. Righteous Man, what's wrong with us who live in America? You mentioned something. It's something very insulting, like that UK are the right people, Canadian, but the Americans. What's wrong with us? Anyway, you don't have to answer that. Before I go on to the
he didn't say there was anything wrong with you. He said that Americans are more straightforward than.
Oh, is that? Oh, so that's a good thing. Okay, forgive me. I was expecting bad news from you when you talked about America. We defend America to the end. I just wanted to say something that next Sunday will be off for Easter. But we'll be on Saturday with the normal Have Your Say. But on Sunday, I go to church once a year, every Easter. so that's it. The flagship, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, so you are going to church. We've deceived most of us now. Most of us have found our way to hell, Abi.
Once a year, just to check and make sure that what I thought.
Once a year, you go and pray for forgiveness now for the whole year.
Make sure what I thought is still going on, and I'll come back and say, okay, it's still the same thing. It hasn't changed. Go ahead, flagship.
Thank you. That was hilarious, Rudolph. It cracked me up a little bit. I think that again, I'm sorry I stepped away for a few minutes. I have to attend to something, and I've heard the last few minutes of the conversation admonishing forefathers. But I want to go back to. Oh, by the way, Chin, good to see you again. I want to go back to the guest that we had today. If I sum up what he said, my impression or take home from it is that he's resigned to himself and resorted to self-preservation, if you will, because it seemed like there's no hope based on what the true situation and picture is on ground in Nigeria. And it surprises me that men of his caliber and status at the height of his profession in the academics have resorted to this fate. That paints a very, very serious picture that Nigeria is almost at the point, if not at the point of no repair. And other alternatives need to be used or implemented. Again, it also showed me when I hear him speak and say he's resigned his approach to trying to design methods by himself on how to approach things and work them out in his own way and to the best of his ability to try to help the students in his institution. It tells me that the academic staff union of Nigerian universities are not together. So even if he has a great idea and tries to put it forward to the rest of the union nationwide, it still will hit the rocks and there'll be no results, good results that will come out of it. And it reminds me of the thing that I've always said, that the people in Nigeria are pretty much almost at a helpless position. I use the word almost because the gun is pointed at them. Everything is against them. There is so much they can do. That's why I don't like to lash out on the Nigerian people. In my opinion, they have done so well. They have really tried. They came out against all odds when it was election time. They muscled up their energy from the north to the south, east, and west to try to redirect the course of Nigeria. But of course, the people that are there now, in the words of the professor, as he mentioned, that the people in government now are people who really do not understand policies. They are just like grab and take, and let me use a local word in Nigeria, agberus in the motor park. They don't understand what good governance is. So it's hard for you to talk to them. It's hard for you to approach them with ideas. I mean, if a professor of his caliber would resort to that, it kind of makes me wonder what else is there in terms of resources and solutions that could be provided to these people to take their knees off the neck of Nigeria. But there's still hope, I believe. Whichever way it happens, whether Nigeria sticks together and we try to get sane leaders that will be leading us, or it splits apart, or we go back to the confederation system where everybody minds their own business in their own regions. Either way it happens, the big goal or the main goal is to give the people a breathing space so they can get their lives back together. There was so much that he said, which in my opinion, doesn't look like he's blaming the Western folks, but he's only trying to tell us that the agenda behind closed door is really not what we are seeing that the cameras are showing to us on our screens. So there's a lot that's happening to Nigeria, our country as we know it, that we need to really go above and beyond to try to figure a way out to get some help to them. And lastly, I'll direct this to you forefathers. You got great ideas. When I listen to you speak, I could pick out in one sentence what you're trying to say in so many words. But you seem to misdirect it. And you use the wrong pronouns and adjectives a lot. You are lashing out on your panelists. You are lashing out on the people in Nigeria who are trying their best as much as they could against all odds, against that is standing against them, and making it look like you have the solution, but everybody else is the problem. And nobody seems to want to listen to you. Like I said the last time, your ideas are great. You can package it together and send it to those in your constituents that are your reps, that are your senators. You can request to meet with them. If you can't meet with them, look for them on social media. Drop it on their pages. I believe you some way, somehow, they will get the message and they will run with it if they are good-minded people that listens to people from their constituents. So please ease up on lashing out on Nigerians generally, ease up on lashing out on your panelists, and present your ideas and use the right pronouns. It would be great if you can call names. For example, you could say the Obasanjo regime, the Jonathan regime, the Babangida regime messed up Nigeria. It's not me. It's not you. It's not the people out there in Nigeria who don't have any role to play or didn't have any part at all in decisions that were made. The most thing they can do is protest. But as it is right now, that's been taken out of them. If they do it, there goes the gun and the nozzle pointing at them. They make any step further, 6 feet below they go. So please, your ideas are great. Present them in a more friendly way so everybody can get the meaning and maybe think about it, pass it out to those that they know in government, and hopefully someday somebody will get their minds together and say, let's listen to this guy. He's got some great ideas and find a way to make it work. Thank you.
I think people are taking me too seriously from the point of view that what I'm saying is like too big. I have to present it to people. What I'm just arguing is I'm here to go through the ideas and see which one holds up to evidence. And when I present it, I don't know why people say I'm imposing it on people. It's my opinion, and if you want to challenge it based on its merits. Sometimes people come after me. I don't go after people individually. You don't see me say, oh, you're an idiot, or this one is it. I'm going after your ideas, and I said, let's debate the idea itself. Because if we get the idea right, we are going to provide better solutions to our people. I'm in contact with people in Nigeria. I'm talking to people in Nigeria as not everybody else is doing. I'm not any special. I'm just saying, I don't know why people think I'm imposing. It's just, how do I do it? I just give my own opinion. Go after the opinion. That is what I recommend.
But for fathers,
if you listen, so I think sometimes if you take a minute or two to go back and listen to the broadcast, and just assess it, see how it's said, how you said it. If somebody was to say it that way to you, would it make sense? Would you listen?
Can you give me an example? Say it to me, please.
No. I think, father. I think the way it comes.
Say it to me the way I say it to people. Let's see what I will
the
find
way
it offensive at all.
strong to most of us is the fact that you double as the panelist, and you double as the anchor, and your opinion kind of counts. It's the same way you kind of want to pick an editor's opinion. You understand? Your style is different from Rudolph's style. We don't get to hear Rudolph's opinion most of the time. He allows us to talk, and then maybe once in a while he weighs in, and the way he puts it is different from the way you put it. You understand? So as an anchor and as a panelist, the way you wield that, I don't want to say power, but that influence, sometimes we take it the wrong way. You understand? So maybe if you want to be an anchor, be an anchor. If you want to be a member of the panelists, be a panelist. And then we know, as panelists, we know how we engage each other. But when you come off board as an anchor, as a panelist, and then you brush it down, when you give that idea, and you the way you pass it across, it's like you're forcing it down. You like Four Flagship said, watch it over and over again. You will see.
Maybe I am pushing you to defeat
Rudolph,
it
can I
with
say something,
logic,
please?
so that I too can, maybe if you are right, may change my mind. But what I find is that if you can't defeat the idea, I find it frustrating that people just fight for the sake of it.
Sorry, Davidson. Sorry, I just wanted to say quickly. Don't be offended, Davidson. I don't mean to take the floor. Okay, so Fofo has asked a question to Flagship. He said, "Say it the way I would say it." Okay, I'll give you a typical example, and it has become a. Sometimes there are behavioral nuances, idiosyncrasies we exhibit. We all have it, but we are not observant that we are doing that thing. It takes a third eye to be able to point that thing out to you, and then it's up to you now to accept and go and do an introspection and make a change. I'll give you an example. In the course of this, and this is standard you forefathers. You say, you know, when you may start quietly and you're going, then you just say, and you know, this is about our people. This is I say about our people. This is not about our people. About our people. So about this our people start wondering, okay, so like Flagship said, so the rest of us are the problem and you are not. You're seeing, you have a larger, you know, you have a bird's eye view that we can't see. And people are beginning to wonder, okay, what superior view is this in? Because the mannerism at which you have projected it becomes an issue. Now, like he rightly said, it doesn't mean that the body of what you're saying is wrong in the sense that the idea. It's just that how you have quoted it becomes a put off for people, and I'm like, what is this guy talking about? How come he's pointing fingers at the 240 other people and minus himself? Do you understand? So maybe you need to. I don't know. I do this. I go back and I see. In fact, there are times Rudolph will send me snippets of the program. He cuts it into bits, and I listen. Sometimes he sends me things, and I'm like, oh, I said this. Oh, that was terrible, you know. So I don't know. This is just me. I don't know if what I said aligns with Flagship said, but you need to look at the way you present it. Nobody is saying it. Nobody wants you to be Rudolph. I don't want you to be Rudolph. Be forefathers. But in being forefathers also, forefathers needs to begin to evolve. Forefathers needs to begin to make changes. Forefathers needs to begin to like transform, look at things from a different perspective. That's what is going to make you not just a panelist that you are right now, but also the anchor that you are on when Rudolph is not there or when you're managing things. I don't know. This is just my 50 cents.
It's funny you said that because I agree with part of what you said. But when you said that I start saying you people and all the rest of it, somebody criticized me. I think it was Jagun that criticized me privately about this, and I disagree with him at first, but because of the context of the argument. But later on, I thought about what he said, because he said sometimes you just come, you start saying stuff, then later on you just raise your voice. And I understood. I said, maybe there is some truth to that. I have to check it. And when I found that was true, I actually apologized to him. I said, okay, that what you said before was actually accurate at that point, but I was being a bit obnoxious because of the context of our argument. See, like what you just said just now, that sometimes I come across as saying, our people, our people. Sometimes I do that, and it comes across as if I'm being condescending. But when other times I do include myself, I make clear that I am one of them. Like I said, 16 years in this country, I was like colonial mentality kind of person. I am one of them. So I'm not exempting myself from being, like I think, who did I say this to yesterday? I said, you are now a man. You can't keep blaming what the
you need to move to US.
We have to change things.
You go growing.
See, forget US. You see, Alexander Gomez, don't make me come for you. This man, see, he called me a mentally challenged person once. See, what he did, I don't like when people do that, because you're attacking the person. You're not attacking the idea at all. And now he said it again. You never really go after the idea. You just don't like the person. How are we so kind of, we don't follow the thrust of the argument. We follow the way the person said it. I am not a very confident person. That's why I would rather be timid, maybe sometimes offensive, and just say the stuff that I feel, because I feel like the ideas are actually quite important. But what I find is that people miss the thrust of the argument and they go after the person. And that is, try to understand where I'm coming from. It's about the ideas. And if you shoot my ideas down, I will change. I will change. I will not hold it like as if I'm hugging a transformer.
I wanted to ask you, forefathers, the last time you changed your idea, any idea?
I just gave an example of jargon. I literally just gave an example of jargon.
That's a private conversation. I'm talking about in public arena like this,
I'm sure I have changed quite a few. I think I remember when somebody's on the panel, they corrected me or something, and I said, okay, you are right. And you know why people don't notice it? Because I kind of give ground very quickly. So they don't notice it. It's when I hold my ground, people notice. You see that? And I've seen that in other moderators where I go online. See, KJ, can you stop? KJ, all this, KJ, stop it. See, when I go online, I've seen another moderator that does that too. And I actually complimented him for him because, like, he will be on the side of the crowd having a go at me. Then when I challenge him, and he will back off very quickly and say, oh, you are right, move on. And I respected that because because he recognized where he went wrong. Because I would do the same. And people don't notice when he does that because he does it so quickly.
Well, can you remember why you did one? Just one,
I can't I can't remember one. The one I remember is with Jago.
All right.
It's with Jago, the one I remember.
That's okay. We agreed that you'll be a guest, and someone raised it. I think it was number 6. We actually agreed that he will be a guest, and that any Sunday that we don't have anybody, most of the time, sometimes we have challenges with people canceling on us. Not that we don't have anybody booked, but last minute. So you'll be a guest, and maybe to help you to flesh out your ideas, and people will get to know you more, and and they will have opportunity to challenge you and see what you are made of. So that's on the line. So we would get that done sometime before the summer. So
that's fine. I'm not like Panzer that keeps running away. I'm not going to run. I'm going to stand my ground.
All right, Davidson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Black Sheep, because whenever you talk, I listen. As in, you
don't listen when I talk. All right.
Yeah, of course. Rudolph, you and I, we met in New York, and so I do listen to everyone, seriously. And I remember the last time, about a couple of days ago, you said so many things. As in, I keep listening over and over. You have a very great idea. You have a very good solution for the country, Nigeria. I hope if you can, come up with a paper, articles, maybe our government will listen to you more, And I just want to let you know to keep saying what you are saying, fighting for the people and for the well-being of our nation, Nigeria. Rudolph, we also want to beg you for a favor, because the professor you invited today really done a great job. But the question I wanted to ask is not really for him, because as an individual, he has done his part. I want to speak to the policies maker in Nigeria, people that make policies and all of that. These are the problems we are facing in the country. Today, we are talking about educational system is not working. And the reason why we are having this issue is because of the people that are making policies in our country, Nigeria. Over the year, you can remember maybe 20, 30 years ago, the Chinese, they were facing issue, the Indians and all of that. They keep sending people to US to go and learn, coming back to develop their country. As an IT specialist, I work in the US. Some of my colleagues, they will travel to India. They will stay there, having their internet like fast the way my own is fast here. But my friend traveled to Nigeria recently, trying to connect to our VPN here to work. He couldn't do anything. In our educational system, just like what the professor said, the major issue we are facing in our country, Nigeria, is the lack of human capital development. In order for us to achieve that goal, you have to look at the people you are grooming, the people you want to develop. I said something that the way forward is to democratize our educational system. I must not need to go to the 4 walls of the university. I can learn at the comfort of my home to become who I want to become. Why? I have access to internet, access to all the resources and light and all of that to be able to achieve all these goals. So I would like to speak with the person, especially the educational sector, the Minister of Education, that, okay, our curriculum is no longer invoked. It's no longer meeting up with the world standard. Are we going to remain like this, hoping that change will come? You know, in today's world, we are talking about artificial intelligence. Look at computer science faculties, engineering. Is it working? Is it meeting up with standard? Recently, I see the Minister of Works and many others inviting Indians, Chinese to come and help us construct our roads. We have professors in Nigeria. We have civil engineers that are graduating from Nigeria University. How come we are not inviting people to come and construct our roads for us? So these are the questions that beg for answers. It's so unfortunate that, okay, look at you are having a curriculum. After graduating, we cannot team up with the professors in our country to construct a simple bridge or whatever. So we are hoping for a nation to develop. That is why I support what the professor said. If we continue in this trajectory, hoping for change to come, it will never come. Many of us are victims of Nigeria happening to us. We have so many talented professors, students, and all over there in the country. They don't have access to resources. The individual you are seeing making waves now, maybe they have the money or they have person backing them up from one or two places. So please, if there's any way you can invite maybe Minister of Education or anybody, let's have a conversation with these people. Because they are the policy maker. You know, they are the one putting us where we are today. It's so fortunate that in this 21st century, we are still inviting people to come and help us develop our nation. Remember, we have the concept of taste for foreign goods. When they finish developing, we pay them that money. They convert it to dollar and take it out of our economy, giving back to what we call leakage. There's no injection. Please, we as a people have done our best to develop ourselves the little we can. We need the government to give us the necessary tools to be able to keep growing as a nation. Like what the professor said, if we continue this trajectory, I bet you we will never get there. We will never get there.
Davidson, thank you so much.
Rudolph, can you give me maybe 2 minutes to respond to Davidson?
Okay.
Davidson, first of all, thank you so much. I feel very humbled at your good words. I appreciate it. Davidson, you are on the same, you're having the same thought that I have. My biggest project for Nigeria is the educational sector. And it has been, and I've made moves. It has been my project to find a way to get to the Minister of Education. I'm talking to people who know somebody that can get me to where he or the minister is. And my proposition is exactly what you just talked about, looking at the curriculum. But here's how I've started, and I will share it with you and to everybody else here that is listening. Until we get to the Minister of Education to have that conversation, what I'm doing right now is to visit the primary school curriculum in my locality at home. And we're trying to redesign something for them and present it to the Commissioner of Education in our local governments. Please do the same. The goal is this. If we pick out what we see the Asians do, the Americans do, the Europeans do, the Japanese do, we're examining all of these curriculums. And from what I've seen so far, if we take it to our kids, it's possible for them to catch up to it. But I'm talking about quantum mechanics being taught to kids that are 6 years old at this point in Japan. That means we have a long way to go. But are kids able to do it? Yes, they can do it. And here's what the Indians are doing, the Asians are doing here where I live. Their kids are within our educational system. My whole county here if you split it to 4 parts, I would say over a quarter, maybe a quarter and a half of it are Asians, Indians, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese. They are everywhere here. Do you know what they do? They brought their educational curriculum from their country down here. While they are using the American educational curriculum to educate their kids, they have after-school programs where they teach their own curriculum to their children. So it's like a double-barrel gun that the kids are using. That's the approach that I'm working on, to get this curriculum, look at all of them, put something together, take it home. If our commissioners of education will not accept it or doesn't see sense or make sense out of it, we want to introduce it to the schools, the primary schools, even if it means to get the kids to stay at school for 1 hour extra every day to be taught in this elementary status that every kids in other nations are learning. Let's begin to introduce our kids to them. The next step is to gather books. And we are working with organizations now who give out free books. We want to gather them and ship them back home. Open up a small library where these kids can go to learn and read these books and at least get a chance to stand toe-to-toe with their counterparts from other countries. Lastly, I said 2 minutes, but I know I'm over. But lastly, today, poverty is what our government is using as a weapon against our people. And you and I see it. But do you know another dangerous one that is looming that none of us are paying attention to? Wrong, bad education. If we continue with this curriculum that we have and the way education is going, that even the IMF and the World Bank is suggesting to Nigeria to do away with polytechnics, that is the craziest thing anybody can ever think of or hear. You're talking of vocational training that people who do not want to go to the four walls of an academic institution can go to get training on based on their skills. They are asking our government to do away with it. And guess what? They are doing away with it. We're being disadvantaged. Tomorrow, I'm talking 15, maybe 20 years from now, we're just going to be sitting ducks. Our people will not be able to measure up anywhere. The ones that are able to run out of Nigeria, I guess they call it Jackpot at this moment, they run out to other countries to seek a better life. So please, work with people from wherever you are from to begin to put this curriculum together for these little kids so that at least we can start to grow and groom these young ones between now and the next 15, 16, maybe 20 years. They too can stand a chance to rub shoulders with their counterparts from the rest of the world. We cannot let this bad education that we're getting hurt our children, that they will now use that also as a weapon against us, that in the face of other countries, we can't speak because we don't know. There is AI right now. Ask the average Nigerian child. Do they know what AI is? They don't, but they all have smartphones. So please, begin to think in that line, and you're thinking about it already, but please begin to work on curriculums yourself. Join with people that are from your place. Put it together, take it home, and begin to implement it in the government schools as much as you can. Thank you.
Please, can I just add quickly to what he said? You know, I've thought about some of the stuff you said. One of the bottlenecks is that the Nigerian space doesn't necessarily have the relevant infrastructure or tools to be able to translate the gains that are being made in the West technologically to the Nigerian space. And if we could work out the best way to translate the technological advancement in the West to the Nigerian space, that would be, and actually selectively do it too, in such a way that you go after the strategic ones that make the most difference and translate it to the Nigerian space. I think that would be quite critical. And personally, if I had the resources, I would be carrying out a research first to target the specific ones. And I think the current digital minister in Nigeria was talking something along the same lines in terms of doing AI in Nigeria. But I think it has to be broad scope in terms of the approach. You have to look at it from the point of view that how do I get what those people have, the most important ones, and package it in such a way that it can be taught to Nigerians or delivered to Nigerians in the current state Nigeria is in. And the population that is going to have it, whether it's everybody, whether it's specific group, how protected are they? How is it going to endure? Those type of thinking is needed. But I 100% agree with you. That technological aspect is very, very important.
And let me tell you how we can do it. One minute. So this is the next approach. We have several things that we're working on. It's not me alone, but I'm sharing ideas with people who are from my part of the world. We are asking from where I'm from, our kings. They have big voices, all right? And our local government chairman, they have big voices. This is our proposition. Give us a land somewhere. If you want us to buy it, we will. We are if I can get 100 people from my place, of which we are way more than that, to commit a certain amount of money, buy this land, and build a vocational center there that we can computerize, that kids can come to. I'm talking of where we can put computers. HP as a company, they have computers they give away. They have programs that they run with third world countries where they donate these computers. We're going to approach them. We're going to ask them for computers. We want to digitalize a section of our community back home. We're going to build this center, and we want to put these computers and equipments there. So these kids can go there at their leisure, after school, on weekends, on Sundays, whatever time, keep it open. Power the place by solar panel and put constant electricity there and expose these children to what the rest of the kids in the rest of the first world nations are seeing. Even if it's for them to just come by, sit down and watch the videos on big screen. We're trying to jumpstart their brains to begin to think way ahead of their time. If we can provide this and give it to these children, we stand a good chance to give them a better tomorrow. So we're hoping that our king will give us some land somewhere. We're going to build it. It's not going to cost us too much. $20,000. We can make it happen. And then we seek out for these computers, send them home, computerize the place, and open it to the public school children or to any kid who want to come there to learn, so they can see what the rest of the world is seeing that's beyond what their little digital phones that they have using to watch skits at home is shown to them. I believe with this, these are one of the many ways that we can begin to get our children to start to think beyond where they are, and hopefully they too will be able to stand and begin to challenge the status quo and make a better tomorrow for themselves.
Wow.
Yeah. Just a minute, please. I just want to quickly respond to Forefather. Thank you for that great idea, Mr. Flagship. And regarding to what Forefather said, regarding technological transfer, what they have in the West, we can bring it back to what we have in Africa or Nigeria, as the case may be. The truth of the matter is that we have everything in Africa. Connecting the dots is the problem. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? It's just a simple calculus, simple mathematics put together to form one or two. You know, Nigerian professors in the mathematics engineering, they all have all these things they taught in our university. But using all this mathematical knowledge and all of that to form a simple product or software or whatever is not there. A good example, if you talk about linear algebra, I can quote linear algebra, for instance, from beginning of the course I was taught in Mass 317 to the end. Without looking at book, I will teach that course. In Nigeria, I just do it without knowing the usefulness of those components. Coming to America, and I find out that the y, the x, linear, all those, the number of a matrix and all of that. Simple matrix, the dot product of a matrix, ng values and ng vector is what we use for all these like recommendation system that Amazon is using today for their product recommendation. So my whole point is this: if we can work on our education curriculum, not just focusing on grades, I made first class 2-1 or whatever, that okay, project based, you know, will help us. We have the tools, we have everything. You talk about quantum mechanics, quantum computing. If you go to physics department in our university, when professors in those universities talk, as in, I was in a class here in the United States of America. When a professor was talking, and I listened to one professor in Nigeria, he said they don't match. The one in Nigeria, I bet you, it will beat the one that was teaching that course. But there is no connection between what is happening in the real world and what is happening in the classroom in Nigeria. So the point here is that we need that synergy between what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the classroom. A good example was this. I came to the US. The first project we did, the community was having issue with their water drainage, their wastewater disposition, whatever. They come to the AR lab. I was among those they selected to go and work on those projects. We fix it, we do everything, use all those anomalies or whatever, tools, whatever. So what am I trying to say? They found out that the university in that community was the one that helped them to solve that problem. We have everything in Nigeria. Connecting the dots is the problem. And I wish our policies makers should come to the realization that our university needs to be upgraded. Our curriculum needs to be upgraded to be able to fit in with this current dispensation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, are you Tiubala?
Are you after me?
No, you sound like him. That's why I've not seen him for a long time. I've not heard from him for a long time.
Okay, KJ,
you sound like him.
Before KJ speaks, let me just say this. Just based on experience, what you guys are talking about here is very important. And I think instead of waiting for them to reach out to you, I think the approach is to reach out to them. I'll give you an example. I when we were at Sahara, after the Sahara period, I met a former minister who told me that we did not know what we did for her. It was a woman. We did not know what we did for her. And people like her who were in that government, I don't want to mention the name of the government, that they were inside trying to push for change. That we were like outside force reinforcing what they are trying to push for. So she was thanking me for what we did, certain things, you know. So sometimes you may not know. There are people who want reform in the educational system in Nigeria. They may be alone. They may be pushing this idea and there's nobody who is listening to them. But if you go there and approach them and find avenues to reach out and put that idea forward, you might reinforce someone who is on the inside pushing for those changes, and they might take it up. I'll give you another example. I told forefathers privately, I think I can say here, that some of his ideas, he could articulate them in articles, and we get it published in newspapers. It will reach more people. Somebody can hold it on and read it and say, okay, I read something like this somewhere. Whatever it is, somebody might, that's how it spread. That's how people pick up ideas and run with it. So don't underestimate what you can do as an individual. One of the ways is just to put it out into space, and then some other people, like-minded people, will read it and will come to the conclusion that I'm not alone. I've had students at universities in Nigeria read my column and say, oh, you know, I think like this, but I can't say it in the university because they will call me this, they will do this, which worried me, you know, because universities are now places where you can't have an idea that is different from the general idea out there, you know. But anyway, so I'm saying this to say what you guys are saying is discussing is very important. But I have to leave. I have a conference that started 30 minutes ago, but I have to join them. And but thank you guys. And on Saturday we do have a say and take Sunday off for Easter. For fathers.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, I think KJ wanted to say something. The journalist.
Thank you, Mr. Forefathers. Thank you, Rudolph. I just wanted to say, well, you know, on a lighter note, maybe we should wait and source out education also, as we are sourcing out crude oil refining, and then bring back the finished product, so that way we don't have to spend money on the universities and all that. Anyway, can we move on to the next topic, because I don't want to say anything concerning what you guys say. You guys have great ideas. I wish you all well. Unfortunately, I've lost the contact with the former person who was in the educational ministry. I would like giving it to you guys so you can you can try to get in contact with them. If you let me suggest, I will say to you, Flagship, your best idea is that best idea of starting from your local government. Because the Nigerian system, the schools, especially universities, well, maybe now that government have changed, Tinubu will come up with different idea. But before now, the thinking of the government was not where you're going. And that's why they even removed cutoff marks from a Nigerian university. They bastardized the whole thing. The intention was to crash it. So, but now maybe with the new leadership, that will change. So I wish you well. But if you ask me if I was your position, like I said, your state is your best shot. When it picks up, and then they may see it and they may decide to adopt it. Remember that there was a minister called Fakunwa, Professor Fakunwa, who said that the system should be 664, which means that your first 6 years you are taught in your mother tongue, which is what most of these Chinese and other places do, because you tend to think much better when you speak your mother tongue. Your processing is different from when I can say that because I do not necessarily process my thoughts in Igbo. I process in English, and I know the advantage and disadvantage of that. When I have to, your the richness of the culture which you come from does not most of the time impart in your expression and even in your writing. And if you want to doubt that, you look at people like Wole Soyinka. All of Wole Soyinka's writing is mostly, his based on his culture. It's not, nothing outside of that. So, but when you process your thoughts in your local language, your mother dialect, you have a better, rich understanding, and your expression is fuller than the one who thinks in English. You are kind of limited when you have to, conjure your thoughts in English. So I wish you guys well. I'm just, I like the ideas. I just pray that the country will welcome it and make progress with that. Thank you.
I think you are correct about that. There was one program I just saw just today on TVC. They were talking about, they were showing this lady that was like a Yoruba chanter. That's what they call it, a Yoruba chanter. So she was, it's like a dying culture. So she started chanting, and she went to people, the Yoruba people, and started chanting. And it's very interesting because the way they responded was it's almost visceral. And one of the young ladies, teenagers that don't care about all the things, when they started chanting to her, she was in tears. And it tells you that there is something we lose when we start thinking in foreign languages. And but nobody has bothered to look into that. And I think, if you look at all the people that have these native language as their first languages, they tend to control and develop a lot faster than the ones that don't. Chim, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say to Flagship, very good idea. But my little input would be the less bureaucratic processes involved in it, the better. Why am I saying this? I've tried some of the things you're doing, and I don't want to sound negative. What you're doing is very well accomplishable. It's not something that cannot be accomplished, but the bureaucracy always is the problem. I've had doctors who came back to Nigeria and tried to contribute, and they were impeded by the bureaucracy. So I think the local government process, perhaps, which is less bureaucratic, is a very good level to start with, especially if it is homogeneous, like you said, it's your local government, and you can easily sell the value in what you're bringing, and perhaps, hopefully, that these people will be people who are open-minded to see the value and to be able to look long-term and see the benefit to the community. And then, maybe if it's working in that little community in Delta State, somebody else in Imo State will see it and say, oh, I love what these people are doing in that local government in Delta State. How did they accomplish it? And then becomes a multiplier effect. Because that's what I've realized. Once something starts working in one very little portion of the country, there's always this multiplier effect. Somebody suddenly sees it as something good that they want to replicate. So don't take it to the federal government. Don't look for, in fact, if you can go to wherever there is no bureaucracy at all to start it with, the better. The bureaucratic system is always the issue. That's always where things die. And I don't want to mention some political officer's name. I just want to be respectful this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have told you things, lofty ideas we took, and some bureaucracy for selfish reasons just poured acid on it and everybody walked away. So the less bureaucratic involvement, the better. And for KJ, lastly, it was not Fafunwa that brought 633. It was Professor Jubril Aminu. Actually, Professor Fafunwa came and killed it. If I must be honest with you, he came and he destroyed it. So I needed to say that. I need to go. I have an assignment I need to submit. So it was nice being part of
Well, thank you, Jim. I was going to say before you leave that well said. The medium that I'm seeking with the Minister of Education is just to have a conversation. The big project is from my locality. That's what we want to do. And you and I see today that, and you're right. If it starts from one small place, everybody else wants to jump on it. Take a look at Abia, for example. It's doing good. The Oni of Ife has gone there. Obasanjo has gone there. Every other state is clamoring for their governors to go there and look and see what's happening there and try to replicate the same in their home state. So yes, our big project is from our local place, and hopefully everybody else will catch up on it.
You see what Kim said just now is one of the areas you can say, maybe I changed my mind a little bit, or I never really firmed my opinion on that. And I agree 100% with him, because the evidence suggests that it's true. Because if you go through the top, they have a way of killing the idea that you have, because they will invite you, bring documentation, do this, they will kill it. But if you start doing it yourself, and you start succeeding, they will come for you. They will be the ones asking you, come and contribute and all the rest. And I've seen that happen. And I think that is actually quite an insight, actually. And it's something that, it's something that I have to make because while I was working in Nigeria, I'm actually busy in Nigeria right now doing stuff. I've always wondered, maybe I should just go through the top and all the way down. But the way I practice it right now is the way he suggested. And it's reaffirmed my faith in that approach. Because if you build yourself, they will come for you. Not the other way around. If you go through them, they will kill it.
Father, can I quickly respond to one comment?
Yeah, please go ahead to Ibala.
Okay. When I make reference to the issue of artificial intelligence, I heard somebody write, say it's not calculus, it's not mathematics and all of that. First of all, let me start with machine learning. These are algebras, linear, what's it called? Linear regression and all of that. Then the concept of deep learning. For instance, when you are teaching a child to learn something, so use all those learning rates, use the YDS. Then sometimes the process of learning along with data might not be able to work. Then you do what you call the derivative to be able to learn. What is artificial intelligence in general? Is the neurons, just to mimic human brains. So I'm just paraphrasing the whole thing together, just to mimic human brains. What are those nodes connected together? Please, when we talk about something, I'm not just saying it because I'm saying it, I just want to talk. I'm saying it because it's the feed I am. It's what I'm using day to day. Nigeria have everything, what it takes for us to be at the forefront of all these technological advancements. All we just need to do is just to connect the dots. Please.
I think you have a point that there is calculus and linear algebra involved in machine learning. It's just that most people learn machine learning from the point of view of specific, like, I think which one is it they call local language, this thing, translation, and then
it also use the concept of reinforcement learning as well.
Yeah.
And if you go to the current one that is even in vogue right now, there's a generative AI, we call it Gen AI, that use all this large language model. Before now, we use all these probability concepts.
Let me add to what you were saying. I think the reason why they are disagreeing with you is because, like when you said that, what you are describing is the very, very base of machine learning. But generally, machine learning is a procedure whereby you do operations to meet a specific goal, then you carry out this a different operation, and then you fine tune it based on the weighting system. So, like an example is the one they call convolutional neural network that is used for computer vision. They have stages where they process things. So, but at the core of it, a lot of matrices is happening there. A lot of my calculation involving
You're right,
calculus is
100%.
involved.
Yeah, so I see no reason, and this is the major problem.
Both of you are correct. Both sides are saying similar stuff. It's just that you are talking about it from the very base.
Also, Nigeria influencer, we still need to do more. We as an individual, because somebody was responding to Flash just now how we can go about it. If you go to Indian platform majorly, you see the major discussion they are doing. You see having a discussion on maybe the topic. People will be learning from there before they are generating revenues and all that in their country. We also need to do more as an individual, creating a platform whereby people can learn back home. And to crown it all, I just want to use this opportunity to beg the federal government to work on our lights and on, as you said, the internet. Those are the two things that will drive this development.
Yeah.
Everybody know this Starlink thing, but with Elon Musk. How much does it cost to acquire one of those?
I looked into that some time ago, and one of the bigger problems you're going to have is you might be able to, you can afford it, but the problem is sometimes you may not have, you may not be able to, depend on the area you want to get the connection. If you go in remote areas, you probably get it. What I found was that in the Abuja area now, you can't because it's saturated. So they'll say you have to register, maybe even pay up front. Then when there is slot for you, then they will give you a slot. So that's how much Nigerians are using it. But if you're using the remote areas, you have free slot, and I think it's around $100, $200 a month. You could be as high as 300 if you are, depend on the package you have. Some of the packages is so big that you'll be able to distribute it to other people. Other people can use yours to have access to the internet. So it depends on the package. But personally, if it was $100, given the speed that they describe, I think it is worth it in the context of if you are in a remote location in Nigeria. It is worth it if it's $100 dollars a month. But that said, anyway. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about Easter? Whether it's good for us? We want to talk about technology. You want to talk about technology, or we could go with technology? How to what direction we can go in Nigeria in terms of technological revolution. Personally, I believe in technological revolution where everybody has to be trained in technology in Nigeria.
Forefather, you've not gone wrong. And you just asked a question and you jumped on it right away.
You are Mazi now. You are Mazi. You don't
need Jesus Christ.
Can you bring me backstage for a minute?
All right, then let me do that.
Yeah,
Mazi, thank you for joining us. Sorry about that.
What I wanted to talk about, I think everybody have, they've touched on it. Okay. It's not that you are, there is there's something a professor of mine told me one day. And it's all about, I won't mention his name. It's about, we were talking about a laptop, and I just received the laptop then, and I was asking him what are the possibilities that since the laptop is slow, can I change the hard disk and then it will perform optimally? And the next question he asked me is that, he said, look at himself. He's an old man. He said, if what I'm saying to, what I'm asking him is kind of like having him go to a theater and having them remove my own heart to his. He said, now when they give him my heart, there are possibilities that he will not be able to withstand it. Being that he is older than me, mine will pump faster than his. There is also a possibility that his was way that didn't need to be touched, just had to be left alone, just in its own way. What am I saying in essence? You see, we all come here every time and we all talk and all that stuff. Believe you me, the one thing I love is that sometimes I might not be on the panel, but I listen to everything that people say, especially when you guys have that idea of you can talk while driving. If you see a packed, and you know where I came to, where I came to is what it's known as Oakland. This is a crazy area, but it's okay. You know, I don't live in this area, but because of the fact that I really wanted to make my own contribution, that's why I said, okay, well, I will take some time and I will wait here. Yes, you said something about standing your ground. We can disagree without actually disagreeing. You understand? And what every other person said to you, that's right. An example, a critical example that I could give you would be yesterday when you said something about, there is a report that that there a lot of shooting in America. I don't know who gave you that report. I don't know where that person lives, but where I live, we've never heard a gunshot. We don't do that. But that doesn't mean that they don't do that in some other places. But I cannot generalize and say because that other places that they do that, I don't know. I have lived there for over 20 years. And I will make bold to say that things happen. Most of the places where all these shootings are happening are even where they are more conservative. And why do those people do? Nobody have the answers to why they do what they do. But one of the things that keeps coming up is that some of these people that do all this shooting is boredom. It's because where they live, they believe so much in the fact that it's their right to own a gun. There was a time I worked in an area. I was their manager there. It got so bad that I actually went and I bought one. But what I find myself doing is that every time I come to work, I don't want to park at the same spot. And when I'm leaving, you better not follow me because it keeps coming to my mind. It's kind of like this person is about to do something. Should I him or defend yourself, do something? At some point I thought about it and I came home, I said, you know what? I said, this is crazy. I'm gonna do this thing one day and then I'm gonna shoot somebody who is not even coming to attack me. And what did I do? I willingly went to the police department and I gave it to them. No questions asked. I gave it to them. And I resigned from that place. I said, you know what? If you guys don't move me, I'll move myself. Because I don't want to be here to one day, kill somebody for no reason. That's what it is. And the thing is also this, like I said, more listening does greater good than even talking. Especially when you're a moderator. Yes, you're a moderator. I understand it. You have your own opinion. But most times, allow the people, let them talk. Let them talk. They can talk as much as because I know most people who are, I won't say they're attacking you, they're not attacking you. Most of them who feel that you're not letting them talk, feel that particular time that they have to talk, you take it to also express your own views, which is relevant, but at the same time, they are not looking at it in that way. They're looking at it in another way around. And I know that without you telling me, you've had a profession in military. Most of the stuff you talk about is always about security, 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 all about, military stuff. Some of us, like I said, I'm a Libra. I don't believe so much in violence. I don't believe so much in the fact that, because this person is, I think I said that to Pastor yesterday. I have an open mind about anything. I'm a Christian, but I have an open mind. I take anything. I take anything. What I'm not gonna do is to judge anybody. I will not judge anybody. But the thing is, whatever the person is doing, as long as you don't bring it to me, then that's fine. If you keep it to yourself, it's okay. But I will have a problem when you bring it to me. Okay? Then I will have problem. That's what I can say for now. But
Thank you.
you do a good job. Just please, just listen. That nobody's castigating you. It will really help. All right.
Thank you.
So
Yeah, we are all sure, let's put it. I'm a work in progress. Let's put it that way. Augustine, thank you for joining us. You appear you came from service today. You came from service today. I'm sure the coming week is a big week for you. So what do you think about the conversation so far?
Oh man, I really enjoyed what the prof that came in today did. The guy I love the way he spoke about his own environment. He didn't just say, I have the opportunity to sell my environment. And from his background, you see what he's saying reflects whom he is. So it's not just that saying, oh, this school is so grounded and the person presenting it doesn't look grounded. So the school passed through him and it flowed in his conversation. But just to make a comment on what Mazi Prince said, I was having this conversation with a couple of friends within the week, because most of people back home, when you mention America, they will tell you gun violence, gun violence. But this week I was discussing with a friend. Yes, there's gun violence in America because every single gun violence is reported. Imagine Nigeria, if we report every gun violence in Nigeria, or just imagine kidnapping. If every kidnapping in Nigeria is reported, imagine what will happen. It will look as if the whole Nigeria has been kidnapped. Underreported information back home is far, far, far compared to any other place. So when we say gun violence, because look at the population, 300 and something million, and everything is reported. Every gun violence makes it to the news. Thank you.
But the thing is, the Nigerian space too, they do report. If somebody is kidnapped, you have to report it. You don't have a choice. If somebody shot in Nigeria, you definitely would notice it.
Millions of it don't make it to the news. They don't make it to the news.
No, it's the police report. That's where the statistics is taken from.
Sorry, forefather, where do you get police? How many people go to police in Nigeria? I have seen a friend. Many people have lost their cars. I know that they didn't even care to go to police to report it. Losing your car. So I mean, who trusts those people?
To be fair, car is one thing, but if people die, I don't know whether you know of anybody that has passed in Nigeria and they didn't report it to the police.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay,
I don't know that.
Even death, at a point of death, if somebody dies, where do you report it to in Nigeria?
I think you are required to write because they have to have a death certificate or something. You have to report it to the police.
Yeah, but they don't.
I think I agree with you. Some cases they don't, but generally, if you are shot, chances are that maybe 5% of them are not reported, but 95% is reported if the person has been shot.
95. See. Okay, in my community, I have a man that locally brings out bullet. So how many people make it to the hospital? It's only when you go to the hospital that you think about going to get police letter. How many people make it to a hospital when they have gunshots?
The one we are in America, the data we are looking at is the one that results in loss of life. 43,000 last year. That result in loss of life of those 43,000 people. Not just gun violence on its own, it's the deaths. And that is what, in the context of Nigeria, they too generally report. If somebody dies, over 90% of them are reported to the police.
What's the population of Nigeria?
200 million on average. What are we?
Sometimes when you mention that 200, and is it convincing in your head that that is correct?
Do you think it's less?
Personally, sometimes I feel it's less.
You know why it probably is correct is because if you look at the bank accounts in Nigeria, if you look at the BVNs and NINs, if you take all those into account, and anybody that is in Nigeria that knows all the numbers of all these things,
how many bank accounts do you have in Nigeria?
Sorry, sir. Nigeria is 230 million people. This is, in fact, we're even more, but officially we are 230 million people. It's not and.
KJ, with all the people that they've been killing since, it has remained like that.
What about
all the people they've been killing?
Okay, relax now. You have asked me a question. Let me answer.
I know.
Remember, the northern border was opened up by APC, where they imported a lot of people from Mauritania, from Mali, from Sudan, and all that. So we don't even have an accurate account how many who have died and how many have come in from the northern border. So, but officially, Nigeria number is 230 million people. And now
sorry, KJ, thank you for this information. If you are saying this, why were we talking about census last year? If you are giving official report, how did you get it?
Hold on, sir. The reason for the census is that Nigeria have not really had any accurate census done anytime. All the census have been fake. Remember that Mr. Ojukwu was removed from National Population Commission because he went there and discovered the anomalies they've been committing since the very first census, and shouted out and told Goodluck Jonathan that these people running this organization has always lied about census and was about to expose all the shenanigans going on behind the scene. And certain group, I will not mention them so that it doesn't now look one-sided. Certain very important people in Nigeria went to Jonathan and said, if you don't remove this man, you will not have our votes. So Mr. Ojukwu was removed. This is our official record I'm talking about. But Mr. Ojukwu was removed from that place. And so he didn't have the opportunity to expose those anomalies, who were removed. And the person who came to take over, of course, other things followed. That's always been the Nigerian situation. When we bring, if we bring Augustine now into that place, and he want to set the record straight and set things are right, some people will go behind at midnight and go and meet the powers that be and say, look, this man is now the national issue. He must be removed. And so they will remove him. Sometimes they remember that Brigadier General Hejrika, Major General Hejrika, was going to end Boko Haram. But he also, campaign of calumny was taken out against him, and he was removed. Okay, what about I can go on and on and on. So, but the question have been answered, and I'm saying again that we have never had any proper census. It has just been cut and joined. So maybe that time they were planning to do a proper census. That was what the Goodluck Jonathan government wanted to do. Unfortunately, time ran out of him. I handed over to Buhari to do that.
But the size of people that vote, though, is a bit concerning, though. Is that not why some people can argue that how can we be on 200 million when 18 million is voting also?
Forefather, you said about, but KJ came with certitude. KJ, how did you get the statistics?
Yes, before now, remember that there's a time they one of the census they are calculated at one time. I think I don't know if I was in the university then or just outside of the university. It was calculated that Nigeria was 180 million at that time, and going by their own projection, I'm talking about National Population Commission now, that Nigeria was progressing in this order. And so by their own projection, by their own, not me put the figure, Nigeria is about 230 million now.
Okay, about. Okay.
Yes.
So the issue of do you
Sorry,
know why
sorry,
I
sorry.
see
Let me ask again. Sorry, I missed the people you said that did the calculation. Who did the calculation, please?
The Nigerian Population Commission. Remember that the last
Ah.
census, I don't know if it's 1988. I can't remember the last time they did it, but there was a calculation that a census that came up to say Nigeria was about 180 million. Okay, and then after that, and then they moved it up and said because of that and because of so and so, there was some kind of calculation they used to arrive at the fact that we may be around this figure right now because of the project or progression they were envisaging after the last census. If I do my research, I can give you actual figures.
Wow. Okay. I think Augustine wanted to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because now I'm looking at from population, they're saying 2021, 213 million point four. So when you don't have, okay, now I know so many people that have died and still get their pension and still get their allowances. When you don't have way of checking this, how do you come with that figure? Because it baffles me. Even birth, even there's a birth certificate. There's no birth certificate in Nigeria.
Here is the situation, and it's a sad situation. It's not something we should be talking about in maybe in international media.
Okay, sorry.
The record keeping in Nigeria is very far. There was a time when they were going to do this, and it's because of personal reasons, not because they want to help Nigeria. It's personal reasons totally. We said if people in Nigeria have bank account and they use ATMs, and nobody has ever gone to the bank and collected your money instead of his own money, why make voting card special? Why not just make voting card the way the banks have made it and use the same system that they use in the bank for you to vote? If they do that, we all know how many people are in Nigeria, whether in Ogbomosho or in Ejegule. We will know how many people live in Ejegule because when you put your card in, it will tell exactly where you are coming from and where you live. Okay? But they refuse to do that because you see that will blow all these paddings that we have done, both in population and otherwise. Okay, they refuse to use that ATM system to do the voting card. That will have simply given us a population of the people above 18 in Nigeria. They will deal with only 18 and below, which can easily also be ascertained. Okay, but you see, there have been this, that. Even the population forms are manipulated because tribe, religion are removed from it. Okay, so if tribe and religion are removed from it, what then do you want to? You don't know how many people are Igbos, you don't know how many people are Yorubas, you don't know how many people are Hausa, you don't know who are Jukum, Tiv, Angas. Okay, is that how it's done in other places?
I think they are using states, isn't it? By states, you can estimate the
No,
size
but
of the
why do we
specific
need to
tribes.
estimate when we can do the proper counting?
To be fair, I don't know how they did it, but in the Nigerian census that I saw, they gave number for the Hausa population, Fulani, Ijo, Igbo. So there may be somewhere where they do tick to indicate what tribe they belong to. That's I don't know which census they did that, but I don't know where the Nigerians are getting the values then, except it's a false value, but it's online there. So somewhere along the line they are doing it.
I can assure you that I haven't lived in Nigeria almost all my life. There's nothing like that. I've not even taken part in any census as old as I am now in Nigeria. Okay, so anybody tell that there's something that there's nothing like that. They will just sit down somewhere and look. If we wanted, you see, the system is that I don't know any father that will be telling his children lies. That is how Nigeria is. The people in authority be lying to the children. That is their own people. To whose benefit? To whose benefit? Let me give you something. Every year there are people who they call the immunization people that the UN that goes around to give these children. You
You see, those people go to almost every locality in Nigeria, immunizing children. All you need to do was to attach people to them. As they get to every compound, they take note of those who are there. They fill out the forms and everything. But we don't want to do the right thing. Not because we don't have a system to do the right thing. We don't want to do it. Those people go to every locality. They trek. They trek to every locality. They know every point in every state where people live, because they have to go there and find out whether you have young children who have not been immunized, so they immunize them against polio. Okay, those polio guys go around everywhere.
Taking this, but I think it shouldn't be that difficult to know the population of Nigeria. Even the current digital minister, which I find quite impressive in the way he looks at things, he actually said it that soon we'll not even need to do census if you digitize the economy so well. You will not need to, because people's phones are linked to their identity, they are linked to their fingerprint and everything. You can just know the amount of people in the country just based on that. And obviously the children too, if you decide the schools, the hospitals, you will just know the population that you have in there. I think that's how they do it in the UK too, if I'm not mistaken.
No, but the UK, because you get health insurance.
Yeah.
So you must go to the council to register.
Yeah.
So what do you get from the government?
Nothing.
In Nigeria.
Nothing.
You do get bank accounts. You get bank accounts, phone lines.
How many people do you think have bank accounts in Nigeria?
Okay, not everybody is true, but there must be ways people have contact with the government.
But do you know that the few that has, one person might have up to 20 bank accounts?
True, but you can estimate the people that have more than one bank account and use that to calculate the numbers.
People who live in Nigeria who do not have any contact with government whatsoever.
Sure, many.
That's true. I think that is what is up to the government to fix. If, like, let's say if I was the one in charge now, ensure that every town there's going to be a process by which they all get captured as part of the community, no matter. And obviously, you have to also capture the ones that are passing on, because if you don't do that, your population is just going to be going up, and you don't know who is dying and who is in place. So all that too needs to be captured.
That is going to be difficult. Remember that, because we have different system of religion. Some people believe that once their people pass, in the next 3-4 hours, the person have to be. So which time are you going to go and do all that?
No, KJ, is very like one. This idea of burying somebody everywhere. Do you imagine the disease that can affect? So if you have it that before you bury somebody, the place must be certified, or the person must have this death certificate before you conduct any burial. But the only problem you have in all these things is that anything you enact in Nigeria, they will move it with corruption.
They may not even follow it. That's the problem.
Just like in America, if you lose somebody and you don't have money to bury the person, you walk away. Number of days, government will claim and bury the person. So if you do it in Nigeria,
I think that is why you have statisticians. They can do analysis models to know on average how many people die a day. So even if there's a little bit of problems with the way people report deaths, they can still have an estimate of how many people, at least to the first 10,000 or 20,000, this in the error rate. And in terms of capturing information, I think we give us, if people are doing the right thing, this government does the right thing, within 5-10 years, you capture almost everybody. Because I think from a child now, you have to get NIN even. So soon you won't be able to get anything without NIN.
The local council, the local council, what do they do? The local government, what do they do?
Let me ask you.
Remember, in the local government, there are
wars. Controls local government these days. Government controls local government.
This NIN you're talking about, is it the one that the Fulani herdsmen are holding, or which one? Which one are you talking about?
How about the ones that the people with everybody has NIN? It's not only Fulani people that have NIN. They have to.
No, now. Boy, listen.
Sorry.
Are you saying they don't have it? Are you saying they don't have
it? When you mean Fulani, you mean people that are not Nigerian.
I live in Abuja. I know what they did during the registration, the political registration. Okay. and how people got NIA numbers. So leave that one. You see, look, if any government is serious, I want to really find out who are the real Nigerians. It will even be more difficult because a lot of people now in Nigeria has NIA and they're not Nigerians.
Yeah, but but NIN is backed up with something else, and I agree with you that some people that may not necessarily be Nigerians may be part of this, but I think it's a tiny amount because by that standard, if you say Fulanis are coming, how about the people in Benin Republic? I know people that say that the front of their house is in Nigeria, the back is in the Benin Republic, and then you see the people in Cameroon. The people in Cameroon too.
I had a bricklayer that he's from Togo. So while he was working with me, he brought all his people and they all had driver's license. So I was speaking with him last month. I said, guy, where are you? He said he has gone back to his country. I said, why? He said, our money have lost tremendous value.
What is he gonna do now? He has no power anymore.
Nigeria, he doesn't make money again.
Did you not see that one of those skits that the Cameroonian guy made? I was laughing. He was telling Nigerians that they should come. It's now their turn to come to Cameroon because before now they used to, when they come to work in Nigeria for 1 month, 3 months, they come back with plenty money and they are rejoicing. Now their money. In fact, he called one particular one which was like 1,500 safer, was down almost 20,000 naira. He was just laughing. Yeah. They laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. You know, they say, "How are the mighty falling?" You know, so. That's the funny thing.
But do you think that we can never claw this back, this Naira problem? Because one of the things he did is it destroyed a lot of businesses from the point of view that they don't know how to make decisions properly anymore. Because every time you buy something, the price is going up. So the currency is going bad. You have to act all the time. So how do we? Ghana. What Ghana did was they just remove zeros from their currency,
which Soludo wanted to do, which they did not refused. Okay, but here is the thing: why it's not going to be easy, or why those in power don't want to do it. You see, up to this moment, I keep saying something. How much does government get from NNPC on a monthly basis? Nobody has been able to answer that. How much oil do they extract from the Nigerian oil wells? Nobody has been able to answer that. Are these things impossible to measure? No. Are they willing to do it? No. Is anybody ready to probe into NNPC? No.
Exactly. So even if you know the number, what good is it? You can't do anything. They will take the money as many as they like. That is the problem with Nigeria.
How then do you now build up? Let me tell you. You see, like we discussed yesterday on this program, and I said, if money coming from you and I, the diasporas that are sending money to help the people, that's what they are taking and saying, oh, the foreign reserve have done this, foreign reserve have done that. But after a while, you keep printing money, it's still going to drop. It's still going to drop, except you keep lying to people. Look, most of the airlines have not been paid, and some of them have said, we're not going back to Nigeria. Okay? So, if you are shutting down those things, at the end of the day, it is the people that will suffer it. You can't run away from it. So why not sit down and tell ourselves the truth? Where do we generate revenue from? What is happening to NNPC? Any serious government will sit down and say, okay, this is a major source of revenue. We need to find out what is happening to the finances. How much comes in? How much crude oil do you take? But if they do that, all of them who are benefiting, who are now leeches on the Nigerian economy, will be exposed. And they don't want to do that.
It's really bad in Nigeria when you have padding and nobody is held accountable. But to be fair, what one man said on TV today, he said if those padding they go and do what they said they were going to do with that padding, then Nigeria will be one of the best countries. But they are going to go and squander the money because the padding is meant to carry out these projects in their local areas. You see, but they don't do it. They just go and squander the money. That's the way the problem is. Maybe the locality, local people should be holding them accountable.
But look at the level of myopic mentality we have. Now, as a senator, you are buying 300 sewing machines to distribute to people. Why don't you open a fabric company cluster?
Oh.
Why don't you now take care of sewing the school uniform of your local government?
Imagine.
Just get these people, place them on salary, let them sew this uniform, you buy it from them, distribute it to school, and parents will pay. Now, if somebody saves money from there, the person can now go and move into something else. Why they are doing there, you bring people to train them. From there, you go into exportation. Look at the money you're distributing. You're sharing people, unemployed people. You're just one time, you're sharing them 5,000. Why don't you open acres of land? Let them go there and farm. Let them farm for 1 week and you give them that money. In the next 6 months, you are producing from that farm.
See, look, even what forefather you are just saying now. Sorry, remind me what you just said something. I want to make a point from that.
No, what I said was that someone on TV said if they could
now,
use it for something positive.
Listen, forefather, if Senator Ninge didn't expose that, would Nigerian public have known that was padding?
Not at all.
So, since you and I were not privy to it, who told you that we have the right to demand that those projects will be there?
And now that we know now. And Ningi, they said the reason why Ningi revealed it is because they gave him very little share.
Yes,
like,
they gave him very little share.
They didn't give him enough, so
how can I
he
be
decided to cut.
500 million?
Yeah, that's why it's crossed.
Just this one. Okay.
So they gave him 200 million, so he's not very happy.
For since the Nigerian Senate started running, Obasanjo fought it, Obasanjo could not defeat it. Okay, since that time they've been padding till today. How many projects is there have they built in their local governments or their constituencies?
But this same thing is happening in America. Is a feature of this type of democracy, isn't it?
No, you see, they keep running to America. America, the senators don't get the money given to them. You can influence a particular project, but not that when the money comes, it's given to you. It's sent to your account for you to now.
I think you may have a point there, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. Are you sure it doesn't go to them?
No.
That pork barrel thing that they do?
No, sorry. They get it indirectly, but the level through which the level of what they do, at least they come with something.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Something like they might say, okay, they are running a factory or they are opening a mall. So from there they have a percentage, but there is something engaging people. It's not imagine what.
So they get the money.
People, yeah,
they award a contract. The contract is awarded to government
and stack money in their houses.
Yeah,
you stack billions of dollars in your houses, and that is a dead money. So use that money and open a factory. Take a percentage, and people will be employed.
Do we think like that? The way we think, you are very rational now. The way some people in Nigeria
get that position tomorrow.
Suddenly they start thinking, that's why that man wanted to buy sewing machine for people. He sees it like everybody should be sewing individually, but he doesn't understand the concept of scaling. When people work together, the output is a lot greater. Like you can now sew the uniform of the entire school children in the state, which is going to make it cheaper. It's going to bring the price down for them. And which means the school can even start having free uniforms and stuff like that. But they don't think like that. They want everybody to be sewing individually.
You know what? They don't think that way. If they have to do it as a company, they will not get a lot of money because they have to build a factory where the people will meet, get some furniture into it, and get probably set up electricity for the people to work and pay them some months. They don't want to do that. So give them 5,000, let them go, and then you write it down that you gave. If there were 10 of them, you put 3 zeros behind it. Okay, and you say so instead of saying you give 100 people this, you say you give 100 million people, 100,000 people, 5,000, and you calculate them. This is the bane of Nigerian society. And until we decide to say no, it could continue to go on. I'm telling you, both north and south. You see, the reason why we are even complaining is because the north is even more affected. Look, I went to work somewhere called Katakura or somewhere like that in the Zamfara, between Zamfara and Katsina. Okay, you don't go even see road. Look, the motor we went with after a while, the people we saw just tell us say Kabina Haka. In other words, just keep going. We just keep driving on very open field until we now appear in the village. That's how we appeared in the village. It's Nigeria. In fact, when we got there, they told us, oh, If you want to go to Nigeria, you just just walk through this way and they are in Nigeria. But what am I trying to say? Those people are Nigerians. There is no police, there is no post office, there's no hospital, there's no electricity, there's no pipe, there's not even water. Okay? That is Nigeria. And they have representative in Abuja meeting and talking on their behalf. They don't care.
What a shame. What a shame for human beings to be doing. You see, this kind of stuff, people say, they start blaming me for being a little bit angry with some of all these people. This is why I get cross with them, because some of this you are saying now is the reason why a professor comes here, I frown my face. I was like, you are in that country and all this mess is going on with all your brains, all these apps. It annoys me that they leave the country like this. That tells you that something is wrong.
What can you do, Godfather? What can you do?
I will be upset. At least I can be upset.
Look at the
That's
point.
the least I can do. Be upset.
The crop of people that are in our leadership position is our greatest problem. Now, here I have met so many people that are doing political science. You know why they are studying political science? They have things they do with politicians. They run projects with politicians. They do some sort of data collection with this top. Like I have two people here. They work with senators while they are still in the university. Now look at our own politicians. From 5 a.m. they will start drinking. They will start making noise. There is no point. They don't have people around them that reflect, that brings. Look at all their PAs and SAs. They are a group of people that drink together with them and do all sorts of trash with them. So there's no deep thinking. There's no deep reflection of leadership. Nobody is thinking about what am I going to do about where I am leading. There is no public fund. A governor does something and say, I have done this. So there is no difference between his personal fund and the public fund. And look at office. Just look at the president, look at the governor. He moves around. He goes to office only whenever he wants to go to office. There is nothing like calculating the number of hours you put to your job.
So much culture of complacency and just partying.
Are you the one who's going to come and calculate it? You? Now you won't calculate.
But what do you want people to do now? You are the one spelling out all the problems.
What I'm trying to
when people want to do something about it, you say, why are you being so
aggressive?
aggressive?
What I'm trying to let you know is the way the system functions. When you have been given the authority, you are all at all. Nobody can tell you anything. In fact, if you put an idea on the table, anybody who opposes you, you kick the person out. I've suffered these things. So I'm telling you, you can't even bring a contrary idea to the one the chief executive has put on the table. Who are you? If you know better, why are you not sitting here? That's what you hear, my friend. Okay? So nothing is like tinkering or trying to say, Oga, with due respect, what you are saying will not work because of A, B, C, D, E. No, you are now an opposition leader trying to lead the rest of people against the chief executive. That's how the system works.
So the good thing is the question you asked, Father, what is going to happen? The good thing about this is it has exposed Nigeria to a very critical point. Where you will see real problem is when they come up with this minimum wage. When they come up with this minimum wage, you see that this money they think they are making, the civil servants will engulf it and they will remain poor. So come 2027, people will not just come and share bread. They will come and debate. 2027 election, because people are going to suffer the more. There will be hunger in the land. Look at up till now, no serious agriculture. So there will be hunger in the land. So by 2027, people that really know what they want to do will come on board.
Listen, today I was talking to a friend of mine who is in Benue. And he was saying that even in Benue there's hunger. Because the Fulani didn't allow them to go to farm. Sorry to use the word Fulani. But they didn't farm. And even now they can't farm. Okay?
The herdsmen, the dangerous herdsmen.
Yes, the herdsmen didn't allow anybody to go to their farm. So the people who are supposed to be producing food that's coming from the rural area into Lagos and all the rest, don't have it.
Nigeria is one very frustrating environment. There was this one I saw again where they seized these. I think that's the video Dr. Dami shared last week, where a long trail of trailers that carried natural resources. They seized it in Benue State. The governor put a moratorium on mining and all the rest, and the local people are saying they are stealing their resources. The Chinese man that was present, they said, "You have you have seized my goods." No. You have seen my goods. Now I have to pay all these this trailer owners, and their price is very, very expensive. That you can seize it one time, you can seize it 2 times, 4 times. It's like it's frustrated.
Now,
it's frustrated. Even smuggling is not easy in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, let me shock you. Now certain people now are fighting that governor. Certain people now are fighting that governor. This is a state
I'm not surprised.
that they don't pay salary before, they don't pay pension before. This young man have come in, he's paying salaries at the 25th of every month and paying pension at the 15th of every month. Yes, some people are conspiring to fight him because he's not bringing money to be shared among those that powers that be. So now they are organizing. Anywhere you go, it is him they're talking about. He will never win a second term. Because why? He's not bringing the money to be shared. So this is the system that we have built over time.
Nigeria is so dysfunctional that even Chinese people are crying. It's not easy to even smuggle.
Because if you go and check, the Chinese man must have settled some people before we want
Yes, now. Like, what is this? Even when I've done all this, it still doesn't work.
Imagine what we export timber. We export timber in trailer loads. Then they take it out. They will now construct seats, chairs, and bring them back, and we buy them in millions. We buy them in millions. What will it take? What will it take to establish a good factory that produces this we call turkey chair?
You don't even need to go faster. Benin here, in Benin, whatever, if you like, whatever, I can beat my hand on my chest. I tell you, any furniture you can bring from anywhere, if you take it to Benin, they will give it to you even much better.
So one of my governors that became senator, he just the table in his office. He bought it 60 million, just one table. So he visited another senator. The senator told him that he bought his own 80 million. He called the guy that was delivering that table, say, "Hey, don't bring that table. Go and get this one of 80 million just to sit down and write." They don't even sit.
I say, if you go to Benin, whatever it is, Benin City, those timber guys there, they will carve that thing for you. Whatever I say, I beat my chest. Whatever you see in wherever you think it is, Italian whatever furniture, take a picture, go there, and give them. It's just like same thing they do in Abana. No matter what your French suit look like, no matter what suit you are wearing, take it to Abana. They will give you 3 hours. Enter the market before you finish shopping. They will come and give it to you. In fact, with better sauce. You see, but the government knows this one, but we don't want to encourage them. Because if we encourage them, the money that we're going to spend on ourselves and our family will be less.
That's how they think about it.
Yeah.
They have to care for themselves first, and they need more to care for themselves before. And part of it also is that many of them that make it to that position, they have to settle people too. So by the time they give you your share and you start settling people, the objective you can't even meet it. Like many contracts that the government give out, that's the same thing that happens.
But Father, how would you think? How would you think when every month you just go and lobby and make more money? If you can lobby, your state will get more money. How will you be critical? How would you watch here? If they hire you as a manager, they're giving you target. And every 3 months they will ask you, what are you doing? So you must think on how to make the place to work. One of our directors lost her position because she was owing the department. The department was owing about 40-something million. And because of that, she stopped paying overtime. And when she stopped paying overtime, most of the medical personnel stopped working. So instead of paying more money to get more people to work to be able to pay that money, they were like, oh, what kind of miscalculation is this? You would have engaged more people to work and you make more money. They have to remove her.
You see?
So
because personally, I think the way to a little bit change it for better is what OT is doing now, where he shames them because he reveals that certain things can be done, but these people are not doing it. So he's going to be shaming them and saying that. And I think just one good example might be enough to change one specific region. If you pick one governor like Otina, if that power supply spreads all over Abia and it stays for throughout this time, I'm telling you, the other governors are not going to have it. They will not be able to sleep.
But the problem would be sustainability.
That's what we have to watch out for.
I remember when Amechi was in River State and he started this library, this book competition. It was making rivers, it was booming in Port Harcourt. The moment he left, that one is gone.
Yeah, the government said that we are going to get another 6 gigawatts of electricity in the next 6 months. Maybe they are beginning to move towards this mobile power plant thing that I was talking about, because to be able to generate that in the next 6 months, either it's through the Siemens deal that they have or it's through mobile power plants. That Nigerian discos have to be prepared to distribute that. I hope that they are all listening, because right now in Abuja we are getting terrible power supply. Terrible.
Listen, Father, and this problem, my last contribution today. When I was in university, Abacha was in government, and Abuja had standby generators. It was that place, if you know Abuja very, very well, the place they call Beggar Junction. Those generators were mounted to the right of Beggar Junction. Okay, there were many of them. There were about 20 generators. They work in sets. Some work in the morning to the evening, other ones work in evening till morning. There was steady light supply in Abuja. The Abuja light never blinked. And the fees for it, that is the charges, the tariff, never went high. But Abacha ran that thing. Everywhere in Abuja had light, including the villages and the suburb around Abuja. Now, when Abacha left office and subsequent government came, they started by stealing those already. I don't know, let me not say, but those generators started missing one after the other. Eventually, one day, the whole of the generators were cleared from that place. Whether they went to private hands or the owners took it or whatever, me, I no sabi. But like I said, that is when the light in Abuja dropped. That was when the flowers maintenance in Abuja was ended. That was when the street lights, if you land in Abuja, before now, if you land in Abuja from the airport to the town, it's like daylight. All those lights bulbs, those light bulbs started dying one after the other eventually. And now just one or two that are light. In fact, some places don't even have light. That was when the city gates began to look like a desert. That was everything. That was even the festival street with the artist, area 1 to area 10. That used to be so beautiful with flowers. That was when all the flowers started dying, no maintenance, everything. Till now, it looks like there was never any flower around there at all. Gentlemen, things can't work like this. The same Nigerians that were working in those companies at this time was going on. The same company is still there. The same Nigerians are still in Abuja. But nobody cares to supervise, just like the foreign companies were paying and demanding for the jobs to be done. You can't give a man a job and not demand that you get results from the job. If you are giving it back to the Federal Minister of Works to do for you, someone needs to supervise and make sure the work is done.
Okay. Yeah, the people need to watch them now. Let me show you something. I think I made a mistake. I said Nigerian government wanted to generate 6 gigawatts in 6 months. Actually, that's not it. They wanted to generate from 4 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts in 3 months. So in other words, add extra 2 gigawatts to it. This is the oh my god, man. Oh my god. You see, now I think now you begin to see why I'm angry. Now you begin to see why I'm angry. Look at this now. This is 4,000 megawatts of electricity. The entire Nigerian state is generating. Do you know India generated 20 gigawatts in 3 years with solar power alone. We're not, if we mention anything else, it's like crazy. Just solar power alone, they were able to generate 20 gigawatts. This is entire Nigeria. 4 gigawatts of power. Now you see why I'm angry with all the so-called professors. How did they leave our nation like this?
See, but Forefather, you're angry with the wrong people.
Are they not the ones educating all these useless leaders? Are they not the ones sitting there acting as if nothing is happening?
The wrong people.
I'm angry with all of them. Everybody.
You're angry with wrong people. What are the Nigerian people who have been cheated? What have they done? Have they risen up to the occasion? Have they gone to sit in the street? See, just like that professor told you, in the universities alone, they have people who have been able to invent things that can help Nigeria generate power if they wanted. Universities can, for instance, you can say every university town generate electricity for the town in which you live. It's possible to be done.
And they won't do it all.
We have universities of
federal government
in Benue there. You have many universities of technology in Nigeria, more than how many of them? About 9 of them. What are they doing? What's the technology they're developing? What the technology they're developing? So nobody wants to.
Forefather. There was in Abia State, there was one commissioner when they wanted to, there was money that came in for agriculture. So they wanted the money to disappear. The commissioner refused. The commissioner disappeared.
Hi.
So if they replace you, what will you do?
No, man. If somebody wants to, let's say, put me in charge of electricity in Nigeria, I would say, give me control of securing those things. Give me control of the people. Don't do anything. If anybody goes, my goodness, my God, I will be so ruthless about it, because this is awful. What this is, I'm not even sure. This is so bad. People don't know how bad this is. Nigeria should be somewhere around. This is 4 gigawatts, isn't it? We should be looking at about maybe 200 gigawatts of electricity. And we have natural resources to be able to generate it. And we can't even do that. This is so terrible that it's not even enough for Lagos. That's what the lady, her finding is, that the power we generate is not even enough for Lagos. How can I look at Olumelu as the same anymore? How can I look at Dangote and think these people are very, very nice people? This is what gives me trust issues.
You want to tell me that at artisans, if you gather artisans in 8 months, they won't be able to know how to produce solar panel?
They can. That is my problem. I think what we have is that we have people that just move. They don't know how to move at scale. To make things big. They always make things like, oh, everybody buy your own generator. Everybody live in an estate. Everybody do your own thing. One of the places the federal government could start from is ban individual generators in the estates. You can do that. And in short, they don't want to do anything. If they wanted to do anything, why do we still have this number as the power generation in Nigeria? It shouldn't be the number right now. If Tinubu wanted to do something, he could have doubled that one right now, easily. Because there are mobile power plants out there that you can buy, and they can deploy it in 3 months. But he wouldn't want to do it.
The envelope that was sent to senators would have doubled it.
Yeah, it would have. That's exactly. I think that number is about 20 billion. Look at it. Let me give you the number now. 20 billion. Let me calculate how much it takes to mobile. Let me show you. So you see what I mean. Mobile power plant. So you see what I mean. Mobile power plant cost. And did I type mobile power plant? Cost of mobile power plant. Yeah, this one is I think this one is a mobile power plant. This is about 18 million, if I'm not mistaken. This is about $18 million for mobile power plant. This one is African. Let me see. Mobile power plant. Mobile power plant. General Electric. Let me say GE. I think GE, they have their own. Okay, that's the GE one there. And cost. Let me say cost. When I checked it the last time, it was around 20 or so million that they were selling it for. And if it's 20 or so million, let me just go with that. I don't know why this thing is giving me a different result here. 20 or so million, I think that's them there. I think that's it there, if I'm not mistaken. But they didn't include the cost there. So if it's 20 or so million, and these people spend 2 billion on padding alone, $2 billion. 2 billion divided by 2 billion divided by 20 million. That gives you No, 20 million. Let me put million. That gives you 100 mobile power plants, and each of these mobile power plants can generate two. Each of them can generate two. This in 25 megawatts. 25 megawatts. No, 25 times 100, isn't it? That's it. 2,000. So you get 2,500. No, 200 and sorry, I missed 10. That's 2,500 megawatts. So
2,500.
yeah,
So
and that is
just
almost doubling what we currently have,
Yeah.
isn't it? That
Yes.
what is the one that we have? It's almost doubling it. That's what we're talking about. That is the money they want to use for padding.
Just padding alone.
That's just padding money.
And this is the money he just gave out.
That is the problem we are facing. These people are not serious about
Now,
fixing
when
their
you
own
produce
country.
this, put this money and produce it locally, you get more.
Easy. You can be able to generate your power supply so that you can power all your cities 24/7. But they refuse. Oh, they like this. I don't understand this side of human beings. I really don't understand it. They don't understand that they have more power, they have more money.
Oh, sure.
They are already in
And
a
that's it.
position of privilege. So they are already in a position of privilege. So they still get the pick of the projects.
Yeah.
But they can't even think. I don't understand it, man. You see why sometimes I come across as being rude to people, because it makes me angry when I see this. I'm like, how did these people manage to screw their country up so badly? How this is the lady said, you know what this lady said? That is one of the worst in the world. This is not like any like the world. It's like you said the current 4,000 megawatts of electricity generated and distributed to Nigerians daily remains one of the least in the world and can even barely power Lagos alone. The Association for Energy Economics has said. Oh my God, it's devastating. The whole report tells you the sorry state of Nigeria. And every time I see these sort of things, it makes me angrier and angrier. Because it's so bad. It's not like halfway to other countries. We're talking about really, really bad. It's like it's so low that it's like you don't even know where to start from. How can we run a country this way? And all these big belly men, they will show up with their big cars and with their egos talking garbage.
Yeah.
Man, that is what annoys me. And people, I hope people try to understand sometimes when I am a little bit short with guests here, because I'm a little bit angry with our elite class. I'm one of them that went to Igbo country to go and enjoy myself, thinking that, oh, that's the way to be. And while our own country is left underdeveloped terribly. And all these people that should know better didn't educate us well.
The issue is that we left our resources on the wrong people, with wrong people. Why would you be distributing that money?
I don't know, man. I really don't know how they could let it go this bad.
Just like you see somebody that every month you distribute money to your family members, they will just fold their hands. Wake up by 10 a.m. in the morning and food will be already in the table.
There is no shame.
No.
Do we not have shame in that country? Hi. Do you know how embarrassing this is? If anybody, thank God that Nigeria, people in the world now are listening to Afrobeat and Nollywood. Because if they notice that this number is there, this kind of number, let me see how much UK is generating electricity. Let's see.
My God. Just check one count. Check one count. Don't just embarrass. Let's check.
What am I going to do?
Check
Generation. I don't know generation in UK. In gigawatts. It's just embarrassingly 76 gigawatts of electricity. That's what they generated in the UK. And if you look at it, let me see what they say. Total derated generation capacity dropped to, and that is a drop. They consider it a drop. That is how many times more than Nigeria? This is 76 divided by 4. 19 times more than Nigeria. So, and these people are their population is 66 million.
Okay.
This This is the magnitude. So if you look at this one, their population is 66 million. So 19 times 4. That's the magnitude that they are ahead of us. Times 4. That is how bad these our leaders are performing. If it was a 70-something times per individual that they are generating for their own people.
Mm-hmm.
That is how useless our. If we're in a classroom and this is the kind of results you are coming out, like your people that come first comes 100, and you come 100 minus this thing. Oh
No,
no,
you
no, I
come
don't even
second.
know. I don't know.
You
No,
know,
this is not even second.
the person that came out first came 100 with 98 point. 98 point. Then you came second with 13.
13.5%. It's like that's how bad it, like 5% is what you got. That is so bad. I don't even know how to and that's why it bothers me that these leaders don't have shame. They go out of that country and go and shake hands with their compatriots out there, and this is what they bring into Nigeria. They really don't have
They go
shame.
out, they jump a train and tell their odd list, don't call my name, don't mention my name here.
Hi, man, me, I would be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed because if you go for a competition now, you make something, and other people are showing their own. Look at what we've done. You'll be like, you know what? I'm not attending. I'm sick. I'm not going to be part of it. So I don't get embarrassed. That's how bad this our performance is.
Okay, for further, the hospital I work, the president of the university, on Friday, we had a conference on internal medicine. The president of the university sat all through that conference, where both students, both medical doctors were coming to make presentation. The president sat in that conference throughout. How many VC in Nigeria, a polytechnic rector, will do that?
Imagine. I don't know, man. Our people.
So they dress up, they come to work, but this ordinary VC will go like with 15 security, and nobody is pursuing him.
See, these are numbers. It drives me mad. I don't know how to contain my anger when I hear these sort of things, and it drives me mad. This is why when I saw the number of Singapore, a country of less than 6 million, exporting more than the entire black continent. That's, if you should take it, okay, only African Americans, if you include African Americans, if you include all the black people around the world, excluding African Americans, including all the black people in Africa, the amount of exports we generate is not close to what a country of 6 million is generating.
Okay, the question here now is why is the production low?
Because somehow our intellectuals and our elites have compromised our system so badly that they can't even recognize the right thing to do for their own people.
When you say the intellectuals, how?
What I mean by that is I can start from the idea that when we became decolonized, as they say, the people that they handed over to have already been groomed to see themselves as an extension of the British Empire. So they don't see us as their subjects directly. They see themselves as subjects to the British Empire. So their ambition is limited for us. So they don't want to do anything to annoy the powers that be. Let's put it that way. This is why they've not defended the country. This is why whenever they do
when
anything,
you say the powers that be, who are those?
Oh, I'm talking about like the Europeans and the Americans, the British, because they are the ones that train them. They are the one that our military is trained by them. They train our politicians and all the rest of it.
How come it's only affecting African countries, not affecting the Asian, the Indians, or those people?
You see, I really like the kind of questions you're asking because I've asked all of them and I've made an effort.
So we are all asking that question. But for further, just to add to what you're saying, there is one thing we fail to understand. Education must be localized. Knowledge must be indigenized. Like, you can't be in Abia State and you're learning to work, to be with somebody in London. You must learn how to turn Abia State and be able to speak the language, to be able to meet, to be apart with any other person elsewhere. So the problem we have in Nigeria is that we import and export everything, including our thinking.
Yeah.
include, there is no individualization. Like this insecurity, nobody has come up to say, what is the cause of this insecurity? How do we handle it? Look at, we're only throwing money. You buy fighter jet, they shoot it down. The money you're using in buying those fighter jets, do you really need them? Or you can do the little things and solve that problem.
Of course you need them. Now look at Russia was just attacked. Russia
No,
has
you
far
need,
more resources to their people.
no, you need them. Russia don't need them for internal security.
They just attacked Russia internally.
Eh?
They just attacked Russia internally, and if you look at the people that probably caught them, something tells me it's not the police that caught the terrorists that went and killed the people in that arena.
They attack Russia internally. Russia is already at war, so there are people that are against that war.
And we are at war. Maybe people don't know we are at war.
Fine.
If you look at the way we are right now, we are at war.
Nigeria, the people that attack Russia, or I think you can see the footage of how the event took place, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The people that attack our soldier, and the soldier that also went to go and attack our citizen as well.
Yeah.
Did you see any footage of how all those events play out?
No.
Okay, fine. These are the problems we face in Nigeria. Security is not just you having a gun or having other things. Security, there are so many mechanisms if you want to protect your territory. We are not putting this into consideration. Every day you just want to go and kill Boko Haram, you want to go and do this, you want to go and do that. Where are the intelligence guidelines? How do you mine your data? You know, these people that make calls, right? Do you trace all those calls? Do you, as in, have any footage of their movement? How can 200 people with bikes enter school, kidnap thousands or hundreds of
and release?
You don't have the route or where they go, how they move from one point to another. Then, see, the problem we are facing in the country called Nigeria are the leaders, whether we like it or not. You know, we live in the US, in front of your house in the US or in anywhere we are.
No, Father, you need to warn Roland. You need to warn. He shouldn't be doing this.
Look at that. Oh my God, that's painful, man.
I mean, this is
oh my God, 4,000 versus 1.3 million.
You see?
Funny
enough, with regard to this comment,
that's painful.
We have sunlight that we can use to generate electricity. We have winds. We have all those lake or whatever. I don't know how to put it. You know, whereby other things that can help us to generate light. So,
but do you know that? Do you know that even our soccer ways are individually? There is no gathering of this, even in the series.
Everything is individually based. They make us operate in the most inefficient way possible that we can operate.
I went to the farm where they process the waste in my locality here. I marveled.
Imagine that. Because everything is scaled. Everything is scaled for efficiency here.
There are acres of, if you see land where they use the last of it to manure in order to produce hays, which they sell in ton. Then the first level of the manure, they send it out. They will send it out for farmers to buy. Now they process it and return the water back to the tank.
Imagine.
You know the issue, eh? In Nigeria, we just believe everything is just rocket science. That is the word. When I use that word artificial intelligence just now, that there is nothing special in it. It's just a combination of mathematical concepts that make up that one. I went to Google again, so just to clear my doubt. Not that I'm even giving the wrong information. I asked, what make up of this? You see what the response are? People often think that AI is magic, but it isn't. It is mathematics that create the magic behind the invention. Finish. So we have the knowledge. The leaders are not making the right policies that can help us grow our nation. That's why oftentimes I always fought to Nigeria that the West are not responsible for our failure. We are, as a country, responsible for where we are today. We are. not the works.
No, I agree with you on that. We are ultimately responsible for our fate.
To some extent, I will agree with you to some extent, because this inducement, you see, inducement has a level of reducing your capacity, and not everyone. Most people are gullible by nature. So when they get the gullible ones,
I wanted to add some flesh to what he said so that he understands where I'm coming from. It's like when you have a child, your child or any child, and you see a snake. What you do, you tell your child that snake is dangerous. Now that is your duty to inform that child that the snake is dangerous. And the snake will do what the snake does. Some of them are not dangerous, some of them are not poisonous, venomous, while others are. But your job is to warn your child that if you see that snake, worry about it. So our problem is that our leaders don't define us against our potential rivals or enemies. They lure us, they make us think that snake is fine, and none of us rush to them fine. Like, compare a Nigerian mindset to a Chinese man's mindset when they arrive in America. When they arrive from China to America, or a Russian arrived in America, they have already been told that country is not our friend.
Yeah.
No matter what mindset they have, they know full well what they are there for. At least most of them anyway. So that is the thing we lack. And it means that our people are so vulnerable to being exploited because they are not taught to guard themselves. And that is where I agree with you that we are the ones that should be teaching our people these things. That
it's not just
the world
enough
doesn't
to
owe us a
teach.
living.
To Nigeria, it's not just enough to teach. Your action matters. You're talking about the Chinese when they send them here and all of that. Is the Chinese system not working? That's the point. Are they not developing economical wise? Are they not improving? So no matter how you try blame people, or you try to scare people away from
Repeat what you just said, please. Sorry, repeat what you just said.
My point is that it's not just enough to say people or whatever to teach them to be scared or not to be scared of some certain country or whatever.
To be aware.
To be aware. But most importantly, what are you doing internally to grow your defense? When I mean grow your defense is that at least economic wise, military wise, educational wise, in all forms. What are you doing?
You see, that is why I agree with you, because before you can tell your child that kind of information, you are already self-aware, and that's why I said our leaders are not self-aware. They were the ones that were handed power. They handed power over to them. They see themselves as an extension of the British Empire. They don't see themselves as free people that can determine their way in the world by themselves. This is why they behave that way. Pardon?
They lack vision.
Be a renegotiation.
Many of us are like that, to be fair. Many of our own people are like that. They don't project themselves outside the scope of... They don't see us. Let's face it, most Nigerians don't even see us as a nation. When you mention to become nuclear power, they don't see that. They see it as something belonging to other people. That is not for us. We are like just there for the British and the Americans, working with them.
So when you talk about nuclear power, you're going to a tertiary level.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the primary level, we've not even taken care of it. This profiteering mentality that, okay, now one of the scandals I got in America was you go to a mall to buy something, they say, oh, we don't have it. Opens the phone, go to this mall, you will get it. Who does it in Nigeria? You go to a shop to buy something, the person that don't have it, go to my neighbor. It is rare. So it is always, so instead of asking you to go to the neighbor, he will go to the neighbor and add money. When he adds that money and sell it to you, he will still go to the neighbor and get a percentage from the neighbor.
Yes.
But here, they are seeing it as if our community can be served. If you can be served and be comfortable, you will remain here. So there should be a renegotiation. So these guys run Nigeria as a company, making their money. And they handed it over to those that took over from them and continued. And that's why you see politicians with excess money, because they continued with that profiteering mentality. These guys were using our money to build, and they were comfortable building their nation with what they were making from Nigeria. But our politicians get the money and either they go
and give it to them anyway. They
give it to them.
hand it over to them. Most of the money is in their account.
Funny enough, when these people were built, when these people we are even blaming now were in Nigeria, go and see the structure that these so-called white men or whatever build in Nigeria. Today, they still standing. Go and see the structure that we call ourselves the time we regain independence from these people. Most of them are dilapidated. So, if you like in my university, for instance, in Nigeria, the structure that was built by the whites, see strong stand, the connectivity, everything, the way they even connect the central AC, everything put together is still massive. But look at the one that is being built by us, as in with fake materials. Within a space of 2 years, the roof will just go off, the building will just collapse for no reason. Then I keep asking myself, why are we still blaming the white for our problem?
You see, I've just told you it's not about them necessarily. We are ultimately responsible, but they are a problem to us.
It's about them that what they left with us.
Yeah,
it's about them that what they left with us, it wasn't good at all.
Two things can be true at the same time. You know that two things can be true. You can be responsible for your home, and that an arsonist can set fire to your home at the same time. That doesn't mean you shouldn't hold that arsonist accountable. You understand what I'm saying, Tiobala?
Yeah, I'm trying to learn because I'm learning seriously. Like, do you mean in this 21st century that we are still blaming the West for our problem, for what we are facing today?
No, I just said it that we are ultimately responsible. We should be changing our mindset. This is part of why I am having some of these conversations. That's why one of the most offensive statements I made today that people were concerned about was that I said, better a school leaver that is nationalistic than a professor with colonial mentality. Because that is what our leaders had when they decolonized the country.
People were concerned about that.
They were crossed. They say, how dare you tell that to a professor that is it's an insult. I said, it's only an insult to him if he's a colonial mentality kind of person. And even then, that is my opinion, that I feel a nationalistic school leaver is
what
better.
makes you professor if it is not localized? You're not a professor.
No, look at the point here.
Okay, now look at a professor in Spanish language staying in Yoruba land. What can he do?
No.
Can he teach Yoruba?
No, the point here is that the man said the trajectory we are right now, if not changed, Nigeria will never get there. So that was the major point.
No. Everybody agrees with that. What he said, that I fear that people do a lot dangerously, he said because we are so diverse that if we don't go and have a conversation, that in other words, he made our diversity the issue. Is the reason why we have to change something. That is dangerous. He linked it to something that it is not. Because many countries that are diverse out there, they go on to do very, very great things. America is one of the most diverse nations.
No, for further, the usage of that diversity is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's why he linked
the way we
it to
use
our
our
problem.
diversity. I was like, what happened in the Senate? I cried for Nigeria that day when this guy said it's about the South, it's about you from South. That was the worst thing we can say in community like that. The way we use our diversity and religion. And that's when people, I'm a priest. When people talk about religion is one of the best gifts we have. It is the usage. Diversity is one of the best gifts we have. It's also the usage.
Yes. And that is true.
Today, where I work today, they respect me because of my cultural value. So when there is an issue, they ask me a question. And when I bring a submission to that, they see it from that lens. They were like, oh, we have never thought about it this way. Because I give you a cultural view. But we use it to suppress ourselves.
I think, and that's something that many people that make the argument fail to understand. You see this guy now is saying dangerous diversity. Look at Somalia. They are not dangerous diversity. Somalia is one tribe, one language, one religion, and they've been fighting for decades. till today is still not even over. And to the point whereby some part of Somalia is declaring itself autonomous. This is the same people declaring itself autonomous. So this is the thing that people don't understand. If you want to fight, you will fight. If you want to settle, you will settle yourselves. And until good people, the great men of that community come together and say, you know what, we are going to fix our country, and they gather themselves, nothing is going to change. Because look, see, if I look at the numbers in Nigeria, it scares
But that's
me.
what the man said. What you
beyond
just said
belief.
is what the man said, literally.
No.
You
See, that is what you are mistaken. The base of what he said was our diversity. That is what he made wrong.
Can we mention two things that builds our nationalistic idea? Anything at all? Anything? Look at even our military.
Exactly. There's nothing. Maybe Hollywood and Nollywood is trying, and Afrobeats they are trying.
Nollywood is not trying in terms of a nationality. What are those?
Yeah, the Afrobeat,
what can we do now? We have to take what we have.
Afrobeat is not even striving because of nationality.
Exactly. Who are those making up the Nollywood?
It's all those what they call them. All these songs. Is it not because of Nigerian traditions and
so
behavior?
Which festival do they come together?
Okay.
See, I'm not here to take that as a big deal. That's just a form of
no. All we're doing is processing it. It is the responsibility of the leaders. It is our responsibility to define things that will be national. That once you get to this point, everybody will converge. Once you are discussing this, no matter what you're saying, everybody will converge. So we need to make such
I like the way you didn't see my that statement as being insulted in any way, but you need to see the uproar that he created
so
here.
Like if you just like me, if you tell me that if I don't forgive somebody, I'm not a priest, is that insult?
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
You say you are telling him that his school leaver is better than him. I said that is a leafy.
No, that's not what you said.
That exactly. That is not what I said. And I was so proud of Ovie today when Ovie came and defended this statement, and I made that. No, that is the right thing to do.
You were wrong in your opinion. In my
is it that? That's what I'm dealing with.
Yes, you were wrong the way you know. See, it's just a simple word. This professor said that the way our composition of things in regard to national growth, and it's not leading us anywhere for the past decade now. Not even a decade, as in. I don't know how to put it, has not given us anything. So we need to come back and re-strategize. If we don't do that, we might not get anywhere. So that's what the man said. You say, but
yeah, but I also you keep repeating it again. You keep repeating it again. I also told you that is not the reason why. If he had just said that, I would agree with him.
If you talk about diversity,
yeah, and he went on to say, "Oh, the country is this, the country is that," and all the rest. And you know what I find concerning, because I've had someone like Nnamdi Kanu define certain false narrative as the reasons why Nigeria is not functional, and I feel it's misleading to people. Because you are telling them that their diversity is the reason why they can't function. It's because these colonial mentality leaders. Did you hear Fela complain about our diversity? Because he knows it's these people that are causing the problem, and the people themselves, instead of them to be picking up on it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is what are compromising us. There is a reason why it's not only in Nigeria it's happening. It's happening in almost all black nations. That should tell you that it's not our diversity. There are black nations that are less diverse, but they still have similar problems. Why it's not only in Nigeria it's happening. It's happening. But welcome, doctor. I don't know whether you're a doctor. You look like a doctor. Black nations that are less diverse. You do look like a doctor. Please turn your TV down. Welcome, doctor. I don't know whether you're a doctor. You look like a doctor. Black nations that are less diverse. You do look like a doctor. Please turn your TV down.
Someone like Sunday and the Nnamdi Kanu. I don't even see them as people that I don't see them as people that are against diversity.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think there was something he said that it reminded me of the way this professor was sounding, because one day, and he was part of anthropology. He tried to make it look like we are stagnated. I tried to let him know that even the countries he described, many of them didn't have a specific constitution that they didn't change. They modified it. He tried to create a narrative that everybody, any nation that is out there, that are diverse, they have a loose confederate system. I said the UK still has a centralized government, even if they devolve power to the different region. The UK government controls the oil resources in the country, even if it is in Scotland, they control it. They control everything. Anything that is found under the ground belongs to the crown in the UK. So the idea, and that's what I don't like when people, and he's highly educated, he should know that. To paint that kind of narrative, I just felt like that was wrong. And
you didn't get his message clearly. That is why. Maybe let's hear from.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
Welcome. Let me grant you, Professor Ewesi. You look like a professor, I must say.
I don't want to be a professor in Nigeria.
Akakbu, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, I've been following for some days now. It's just sad. It's sad that so many of us, just like Augustine and Davidson and you, and we all live in the civilized world, and we still don't understand what's going on, because apparently we don't get what's going on. The very first time or the second time I came here, I said it clearly, because there are certain things that Davidson said is accurate. There is a way the world works, but we don't want to understand how the world works, and then we want to plug into the world. The world is the one thing that you're going to understand about the world is that it's already a competitive place. You cannot change that. Both competitive in ideas and competitive in material.
Yeah.
Secondly, there's something Augustine said that is very, very important. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, when the powers that be, or when the existing developed world, when they created education, they choose the utility education against the classical education that came out of Italy and France.
Mm-hmm.
They choose the utility education that came out of Great Britain and Germany. And what is education? What is university? University is to train you how to get a job. It's not to make you an intellectual to know everything. It's a job creating entity. It's a career education. So because you did the computer science, you don't know anything about the world. You can be just a very good programmer. But in our head, not only us in Nigeria, but most black people in the world think as soon as you're educated, you are just smart, or you're a medical doctor, you're never. No. If you're a medical doctor, go and start reading books about how the world works. Or else the only thing you can do good is in surgery. And when I get sick, I come to you. When I want to know how the world works in marketing, in economics, or in philosophy, in history, I'm not going to come to you. And that's why what Austin said is very, very crucial. Do you know in Anambra State, where I come from, the most popular department in our university is what do they call it? Mass communication. And that's suicidal. Why should a professor or a lecturer train young people in mass communication in digital era, instead of giving them just Microsoft Suite, how to do word processing, Access, and then the other ones in the Microsoft, or even how to go to Google and do Google Drive, Google Documents, and all those kind of stuff and everything. They'll be okay. They'll figure it out. You go give them a degree in mass communication for what? That's wickedness.
For 4 years.
For 4 years. Listen, teach them how to bake cake. Teach them how to sew, how to patch somebody's trousers. But you're going to keep them in university for 4 years, collect their money, and teach. That's suicidal.
Which one is mass communication? Is it like journalism? Or
no, you just use it as an example. It's not just only mass communication.
It's not only mass communication.
No, you just use it as an example.
Yeah. Okay. And secondly, there are certain things you're saying are like the day you were debating some people, forefathers, about whether the professor should know better after we have tried strike in the university for so many years, and then the powers that be are not making it better, that the professors should do better because they are the ones that passionate about education. But there is something, you were right, though, but there's something that's missing in the discussion. What was missing in that discussion was that the professors and the politicians are the same kind of people. The basic point is that and then Davidson was mentioning something like that, which I like so much. The basic thing is that the colonial masters have gone for a very long time. And when you said that they handed the system to the people who will take over and they guard Africans for them, it's not even true, because my father retired from police service in 1962. My late father retired from the police service in 1962. Do you know why my father left after the white people left? Because as soon as the white man stepped out, they started selling positions. The black people in the two power and started selling rank. There's a amount you bring, they make you an ASP in the police service. The same thing in the customs. The same thing in other part in railway systems. Just like Davidson accurately said, the last time there was running water across Lagos, because I grew up in Lagos, I'm from Anambra State, I grew up in Lagos. The last time there's a water was the one built by the whites.
Okay.
Since the white people left. So there's an inherent problem with the black people consciousness, not their intellect, because we are very, very intelligent people.
Yeah.
But our consciousness is where we have problem. And what do I mean by that? Let me unpack that. We are not pushing ourselves to learn. And if you go to Onitsha market, those Onitsha market traders knows how to do that better. We're not pushing ourselves to know how to beat our competitors in their own game.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way you can overtake somebody who is beating you in the market. You'd be like, where does he buy his good? How does his goods sell cheaper than mine? By the time he come there, I put 25 cents per product. He's putting only 15 cents. Everybody goes to him. You have to come up with an idea. You said something that's very, very important in psychology. And then some time ago, your godfathers, you said, can we have a quantum leap to overtake them with a new idea without coming to, and the answer to that is categorically 100% yes. However, we must know inside that where they are first.
Mm-hmm.
We must know what they're doing first. And we must know how to beat them in that thing they're doing in order to quantum leap.
Yeah.
You cannot quantum leap to where you are not. Please let us stop, because anytime you said that the West is our problem, you are making us look like victims, and victims can never be victors. We cannot be victims. We are not victims.
I think I'm misunderstood when I say that. I keep saying it.
Listen, I've been watching you for the past 1 month. You always insert that. Kill that, because
I have to insert it.
No, you know why I say you cannot kill that? Because it's a mindset in its own. Your mindset.
No.
Your mindset.
Actually, that's where
listen to learn. It's very important.
Hold on now.
Let me give you.
I'll make my point after.
Yeah. Let me give you one thing. Your mindset, the way you think, the way I think, the way you think, Davidson or anybody else, it does one or two things for us. Whatever you hold in your mind either pushes you forward or pushes you backwards. Even no matter whether it is true or it is false. Let me give you an example, a typical example. There was a woman who was raped by a man. A man raped the woman, and in the end, after raping the woman, killed the woman. But when he was in the process of raping the woman was scratching all over him and deep his fingers inside this woman and inside this man's body, to the extent that he pierced his fingernails inside that man before she finally take the last breath and die. When they found the dead body, they tested the DNA in the fingernails, blood, and that woman's, and they used the blood in the fingernails DNA to catch the rapist. And what is the meaning of this? The woman refused to be a victim even in death. Yes. And it's a psychological standpoint.
So
the way somebody argues their point is always, your psychology is always included. It's not. That's why we have different way we come into it, because we have different psychology of our.
So your school of thought is ADREM, which is psychological perspective.
Yes.
But there is also a historical perspective, and that historical perspective reminds me of the book of Numbers 21. Okay. When Moses went to God and pleaded with him about the snake that was killing the Israel, he said, go and mold another snake and hang it on the sandal. Whoever that is beating on that snake, let him look at that one. So a reminder of where we are coming from is also not out of the case. But I understand when you say it makes us a victim, and when it makes us a victim, we remember that it is difficult for us to have that quantum leap. And this is exactly the problem with Black Americans, because they have always seen things from the marginalized point of view, and it gives them that difficult energy to escape from that point.
Well, let me tell you one thing about Black Americans, because
am I able to respond?
Let me, Fofara will give you a chance. Let me tell you something. You said about Black Americans. I deal with them as well. The Black Americans are the most sophisticated Black people on planet Earth.
Oh yeah.
We have a residual number of them in the lower income level who don't want to do anything, who want to go down.
I believe you.
Of everything. But because they have been exposed in the civilized environment, and they have been forced to compete in this. The one example, Ketanji Brown is the youngest woman in Supreme Court, appointed by Joe Biden. Ketanji Brown, the Black woman, is more experienced in legal system than John Roberts, who is the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Ketanji Brown has done more in the legals before she finally ended up in Supreme Court. Secondly, if you go and watch Eric Holder, Obama's first Attorney General, put a presentation. If you go and watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy on the guy on what do you call it, astrophysicist, you see that when they study something, they are not studying it for the makeup. They go inside it to be part of that concept. But you see, for us, we've not come to the point where anything we study is part of us, because most of my friends here in the United States are medical doctors. Some of them have PhDs, some of them have double master's degree. You're never going to find two Nigerians who, after they left school, pick up a book and read for anything. Obama still finishes a book every week. Ronald Reagan was the president of the United States all the way having a career as an actor in Hollywood, become the governor of California, and then finally become the president of the United States. Therefore, you like to go to Google. Go and Google the speeches of Ronald Reagan. He only had 2 years community college education. And Ronald Reagan finishes a book every 3 days. So the point here is, this platform should be for us to, every time we keep saying our leaders. No, most of the people who are the leadership, they're about most of our age. None of them is older than you with more than 10 years or 12 years. So they are part of our generation. Tinubu was a part of Nadeko who ran away because of bad governance. So it is not the white people handing over anything to anybody. The problem is that we have a system among Black people where we don't care for ourselves. We don't care for our people. We don't care for each other. In Seattle here, I live in Seattle. In Seattle here, where we are in United States, there is no one umbrella organization for the whole Nigeria. It's either you have the Yoruba on one side, the Igbo on one side, and when you go to the Igbo, you have a Were on one side, have Umuahia on one side. There is nothing that brings us together as a whole number, just you guys were saying. That is not our diversity. Yes, forefather, you are 100% right. Our diversity is a blessing, it's not a curse. The only thing we have to use is understand it that way. Because at the end of the day, you want to have your children to have good education. I want my children to have good education. You want your children to have a Nigeria that functions. The Hausa man, the Yoruba man want the same thing. You want a society where they can go get a job. Everybody wants the same thing. But when we start looking at this diversity as a problem, it's because those people don't read anything. They don't understand how this world works. And a Nigerian, the major problem that confronts us as Nigerians is we are so intellectually lazy. It's sickening.
Yeah.
Intellectual laziness is our problem. Do you know that if you go and watch Pat Otomi, I follow him most of the time. If you watch Pat Otomi make any before he said two things, he is quoting a book that was released last week in the United States. He's quoting information about something somebody is doing that relates to what he's doing in political economics, because that's his field.
Can I respond before we go too long?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just learned just about 2 weeks ago when America wrote a documentation defining China as the greatest threat to them. And France, this in the British, is preparing for war because the Russians are a threat to them. So all nations, any nation that is worth their salt, define themselves as against the potential threats that they face all around the world. They do their threat assessment very well. One thing that is almost universal, including part of this conversation, is that our threat assessment, if there's an antenna or picker, is completely broken. Because we don't see others as threats. We think we are living. One moment you did make a statement that the world is competitive. But the next moment you are saying, oh, don't mention other people that are potential competitors. That is not consistent behavior. Let me explain what I'm saying here.
Okay.
Even in animal kingdom, this is in the nature of the world itself. It's so fundamental that if we cannot even meet that standard, we are in serious trouble. In the animal kingdom, you can have a lion taking care of his cub. But if he turns his back and is careless enough, the hyena will take that cub and that lion will be childless. So when that happens, what you are seeing there is the lion is responsible for caring for his child, but the hyena is also a threat. Two things can be true at the same time. And that lion is meant to teach his child never to stray away from his path so that it can survive in the world. And that is how we as a people, that is where we miss the point. When I try to say that if you see Westerners exploiting you, they represent the hyenas. It still doesn't mean the mother of that cub should not do his job to keep the cub in line. So the mother is ultimately responsible, but there are enemies out there. To pretend as if that doesn't exist in a competitive world.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
To say that doesn't exist in a competitive world is a kind of this is contradictory. You see what I mean? Competition means you have to compete against those groups. I'm not defining them as a problem, but you have to win against them. Otherwise, when they win against you, there are consequences, and we know what the consequences are. We see it in the American continent, we see it in the South American continent, we see it in the Australian continent, and we see it in New Zealand. What the consequences could be to lose. And that is my point. It's not that I'm saying we should just keep blaming foreigners for our problems and all the rest. It's our mindset. I agree with you 100% when you said that nobody teaches a parent how to care for their child. We all know that. We do it instinctively. Why don't we care for our land? Why don't we care for our own people? That is the part that is broken. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you can see the title of this book. Did you read this? Yeah. Did you read this when it came out? It came out probably like about 15 or 20 years ago.
I think that is a figure of speech.
Okay. It's a figure. You're right. Thomas Friedman is a writer. He's a writer with New York Times. Go and read that book. It's an old book though, but go and read it. When this guy wrote this book, he was putting us in the same category with Brazil in the future of Nigeria. when it comes to competition and when it comes to advancement, based on the technicians we were training at that time. Because when it comes to this engineering training or medicine, Nigerians got those things covered. We got the best good grants on those areas. When it comes to computer science technicians and everything, we do very well in that area too. Our problem is that we are not looking at things holistically, whereby in our mindset, we're going to fight, just like you are saying something, you say something. When you call somebody a competitor, it's not the same thing as saying that they are your problems. A competitor can be a collaborator at the same time. That's what Chinese do with the Americans. And don't forget that we are talking about China. China is China because of the investment done in China by the West. That's how those are the people that grow China to what it is. China did not grow itself. If you go and read them, I don't know if I have that book over there. If you go and read how China became China, it was the Western investment.
China was a nuclear power before the West even got there.
No, it's not just about nuclear power.
No, we're not talking about nuclear.
It's about nuclear power. Why do
it's
you
not
keep
just about nuclear power. Okay, can I give you an instance?
You see, if you keep thinking like that, if you keep thinking like that, you wonder why we don't have a chance.
From what he's saying, I'm only picking something. When the West they went there because of advantage of labor. And China turned their own advantage to be their own advantage.
Thank you.
And also, even when we talk about the enslavement and the colonialism, I think they brought education to us. How did we use that education as an advantage?
Thank you.
That becomes a line of thought to develop.
Just in addition, just a minute. In 2020, during coronavirus, then I was in Nigeria. Trump wanted to deport many immigrants that are schooling in America then back to their various countries. Then, when I look at the ratio of Nigerians as in that are schooling here in the US, then as in just 16,000 people from China. I'm talking about 2020. Meanwhile, as I then Chinese China have already developed as in way back. China was about 300 and something, and Canada followed as many other. I'm not talking about India. Don't even go there. So my point is that, okay, fine. Instead of you to use this disadvantage to your own advantage, you are not capitalizing on it. That is the problem we are facing in the country. So we have not been able to localize our education to suit our purpose. Now the world is leaving us behind. If this trajectory is not changed, we are
can I just add something to that? Like Brazil. If it was 2003, Thomas Friedman was trying to compare Brazil to Nigeria. Yes. I really feel bad because Brazil was well ahead of Nigeria as of 2005, because Brazil had by that time already one of the best manufacturers in aircraft, just in aerospace engineering. And regarding the China, in 1965, China became
2005. So yes. when you point aircraft, there is an aspect of Nigeria also ahead of Brazil.
Like
by 2005,
I think Nigeria manufactured
in technology, nothing. They've never been ahead of Brazil. Brazil would have been a nuclear power right now. It's America that contained them and told them not to do that, as long as they are not going to attack them and stuff like that. But let me just see, the idea of China, America going to China has nothing to do with just because they want manpower. That is just a benefit. But they wanted to pull China away from the Soviet Union because they understood.
No. You're not.
Let me explain. Okay, I can give you my reasoning here.
Go ahead. See, no, don't give me your reason. Listen. Let me tell you something.
It's my opinion now. Isn't
I know it's your opinion, but
it's a factual one. To be fair.
Okay, listen.
It's written out there.
Yeah, listen. Let me say something. Because this is something people talked about. That's why you don't see a lot of people come here who can contribute very little. When you want to give something that when somebody Google it, they will actually, or if they want to find a book or they want to find an information based on what you said, it will rhyme with.
I agree with that 100%. Did I give anything that is not that you cannot find?
Let me just add to what he just said. The idea of here, one of the things that makes me not to always frequent here is I see it as a research center. Research center where we bring in ideas and bet new ways of looking at things. But
Yeah.
the moment it begins to turn to be a place of argument, where people thinking that their own opinion today is a superior opinion, I find it uncomfortable. I see it as a research center. So let me just go on with what you're saying.
I think the way to make it a research center is when somebody contributes to opinion, then you check it out whether it's correct. And we can do that. Let's carry out that little exercise right now. When I say something, check it. And then when he says something, he can check it. Please go ahead and respond, because I wanted to read the list of reasons why America decided to cooperate with China. One of them is containment of the Soviet Union, which is very important. Balance of power, and I can read what comes out of ending the Vietnam War, and economic opportunity came as on a very, very lower aspect of this, because the strategic importance of China to the Soviet Union was very, very heavy. If China was cooperating with the Soviet Union would not have fallen. And so America succeeded in what they did by pulling China away from the Soviet Union. And now, why do you think that they are beginning to hate on China? China is no longer useful to them in terms of containing Russia anymore. So China is now a threat to them. So it's not because China attacked them. China didn't attack, they didn't do anything to them. But just because China is too developed now, they want to contain China. And guess what? They are using Taiwan, India, Japan, and South Korea to try to contain this in China.
Okay, let me see, Augustine. What's your take?
Yeah, so Fabara, look at the point you're making here. When you use the word competitors, I see anyone that is coming to you having an interest. And remember, this is not a religious organization. The marrying of countries are always interests. And when you see a higher interest from the other side, you also come with a higher interest of your own. Once you get what you want, like Brazil, okay, you don't want us to have a nuclear war. Do we really need nuclear war? No. Let's take advantage on our economy. Let's calm down on our nuclear war and build our economy. You have advantage. This is the problem I had when Nigeria was clamoring our fuel is being sold to other African countries. What is wrong with that? It's business. Now, how do you sell up fuel and make more money in Nigeria? That's a question that would have come up, and not cutting it short.
True. Oga, Chief, I'm waiting for you, Doctor.
So let me go back and respond to so many things you said, right? If you go to YouTube right now, you can read about a lecture a guy gave about the beginning of China. Don't forget, it was an American president that was the one that invited the Chinese to the United States. And then because they wanted to open up the market to the China because of their number. It was American president, it was Nixon. And when they invited
Nixon went to China.
Nixon went to China and then invited what is it? It's not Xi Jinping. It was Xi Jinping, I believe so. He said that Xi Jinping to come to this thing. When the guy came into the United States, do you know one of the things he insisted? He insisted that he must visit Seattle and go to the Boeing industry where they make aeroplanes. And from there, the very first thing they did, as soon as he got back home, he changed their economic policy. Started from Guangzhou, because Guangzhou is on this other side it's the last side of the China closed, then the water before you go to Hong Kong, which was a British territory. So he first of all opened up Guangzhou for the people who are dismantling or old ship. The old ship, when they scrap old ship, he opened that place for them to use it to scrap old ship. Old ships that see when they are old, they are no more seaworthy ship. They're just gonna have to they scrap everything. You're gonna use a lot of welders, a lot of workers, and they brought a lot of businesses in that area. From that, they move gradually to open up their country for Americans and the Europeans to start establishing factories. And that's the beginning of the economic boom that you see in China. Today, the people that are now luring the American company are the Vietnamese. Joe Biden just visited Vietnam not long ago because the Vietnam want all that interest that was given to China to be transferred to them. because they need the market, they need the manufacture, they need their job for their people. And let us not forget about the Tiananmen Square demonstration. And what was aspiration? I was in school with a lot of the Chinese. What you think about the Chinese is not what is going on with the Chinese. Most of the Chinese girls, when they come here, they want to get married to the Americans, mostly the white people, not the blacks, because they don't want to go back to one child or two child policy environment. The younger generation of the Chinese want what you want. They want freedom. They don't want to be held back. And that's the truth. You can read about any books you want on those things. You can read about any information you want on those things. So the interest where you are saying that it will be good, yes, there's no wrong, there's nothing wrong from what you said, that it will be good because they believe, the Western world believe, that the more a society become capitalized as a capitalist system, the less oppressive they become and want to go to fight. Because don't forget that the Western world wanting alone. They want that, what you may call it a hegemony, but what is that, the hegemony? The hegemony is like a world controlled by liberal democracy, where people can fight over policies and issues. They don't want, they are not fighting to be this, because they believe that if it's a liberal democracy where ideas and the accomplishment will prevail, they believe that they will always win, or they expect that they will always be on ahead. So that's why they are fighting for the environment of liberal democracy. Because they say, oh, if it is in this area where we allow the talents to flourish, do as much as you can do, we will beat everybody else. Because it makes things, they don't want a society where dictators or oppressive governments run the whole world. And who doesn't want that? Who wants to be oppressed? Who wants to be under a dictator? Nobody does. Because all of us will be fun. If you go to Nigeria, he said if you talk too much, they push you off the window, just like they do in Moscow area and all those kind of stuff. And that's why. So even when you're talking about the West, you're never going to see a professor, Patutomi talking about West being an issue with Africans. The only people that make those statements are people who don't read any book. People who cannot tell you if the West is the problem, how do you counter that problem? Because you can't tell us a problem without giving us a way to the solution. And the people who will never spend one day to go and volunteer or go and demonstrate or go and call a meeting on how to make Africa or Nigeria a better place. Most people who will use their time to do any of this will never point finger to anybody else. They will point finger to what they can do, not what anybody else is stopping them from doing. And that's a mindset on its own. Because the mindset we are having now that is our leader is actually a very wrong mindset, because when we say it's our leader and the guy who we are calling, most of the guys who are in the leadership in Nigeria, I'm older than most of them.
When you talk about that regarding leadership, I think
hold on, let me finish. So the point, the problem, what we should be doing on this platform is, how do we counter them? How do we stop them? How do we challenge them? Because there is something, I don't know how many of you who understand Igbo language. There is something in Igbo, they say that Ejirombobo. Do you know what that means?
No.
You don't use the excuse of being killed to avoid going to war. That's an Igbo proverb. You do not use the excuse of being shot dead to avoid going to war.
Wow.
So do you see that we don't even have any excuse anymore? So the only thing we need to do, just like Jagu always stress on this, we need to use this platform to start organizing and mobilizing ourselves. Even if we don't fight them with weapon or anything, we can start putting up, maybe collectively, we can start putting up We can pay and take up a New York ad against, release the name of the senators and take up New York ad against them. Nigerian senators.
So how about the original point that we were addressing? Davidson wanted to, but let me just share this so you see what I mean. The question I asked on Google,
yeah,
I said, why did Nixon think it was a good idea to work with China? And this was the first answer that came out. And the weird thing is that these deductions are actually made them. I think I was thinking about this one day, and I just said, you know what? The way people think that is because of trade, that's why America did it. It wasn't. It just occurred to me that China is right next door to the Soviet Union. And it makes sense. China is highly populated. If these people remained friends to the Soviet Union, America would never, Soviet Union would not collapse. So, and the moment you ask the question, you start seeing that, oh, it's because they wanted to use China to counter Russia and Vietnam War and all. It's all, and they even have a specific name for it. That's how.
No, teenager. The most important thing here is that you are talking about how China build their own economy.
Yeah.
Whether being a part of Soviet Union or not, that is not the issue. The issue now is, okay, what policies? That is the reason I was trying to counter our leader here just now, that yes, it's not just all leaders, bad leaders, leadership. But the truth of the matter is that who are those people making policies? You know, is it brought down to the leadership style we are practicing in our country, Nigeria? Then when you started, you mentioned about there's mass communication regarding some courses and all of that. You see finance, you see revolve around policies makers. Now, we are having issue with light now because students need light to study. They need internet to study. You know, who are those people responsible for that? It's still the leader. Whether leadership in the presidential level or leadership in the academic level, people making decisions at various levels, they are the people we are talking about right here. So that is the point. So talking about sovereignty, you know, China belonging to one or two unions, the most important is that they have a core value they were protecting. You know, they were building the future. Okay, we want to do this, but in the next 2020, we want our GDP to be like this. And how are we going to pursue those things? In all holistic view, everything, they put everything together. If you check the China or the whatever, you find out that they did not only concentrate in their educational system alone, as in terms of university, they go straight to their own a form of technical skills. Like, are you talking about those people that sew clothes, cobbler, all these people that manufacture shoe, name it. Even in their secondary school, you see students already started manufacturing. So those are the points we are talking about. So when we talk about development, at the end of the day, it's boiled down to how we make it plan for the next 20 years, for the next 5 years.
Good. Davison, you made the right point. Let me tell you why I say we should be very careful about the people we call leaders. The people we call leaders by the way they express themselves and by the way they carry on. We already know that they don't like Nigeria. They don't like the masses. They don't like the people. They have a goal in mind. Their goal is to come there and collect as much money and make as much money as they want for them, their children, and their generations unborn. There's nothing you expect those people to do, because they are now, you know, Maya Angelou, the poet Maya Angelou said something. When somebody show you who they are the very first time, just believe them. We have seen that the only thing Nigerians produce most of the time is people who are corrupt to the core, people who are looking at Nigeria as a place to come and steal money, not to fix anything. And another writer in America said something. He said this. He said, evil can only prevail when the good people keep quiet. So it's not that they are not the one doing wrong. I accept they are the one doing wrong. They are doing wrong because we are not challenging. We allow them. And don't forget that they grew up in the same, okay, based on my age, I grew up at the same time they were growing up. So we were actually schooled in the same way. If it's this environment that schooled us, if we're a product of our environment, apparently I should have the same mindset with them. P2B should have the same mindset with them. But P2B started taking all those executive classes from all these Ivy League universities that cost $30,000, $40,000, where a professor challenged him, you're doing all this, is why not just go to your country and try to make a difference so that it will be something you contributed? And he said, huh? And that called his mind to say, wait a minute, this is a good idea. And already he was doing volunteer work as a Catholic person. He goes to Haiti, he goes to so many places. He goes with his children, they go and volunteer and do Catholic work. So he said that's when those are the things that sparked him up to run to be the governor of Anambra State when he ran. So the key thing is that all of us have to have the same inspiration and the same spark to see what we can do, not who we can blame, because there is nothing we can come here and blame. Listen, those guys don't listen to us. They will never hear what we are saying. So the only thing we are doing is running our blood pressure by just attacking one another or argue with one another, rather than say, hey, how can we put our mind together to come together and start putting, even if we don't challenge them, that putting stumbling block in the roads of all these people. At least let them know that if we take a publication in the what is the forefathers, what's the major newspaper in UK? Is it the Guardian or
the Guardian, the Sun newspaper?
Yeah, we take the list of all of them and publish it in Sun and talk about how they shared money in a poor country to buy each other an SUV.
How is that going to help? That's just going to make us even look worse.
No. Listen. You don't know what result anything will do until you do and you try it, right?
I think one of the areas I deviate a little bit from you is that you don't appear to see us or see others as potential threats to us. It's like being part of a family.
You know why I don't see that? You know why I don't see them as potential threat?
Yes.
Do you know who control Americans' oil?
Americans.
No, the Americans would be very specific. Who?
No, I'm not exactly sure. You can say Chevron and all the others, but I've not known the name.
American oil is not controlled by American government the way Nigerian government controls Nigerian oil. The states where that produces the most and where most oil is produced is Texas. Texas is not one of the richest. One of the richest states in the states in the United States is California. They don't have any oil. So the issue, the Singapore you mentioned before, the Singapore does not have any natural resources.
True.
Their natural resources is their brain, right?
Yep.
So if you have the brain just like a typical white man, why would you start looking at him as a threat to you, if not as a competitor?
Because Singapore also saw
that is a very great point there. Thank you for that.
Singapore also saw other people as threats.
No,
I don't know why.
No. They saw them as a competitor. Not as a threat.
Some people were threats. That's why they have the shrimp policy. That poison shrimp policy was to say, if you attack us, kill us, but you are going to be sick.
Okay, fine. Going by your own postulation,
that's not a threat. That's it.
Okay,
that is it depends on what you want to call it. They are preparing for possible dangers. They prepare for it. But
okay, in preparation, what are you doing? What are you doing to being able to mark your guide? What are you doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm advocating, that we need to change our security posture in Nigeria, because all other nations have very high security posture.
Okay,
that by recruiting into our defense forces, train them more, secure the country so that the
what are you going to use to secure them? You are still going to buy the weapon from the foreigner that is here.
Somebody, right?
No, you start from somewhere.
No, not somewhere. You are still going to buy the weapon for those people you see as threats, right?
Yeah.
Not all of them are direct
not
threats.
All of them. Who?
No,
you say they are threats, your neighbor. Is that what you said?
Okay. If you want to go and have this discussion, we can have it in a civil way.
Let me just see.
The
truth of the matter is
like what? It's not about winning the argument.
Like what MS said. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it well. What he said in the sense that when you see others as competitor, you will organize your educational system. Talking about weapon now. You can your university can help you develop your weapon for you in order for you to secure your country.
Nigeria is they are now beginning to manufacture weapons from what I gather they manufacture warships.
You have this mentality
Hold
of you
on.
growing,
See,
of
Tiobala, you are reminding me of Jude. We are all on the same side. We want better for Nigeria. The way you are going about it is that you are trying to say, oh, let's pretend. In a way, that's what you are doing. The reason why you disagree with me, not because you disagree that I want to do the right thing for our country. You are trying to shut me up or saying, don't blame other people. The colonial people are good. Maybe for some reason you are
not that one.
You are blinded on that side.
No, let me make
hold on, Davison. Yeah, forefather. Why are you interested in whether somebody is good or bad?
Exactly.
Are they your mother or your father?
Because it affects you based on the danger they could pose to you in the future. That is why America is projecting now that China is their biggest threat. How can they be doing these things and we don't understand it?
But you see, they are not looking at China as blocking them. They are looking at them as people that are rising up to compete with them.
Okay.
And they are their biggest threat.
Yeah, but you see, what is a threat though?
Not only trade, military, all of them.
Exactly. But you see, the thing is, that's not the way, because the people you are looking at, if you look at the military as a threat to Nigeria, we can't even fight them even if we want to.
But you have to start from somewhere to recognize it and start putting yourself in the right position.
But you see, we are not at the same part. We are not even that.
But you see now you have come out openly.
No, we're not even there.
You are part of the way you think is
because
you are thinking small of our people.
No, I'm no.
Not small.
Listen,
we don't have the capacity.
I'm not thinking about.
You see, when you think like that, your imagination is limited. Let me give you an example of this.
No, not imagination.
Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Just give me
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish so that you can continue. Okay. We can't even feed our people.
Talking about
we don't have enough food to feed our people, forefathers. And you are competing with the West. Come on, wake up, man.
You see, if you are letting me talk, you'll find out that what I wanted to say is very relevant to what you just said.
Go ahead.
See, let me give you an example. China, when they were just defeated by the Japanese, and in the Second World War, they were on their knees. The economy was flat. In short, they didn't even have an economy. They were an agrarian society, basically doing farming. And guess the ambition of their leader, Mao Zedong. The first thing he did when he went to Soviet Union. These are people that were just defeated in the war. They just came out maybe because Japan was defeated and Japan lost to them. He went to China, Russia, and Soviet Union then and said, you know what? We want your nuclear technology. He didn't ask for just power generation. He didn't ask for the economy. He said, we want your nuclear technology. This is a breakthrough technology that Russia has barely even tested at all. They are asking for their best. Stalin was alive then. He refused and turned him away. He said he didn't turn him away. He showed him the lab and all the stuff they did, but he said he's not going to share the technology with them. Then when Stalin died, he went back to Khrushchev and demanded the same thing. And Khrushchev decided, you know what? We are going to share it. We are going to even share our ballistic missile technology with you. And they started working with the Russians. And after a while,
that story is not complete. When they said they want to share, hold on, you continue. There is an exchange. What was an exchange? You cannot just meet somebody I want to get this from you. What are you giving in return?
Oh, I think it's agricultural products. That's all.
Okay. If Nigeria wants
what else can
we have the agriculture to give in exchange?
Yes, we have. See, we have more than agriculture. We have our people. We have this thing. What they call it? Crude oil. We have resources like crazy, more than China did at that time.
Do you have the crude oil? The crude oil cannot even refine your country.
Let me finish the point. And in terms of hunger, China, they were living on rations when they were building their nuclear technology. As a matter of fact, during the time when they were working with the Soviet Union decided that they were going to make nice with America. And the Soviet Union told them, please stop building this stuff. We want to be nice to America now. And I promise you, we will protect you with our nuclear umbrella. China was like, up yours. Go and make your peace with America. We'll go ahead and build our own nuclear technology. And because of that, according to the Chinese, they said they may have actually developed their nuclear technology faster because the Russians were not busy micromanaging them. And they went ahead, tested the nuclear weapons in 1965. And guess what? In the early 1970s, Nixon was there. shaking hands with them. In other words, we have not even made ourselves worthy of being considered a strategic ally to anyone. And about what Oga said about the West just wanting to have a democratic and capitalist system controlling the world, that is, it's all about power. It has nothing to do with that. If you look at Saudi Arabia and their relationship with China, China was communist. Their relationship with many powers around the world, they don't care about democracy. They care about power. Everything that they are doing is a way of maintaining their power.
So what do you do? What do you do with power, though? What is the power, and what do you do with power?
They use it to build their people to get richer, stronger, better, and aspire to basically lead humanity. That is what it is all about.
Okay, but you see, it boils down to, you see, you use the power to advance your people.
Yes.
And that's exactly what I told you, because that power, I told you can call it hegemony. That's who controls.
That's true. But you just said we don't have the ability to aspire to those things. And
No,
the reason why I gave you the story of Mazindong is because they were on their knees and they were able to aspire to those heights.
Because listen, there's something you are missing. You know the point you're missing.
Okay.
When Charles Murray published a book on the IQ of the human beings in the world, who had the highest IQ in Charles Murray's book?
I think maybe it was the Asians, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Asians, number one, the Caucasians, number two, the blacks, and the last, the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, how have we tried to actually counter that?
I see that those type of studies, is clear that it's been revealed that what tends to affect people's IQ is their way of life. If things are good in your country, your IQ increases. Like now, an individual could have 10% lower IQ, and the moment they have money, their IQ increases because their living standard has changed.
Well, that's not that. Is that why Albert Einstein had a very high IQ? Because
no. So there's genetic elements to it, but there are the most intelligent people in the world, from what I gather, is actually created in Africa because of our diversity. We can create the dumbest, we can create the wisest. It's just that we've not tapped into it well enough. My point is that we can aspire to any height we want. No, because being timid about it doesn't get you anywhere. It's just.
But my problem is that you're deviating from the point. I am not timid about your aspiration or your motivation. I'm actually concerned about where you are when you are aspiring. We don't have a ground foundation, and you want to build a skyscraper.
Mm-hmm. What is the ground foundation?
The ground foundation is that we have to be thinking effectively, competitively in our mind with the rest of them. If we are competing in our mindset with the rest of the world, if we're on the par, then what you're saying can uphold. But we are not even there.
How are people that have 7 degrees and my degree?
What do you do with a degree?
No.
What do you do with a degree?
My point is that we can think. It's just a change. We just need to flip that switch that we've switched off.
No. You see, I've said this over and over. The university teaches you how to get a job. Now, I understand. When you go to the research level, now you are expanding. It's all different ballgame. That's what I do. You know, when you go to your PhD level, that is a different ballgame. That's what I do. But the initial purpose of education is for job. Even here in the United States, they will tell you that we are improving our university so that we can train a lot of people for the job market, so that we remain competitive. And that's why the emphasis in education now is what they call STEM. What is STEM? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Because that's the future of the world competitive jobs.
Yeah,
they're not doing STEM because it sounds good, because it makes you smarter. No, it's all utility. The utility education does not make you smart. And that's why a lot of people come here and talk rubbish, because they don't pick up anything to read or research something before they show up.
That's the point I've made earlier. That's the point I've made earlier. That they are not
they don't take the time to study. Let me make this point.
Okay.
Because let me make this point. The issue we have is we take time to talk about the problem without ever talking about the solution. We actually, the way you talk about the West, secondly, the way you talk about the West, you make it look like we are victims. No, we are not. Nobody is taking our resources. Our resources, any resources we produce in Nigeria is sold in the world market, just like every other country.
Yes.
The people who are doing oil bunkering are Nigerians organizing with some thieves to steal our oil. The people stealing our gold are Nigerians organizing, because there is one core mindset in Nigeria right now. And one of my friends, who I'm not going to mention the name, who used to come to Atlanta when I was in Atlanta, and we all party together, go pick, go hang out in the, all those clubs together, So when he went back to Nigeria to go and run and become House of Representative, representing part of Anambra State, he told my best friend, Ken finished his PhD and went back to Nigeria. He's in Nigeria now. He said, forget about Nigeria. It's all about what you can get. He was a House of Representative because they released money in the Congress to help. Listen, this is like about 15 years ago. They released some money, not a lot of money, to help start, organizing the youths, keep the youths busy and start inspiring them and teaching them certain things. Do you know that all of them from Anambra State that were in the House of Representatives take that money and divided it among themselves?
Okay.
This my friend who left Georgia after he got his PhD, who is a bosom friend to this guy, said when he told him that these people would release some money for the youth, he said, "Oh, no, this is good because that's what he specializes on. That's what his thesis was all about. How to mobilize African youth for the future." And then what the guy told him? He said, "So when are we going to meet to know how we're going to stay that?" By that time, Ken is already in Lagos. When are we going to meet to start strategizing how we're going to go about it to get these young people busy in Oka and all this kind of stuff? The guy said, "Nah, wrap that thing. I'm not leave that thing alone. This Nigeria is whatever you can get." Whatever you can get for yourself, you just grab it.
You are seeing the mindset there, right? Exactly. There. That is the mindset that is killing the country.
And that's exactly.
And let me answer one question about victimhood.
Yeah.
I don't see ourselves as victims. I see ourselves as a weaker people that were defeated, period. In this world, I don't believe in racism because racism only happens to people that are weak and defeated people. And that's why you complain about racism. Because when the Chinese used to be discriminated against in the West before now, but now that they are very, very powerful, who cares? Even if you saw the Chinese man with his race, he was like, "Oh, I don't care. I'm going to go and enjoy myself in my country." So it's a defeated people that complain about, "Oh, these people are maltreating me." I used to be like that actually. "Oh, they are racist. Why are they not treating us nice?" No. I think the idea is very simple in nature. There is no use of the antelope pleading this in mercy from the lion that's about to consume it, because it's the nature of things. It has to be settled, and we have to become either a lion or, better still, maybe a dragon that can be able to compete in this world. There's no need feeling sorry for yourself.
The process of becoming that lion or dragon is what I am concerned about.
Good.
I get it. You don't just
that
process
is, you have to be deliberate about it and intentional. And this is what I keep saying. If we are not intentional,
in order for it to be deliberate and intentional, then the process, the policies, and every strategic plan you have for the next 10, 20 years should be clear, should be measurable. So how?
I agree with that.
These are the points you are making.
But you see, in addition to what you're saying, let us understand that the present people who we have running the country are not interested in everything you and I are discussing. They're not interested. Yes. They know what they're there for. They believe that Nigeria is for the grabs. All you want to do is grab your own and give it and keep going. So whatever we can come together, and even if it's a scratch, even if we're going to just scratch them.
But where did that belief come from?
That belief comes from a typical black man. A typical black man in this has a one psychology, because we started in a way where we are so much scared of. We were so much scared that the world is full of scarcity. We don't have a broadened view of world and the way the universe is. So we think everything is scarce. When you have a scarcity mindset, the only thing you're going to be doing is to grab so that you don't lose. That's why you don't even stop grabbing. Even after you have $1 billion, you still starting to steal some more. Meanwhile, Bill Gates is spending the billions he has to somebody.
Yeah.
There was a billionaire who just retired in New York.
That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. I really think that is interesting psychological analysis to say that it is because they have a scarcity mindset because they've been deprived. But there was a time we were not deprived, and we still never got on to do the right thing by ourselves.
Good. Now stop there. If you go to our forefathers who were not deprived, they did not have scarcity mindset. That's why if you are a wine tapper in the village and you are somebody who is great, a banker.
No, sorry, I meant that we didn't have a scarcity mindset in the 60s, 70s. We had a bit more resources then.
No, it's not because even the resources, because those people came from a different background where they believe that money is not everything. What you acquire is not all the things, that you need respect. You need everything. But we started over emphasizing money. When you start over emphasizing money, your value drops, because you are not looking at. There's this guy, Deepak Chopra, in one of his classes he was teaching, he said, focus on excellence and money follow you. We do not focus on excellence. We do not focus on being the best we can be.
That's true.
We focus on grabbing that money. Do you know that here, or even on this internet, if you want to take any class from all these guys that develop e-commerce or anything, and they want to get you to pay $50 to be in their class, the first thing they do is they find something they value they can give you for free. It might just be an information. And if you go to their class and they say you want to take a class on how do I grow my internet presence with a lot of viewers, a lot of audience, the first thing they will tell you is, okay, if you want to if you want to grab a lot of people on the internet, make sure that you're giving them something of value. Yeah. And because you're selling them something of value, what are you going to give them free that is important before you start expecting to make money off them? And that's not the way we think in Africa.
Delayed gratification, isn't it?
Yeah, delayed gratification, exactly. Because they want you to, like, let's say I want to expand my viewership, and I want to send everybody an email, or I drop something you can call a landing page on my Facebook page to attract people's email. I first of all have to give them. If you click here, you will learn how to make. I will share 3 steps on how to make money, or 3 steps on how to quiet your mind to avoid being anxiety, to avoid having anxiety disorder, or being paranoid or anything like that.
I think I found I have a working theory that I will share with you, and I also found that in a report in the UK, they wrote that the reason why poorer people make bad judgments is because of the difficulty of their situation. That is like a computer that is running a lot of programs at the same time compared to a computer that is running slow and fewer programs, because the poor person is calculating too many variables that he needs to survive with, so they are more prone to errors. So he compounds their problem, and it makes it and that results in their lower IQ based on their issues. But my working theory is that the reason why we may have this kind of mindset is because short-termism mindset is because we are not incentivized enough to see the bigger picture. An example of this is that all the Asian nations that we like to mention today that have gone on to do relatively well, they had some very, very, very traumatic event occur to them in the last 70 years. From China, Vietnam, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, Singapore, India, all of them went through hell. And this hell was mostly visited on them by external forces. So it means that when those forces lose their power over them, then they are more motivated to do the right thing by their people. So you don't need to preach to the next fellow countryman that we need to do these things, like the way you have to convince Nigerians. So you can see why Nigerians it's hard to convince them to cooperate with each other when there is no real reason to do that.
Well,
they don't feel any threat.
Okay, well,
that will make them unite to do those things.
Okay, Godfather, if your forefathers, if your theory holds, it means that African Americans should actually be ahead of everybody, or the Indian Americans should actually be ahead of everybody because they've been heavily marginalized. They've been pushed aside. They've been conquered.
There's an aspect that you missed. I said when those forces leave them, African Americans are our best in terms of they are by far the most racialized black men on the face of the earth. They understand the dynamics of the world more than we do. And if they had access to our resources, they will quickly turn on the world. They will know who their enemies are quickly. But we don't know that.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that not so fast, because there is something that's behind that. You know, there's a saying in the United States that said, if you want to hide anything away from black people,
in a book,
we put it in a book, because we don't read. And let me tell you, the information, let's assume somebody developed, maybe you, maybe Davidson, you develop the best information that can save Nigeria today. Do you know 90% the people who will be 90% of people that will read it?
No.
The same white people you are talking about.
Yeah, they will read it now because they have the luxury of the time. Like I said, they make better decisions because they are already ahead.
But you see, that's why I'm telling you that. What you said about the poor people, right? To some extent, the psychology is backing you in essence in some areas, but it's still not an excuse. Let me tell you why it's not an excuse, because every human being always have your surrounding, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to protect yourself is by watching what's going on in your surrounding, right?
Yeah.
Those ones who do better are the people who look at their surrounding and want to learn from it.
Yep.
The ones who don't do well, whether they are poor or rich, are the ones who ignore the information their surrounding is giving them. So what you said has a play in poverty, even it has a very, very good implication in poverty. However, your surrounding is your weakness. Your surrounding is powerful, but you have to be what they call self-motivated. And if you're not self-motivated, it doesn't make any mean. It doesn't matter how much we bombard you with information on how to be rich. You'll be like, they're just saying that who knows whether it works or it doesn't work. The person who is self-motivated will say, hey, I'm already poor. What do I have to lose? Let me try it. If it doesn't work, I don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that it forces people to be more individualistic because they don't have any reason. Exactly the comment that you made that your friend or so made said, forget about Nigeria, fight for yourself. That is exactly that. You will not hear that kind of statement in the aftermath of Japanese invasion in China. You will not hear that kind of statement in the aftermath of invasion of Vietnam. Or you will not hear that because their mindset will be different. And if you look at the African countries that have fought for their freedom, not like Nigeria where they just talked about it and handed over, like South Africa and Zimbabwe, they seem to be more assertive about their independence than, as a matter of fact, Zimbabwe wanted to behave like every other country. It was the people that fought the colonizers that insisted that Mugabe had to give them the land, that they didn't fight for nothing. You see what I mean?
And then what did that? Why? Okay, good. What happened with the land after I gave it to them?
They were sanctioned heavily by the West.
No. What was the result of their using their
the land could not function because they were sanctioned every day. They couldn't trade.
No. That's not the problem with the land. There's a listen. Even
the land is still there, but for the land to flourish, you need to be able to trade and get finance and all the rest.
No. They were taking farms. They were handing them over white people's farmers. Some of those white farmers ended up in the northern Nigeria.
Yes.
What happened when they handed over farm is that they were not disciplined on how to run farming. They don't have any.
You are buying into the narrative that they painted. That is not it. If they had access that the Europeans had, they would have been able to farm it.
No, they were not farmers already. You got to be.
You see what you are doing to your own people. You are saying your people cannot farm. Somehow their IQ is low.
Right here, your forefathers. We have lands in Nigeria. Nigeria cannot feed himself. Why?
Okay, that's a fair point.
Eh?
That's a fair point. But I'm talking about Zimbabwe, where they have consciousness.
Listen, forget about Zimbabwe. Let's talk about where we listen. There is one Igbo guy. Go to YouTube and look for this Igbo guy who left Europe, started agriculture in somewhere in Lagos, started a farm raising catfish and chicken. Catfish and chicken in Lagos. The guy said, you know what he said? He said he cannot satisfy the egg demand. The people that come there to buy eggs, he cannot satisfy the demand. He called his friend who was roaming around in Europe. He asked the guy to come back home. The guy fly home. He gave him money to start another farm close to him. The guy started chicken farm too. And as soon as he started producing egg, he found out they don't have enough egg for the people who need it.
Yeah. See, okay, look at it now from this point of view.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe has been under heavy sanctions for
years now. I don't doubt that. Go to the farming. Why did the black farmers fail? Type that.
Okay, Zimbabwe farming issues. Let's see. Yes, I know to an extent why they failed. If you don't have access to finance, if you don't have access to the market, you will not be able to make money.
Okay,
it's simple.
What do you find from
and that is what the Zimbabwean farmers were doing. The original, the European Zimbabwean farmers, they were not making a lot of money because they were selling only to Zimbabwe. They were making a lot of money because they sold overseas. But the moment Zimbabwe took control of the land, they lost access to all those. So you can see what the results will be.
Okay, show us why did the Zimbabwe farmers fail?
You see, a government assessment estimated that Zimbabwe's maize production fell by 43% in 2001 to 2022 season due to the lack of rainfall. So they are blaming a lot of other things. There are so many things you can blame, but in the end,
no, you said 2000 and what already?
2021 to 2022.
No, we're not talking about today because those things are not. We're talking about when Mugabe took over and handed farmers to the blacks. Why did black farmers in Zimbabwe fail? That's what I want to know.
But the farmers are farming today. They are not failures. They are farming, but they can't farm in a big way because they are still under sanction. And besides that, even if Zimbabwe has been under sanction for about 20 years or so, their GDP per capita is still very close to that of Nigeria. So I don't know. Maybe we should be under sanction. Maybe that would do us some good because even the Iranian GDP per capita is higher than that of Nigeria, and they have been under sanction for about 40 years. What is the use of our freedom? All this freedom that we keep treasuring so much, it hasn't done us that much good. So the Blackstone. Welcome, the Blackstone. We should be running up soon, though. Today is Sunday now. We have to go to work, and
they go to work
for New Year. People prepare.
Do you work?
I don't know whether I work at all. People should prepare for New Year and all the rest of it. No, Easter.
Yeah. You are still smiling with all the baboons when they give today.
You feel sorry for me. Do you feel sorry for me?
I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. The forefathers, my forefathers, my best friend.
They won't let me rest. All because I said something.
I feel sorry for you. All of them will blast you.
Yeah, it was a bit hot today. It got a bit hot.
I called actually later I called the Rastus man, talked to him. Anyway,
yeah.
Maybe we can talk about that at the backstage. That would be better. But I just came in because people talking about the Nigerian farmers in Zimbabwe and everything. One thing I can say about Africa that we lack that management skills. If you look at the farmers in Europe, you can see just one man farming hectares of land, only him alone. At the end of the day, he's very successful. So why don't we find that? I could just put that into practice in Africa. One of the things that Africans eat into their capital.
Yes.
Because that's making money, they need to eat into their capital. Before they know it, they have eaten their capital and they start complaining. I tell you where I am, right? A man that has a business, he puts himself under salary in his own business. He pays himself salary just because he wants to manage his business properly. If his family is working for you, put them under salary, under income. You pay them monthly, right? So to know what is profit, what is capital, to have a very good, transparent ways of managing his income, his profit. Yeah. But Africans doesn't do like that. You understand me? You see an African man having one small business, tomorrow he's going to buy a very big car, want to travel with his family everywhere. Eating is so business capital. cannot predict what tomorrow will be when it comes to business. So yeah. I think one of the biggest problems we have is lack of proper management.
But could it be that it hasn't been beaten into us? That is why. Because other countries didn't have to go through this mess. They had vision by force beaten into them.
Let me tell you one thing. When we always hear enjoyment, what does it mean?
Good.
Yeah, because we just like to enjoy. We like to catch cruise.
And we like to enjoy. How do you enjoy? What makes you to enjoy?
And that's exactly typical characteristics of a black person.
Yeah.
A black person go to YouTube, you see, with the problem if you call Nigerians today in that London, forefathers, if you invite Nigerians for a party and say it's going to be free drink, it's going to be free food, everybody should come, you will not have any place to contain them. Turn it the other way and call everybody to come to have a meeting about what's going on in Nigeria. If you get 5 people, I'll give you $1,000. I'll send you $1,000 in the mail.
That's
because our mind, I keep telling you, our mindset is not where we look at. If you see what the Blackstone was saying where he lives, where I live. If a businessman do this, what is he referring to? He is showing you what his environment is teaching him. Now look at you. What you look is there. Let me give you a story. Let me tell a story, and after I tell a story, because my time is up now, I need to go. So let me tell you a story. There was this particular Yoruba guy in Lagos. His father was a lecturer. His mother a school teacher. The father was not making any money. The mother, they were scraping and scratching. Eventually, the father, when he was 8, his father divorced his mother. And the mother was crying every day because he has about three kids to take care of by himself in Lagos. The guy didn't know what to do, but he promised his mother because he felt so bad watching his mother cry. Every little money this kid gets, he spent it to buy data. And then he bumped into people doing e-commerce on the internet. He was in Nigeria. He had no money. He sent message. He sent DM to one of the Oyibo guys doing e-commerce online. Say, can I pay you small so I can pay to be a part of the program? The guy said, yes, send me whatever you have. So the guy gave somebody $90 equivalent to pay for him, and he's going to pay the rest. Gradually, he kept mailing that money and paid it off. And stayed in Nigeria and took that class. The same white kids who showed him those things started working with him gradually to help him set his own income. Why he still live in Nigeria? To cut the story first, they cut the story short. That guy was in Nigeria running that business until that business worth $5 million. Never been into the United States. But on the process of doing that, he said what encouraged him was in the process, he run into that book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He read that book. You know what he said? He said he consumed books like no man business. He said he read anything he can lay hand on. Do you know that when that business was up to $5 million, he relocated to Dubai?
Not shocked there.
And then he started collaborating with Americans. Up to today, he still has never been to the United States. The business became $20 million worth. He sold it for $200 million. Do you see?
What did you say he sold? Or
can I quickly add to that, please?
He sold the e-commerce business.
Oh,
he's
wow.
on YouTube. If you can go and take any class with him on YouTube.
Wow, that's impressive. I have to give it to him.
I think the major. Okay, like when you, I don't know if it was your forefather that make reference. Okay, the Blackstone that make reference to somebody, maybe a farmer. One farmer can have large acres of land and cultivate farm and all of that. If that most of all those things have most of those people have the backup of the government. Here in the US, for instance, if you want to find, you can go to any bank. You need a loan. Fine, they have tractors, they have all those machines they can use to help them cultivate their land and all of that to assist them. And they have enabling environment. In Nigeria, we don't have those things. So those are the major problems we'll be facing in the country as well. Because if the education, if you want to go to school, you can even go to any of the banks, say, okay, I need so and so loan. They will give it to you. In Nigeria, you can't have that. So imagine that same person now.
No,
hold
on, Davidson.
Okay.
You can't go to any bank and get any loan to go to school. In the United States, the only loan you can get to go to school is called FAFSA. The form is here. FAFSA is federal, federal education. It's organized by federal education system. You collect federal education loan. How do they give this loan? They don't give you the cash. You register, you enter the name of the school and their code number. When you register for the class, the Department of Education will send the money to the university.
Of course.
And that's what they call financial aid package. It doesn't come from any bank. You come from.
But do you also know people from Africa have access to those loans to come and study in the US?
No, okay. You don't have access to FAFSA. You have to be a resident or a citizen. There's a loan you have access to. The loan you have access to when you are a foreigner, because there's somebody I'm doing this for right now. As a matter of fact, if you go to YouTube, there are 2 Nigerians who are talking about this loan. It's a privately organized loan by a loan company that will give you loan as an international student. If you get admission to,
they will send it to your school.
If you get admission to the schools in their list, they don't finance all the schools.
Yeah.
They have some special schools in their list that they sponsor. If you get admission to do master's degree, not undergraduate. If you get admission to do on master's degree in any of the schools where they're in the listed, they will actually give you loan to go there and study.
Okay.
So that loan,
use that one as an example. Imagine a foreigner. You have a body that stands for you to get such money to go to school. What will not happen to their own citizen? Are you getting my point?
They pay back. No, excuse me. David, to cut it short. All these things, like, I live in Germany. Germany education is like 100% free from everybody.
Yeah, that is
doesn't matter where you come from. Be you a foreigner, be you a citizen, you're 100% free, right? But they pay it back. It's not free. It's a loan. They pay it back. But Nigeria, give them a loan Will they pay back?
They will pay back. No,
if
they
can pay back. If the
pay
government have a good taxing system, they can pay back.
No, yes, no, wait now. No, listen. You know one thing, when we say they can pay back, there are instruments that's on the ground whereby, okay, for example, every student here doesn't even know that they are paying loans and they have loans. Or they know that they go to school free of charge and everything. There's a way the system collects it back from them. Does we have that system in place?
No.
Yes, we don't have it in place now.
We don't
have. Yeah, so no, sometimes it's place. So we have to understand that for anything to work, there must be an infrastructure, a system that we
put in place. Yeah,
100% correct.
That just can you trace your friend address tomorrow? If it's no more living there, where would you find him?
You will not even see him again, even if he's still living there.
At the end of the day, I will change his name tomorrow. It's a new person altogether.
I think the thing about finding people in Nigeria that makes it a bit easy now is
it's not
one,
easy.
Their BVN is linked to their phone, and secondly, many of them have presence online. Many of them have presence online. They have so many, so you know their family members, you know everybody.
Yeah, no, you're talking about NIN.
I see how Yobala is laughing because he
knows
it's
NIN you're talking about. And with the
NIN, is one of them.
The issue we are discussing, is that we have that mindset.
Yeah, we have the mindset.
We have that mindset that you don't, because listen, just like you are saying, if you give
before you continue, which mindset are you talking about?
The mindset of not wanting to be responsible for anything.
As how, like paying back your loan?
Yes, because do you know that a lot of Nigerians default on their students' loan?
Okay, fine. Do you know the effect of that to you? Do you know the effect of that to you?
Of course.
They will send you to a collection agency.
No, listen, the collection agency, don't forget, it's a student's loan. The collection agency don't collect. If they don't collect, they don't carry gun to come to your house. It's entered into your credit record.
Do you know how long it will take you 5 years minimum to clear that mess?
Mr. Davidson,
listen.
Those are things that
Davidson.
If
I tell you how much I'm owing in student's loan, you're not going to sleep. Huh? If I tell you how much I'm owing in the student's loan, you're not going to sleep. If I tell you if I tell you how much Ken owes in the student's loan before he left United States, you're not going to sleep.
But he's paying back, right?
But he's not paying back. Most Nigerians don't respect these things. That's what I'm telling you. Now, even listen, we have that inherent behavior in us that we don't want to be responsible for anything, and then we expect it to work. This platform should be used for us to come together and address exactly what we are talking right now. How do we start taking responsible for our own mess, for our own problem, being accountable for anything?
Because I think that there are some parts of Nigerian traits that makes them very admirable, like our this inability to learn, our ability to be ambitious, our ability to also be quite intransigent. It can be a good thing when you don't want some other person's narrative to influence you, but once that has happened, they find it hard to move their position. And the danger of this ambition too is when it becomes toxic. Like you can now stab your own brother in the back to get away with it, and they are willing to shirk responsibility just to get one step ahead. And sometimes it can actually lead them to not make enough progress as they would like.
Yes, the issue is this, right? Okay, there's a saying there's a saying in the world of in the business world or this says that who are the people that buys most of these products, name products, who are the people? They will tell you that if not the black people, they will be selling.
Exactly. Name brands,
Yeah, name brands. They say don't be selling. Okay, let me give you an example. Look at Nigeria. We cry they are poor. Tell a Nigerian young girl to go and buy, or a young boy to go and buy another phone. Say you're going to buy iPhone. How many of us use iPhone in abroad? But then we change, you're going to buy iPhone.
Yeah.
No matter how you try
that's
to
quite
convince
true.
them.
Fellow Africans have said that about Nigerian girls, that they all carry big phones.
No,
So no matter how much you try to convince them, they will not listen to you.
It's not people saying it. That's our behavior. Listen.
That's our behavior.
Listen, I was telling you about a white
I must say, I'm a little bit guilty of that. So I've not shared off all my Nigerian. I do carry a big phone too.
No, forefathers, no. If you have the money, you can buy. You can't buy it. It cannot be right. Okay, like I do tell some of my friends, you are rather a big car, but you are begging me to buy fuel for it.
Yeah.
I thought you just sell the car, buy fuel. I use the money to buy your fuel.
But there is something about it though, because almost all the people I see around me, they don't necessarily go for the kind of phone that I use. And like if I was at the Nigerian embassy once and I was looking at the people's shoes there, I'm looking at the Oyibo people that were walking past the Nigerian embassy, their shoes, and the Nigerian people were wearing more expensive things than the Oyibo people.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
You know?
And that's the issue we are talking about, forefathers. Listen, forefathers, I was telling you guys about a billionaire who is retiring in New York. It was, they had this Wall Street company. The guy is worth 2.5 billion, and he said that he's at the age where he's actually getting too old, that he's going to retire, but that before he retire, he will give out 75% of his money. And then they ask him, "You've been a billionaire for a very long time, so what do you?" He said, "Oh, no. I've enjoyed myself. I traveled. I did all that thing." I said, "What kind of car do you have?" He said, the car." He said he has a Kia.
Imagine.
A small Kia. They said, "You don't have a Lamborghini." He said he carried himself. He started laughing, and they asked him, "What am I going to do with that?" He said, "Do you know the money I will put in that car? Do you know how many number of people that thing can feed? Do you see where his mind is going? Do you know how many number of people that money can feed? I'm not going to use the money to go buy that thing when there are a lot of people who can use that money to help themselves." There was a particular.
I'm guilty of that one. That's before now, anyway. I used to be quite guilty of these sort of things. It's horrible, some of our behavior.
Listen, there was a particular young woman in New York who had admission to do PhD in one of the Ivy League schools in New York, I think it's Cornell. And it so happened that she was able to get $5 million share from her grandfather's wealth when the grandfather died. That was her share, was $5 million US. Not one, not two, not three, not four, 5 million. Do you know why that girl made the news? The girl made the news because the same way they gave her the check, she carried the check and went and paid and gave it to the organization where they take care of battered women. Women who were beaten up by their spouses and everything.
Refugees, isn't it called?
Yeah, yeah. The whole 5 million, he gave it out. She did not take away penny. And everybody was like, are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Are you going to give out the whole 5? What do you take for yourself? She said she has only one regret. And they asked her, what is the regret? She said the regret is that she doesn't have more to give. And they said, but that's a lot of money. He said, my grandfather who made this money doesn't just only have bachelor's degree. I'm going to get a PhD. That's what he said about herself. If my goal is to make money, I would triple whatever my grandfather made.
Yeah.
See, that's self-confidence. That's what you said, self-efficacy. She already put in mind that if money is this, she can create it. We don't have that self-efficacy in ourselves. And sometimes, and let me tell you, what I'm telling you, I'm not the only one that knows it, the There are a lot of Nigerians, when I go to do my research, I see a lot of Nigerians who are writing very, very important documentation, important studies. But they cannot come here. They're quiet somewhere. And we have the people, we have the thing, our mindset just we have to change our consciousness. That's what I said. We have to change our consciousness because the people that are leading Nigeria already showed us who they are. They are not interested in doing anything. They're interested in wanting and wanting alone, how much they can get. Anytime we waste thinking that we're going to communicate to them what to make Nigeria better, it's a time we wasted doing something we should be doing for ourselves.
Yeah.
Our goal is to come together and start brainstorming. I don't have the whole answer. We all together can come up with answers.
One question that I always like to ask is this. I want to actually find out most of our previous rich wealthy people in Nigeria who had companies, right? Have successful business companies, and they died. How many of them today that the company are still existing?
Zero.
Why?
Yeah.
Because of the system we run. The system we run, because people think it's the leadership. It's not the leadership. We have no foundation for the country. There is no foundation for the country. So if you don't have any foundation, anything you put on top of it is you are building on a shaky ground.
I think I have a quite a strong reason for why the businesses fail. One of them, we tend to, especially the small, medium-sized businesses.
No, Papa, actually what I'm trying to say that they pass these businesses to their children.
Yeah.
And their children run it down. Why?
Yeah, because it's not meant to go to just children for the sake of it. If you have business partners, the business partners are supposed to take over the business. But the children will still be there.
If you look at the Western world, most of today's surviving business are family business. Started as a very small business.
Yes.
And they pass it on from generation to generation within the family.
Yes.
There's in Germany. Yeah, but like in Germany, there are
largest businesses are not always like that, though.
Are still being run today by families, family business, private business. But if you look at them as very big business, but they are family business, but they are very large.
The Blackstone, it goes back to the same mindset because I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
when in the Western world you hand over your company, forefathers, if you hand over your company today in the Western world to your children, you know what your children will do? They will digitize it, they will bring it part to the society, and they will make it do better in their own generation than you did in your own generation. With our own people, because of that mindset of what you say, enjoyment, party, and have a good time, the children, our African children, will run it down because of the responsibility.
Could it be that it has something to do with the structure that the business owner puts down? Because
no, it's not the structure. Let me tell you what they do. Let me tell you something. Their children start working with them, right? And they go to the university to go and learn what is that business. They go and study in the university.
Not all of them do,
what?
I say, like in the West, not all of the children studied business, but the reason why they are able to run it is because of the structure that was put in place.
Business. The business that business that father is having, that trade, they go and learn it because they know that they're going to take over from their father. Like Wilson said, because they want to come and bring in more development, right? So because look at our Nigerian society. Right, we have a son, have a business, I have a son. So for my son to be a part of that business, I send his son to abroad to go and study. Right, they have no idea of what I'm doing. They don't even know how I begin. So that's where also we lack some responsibility.
I think that too. Yeah, that's a valid point because when you send the children overseas, they are not learning much about the business. I think that's a valid point.
So when they come back and take over, I know many businesses today in my state of many rich, well-successful businesses run by their father. When they hand over to their children, less than 5 years, everything goes down.
Yeah, It would be nice to find examples that actually went on to do well, even when the founder passed on.
Majority with the vote now. If you have more than more than
but there must be some of them though that the children went on to still do well in Nigeria.
Well, maybe somebody should do should look for those statistics, but
I don't know. Papa, that should do. It's a statistician. I let him look for it for us.
Yeah, I will check
my
that
point.
out.
My point before I
Papa, have you actually asked yourself? But why? Okay, look at all Nigerian business. Let me say the federal. Look at can you come out to that? In the 80s, 90s, the federal ministry, like a Minister of Communication, Nigeria, so that we were there at that time was functioning very well. Where are they all today?
But let me put this. Let me put this, guys. In the Western world, if you're a brilliant graduate from the university and you graduate, do you know what the society expects you to do?
No.
The society expects you to go into a startup, to go and start up a company.
Yeah.
That's what people do in the Western world, in the United States, in Canada, in UK, in Australia, New Zealand, Germany, everywhere. If you're a brilliant draw coming out from the university, the next step people will be looking up to you is to go and start up a company. In Nigeria, when you graduated and you have a very good grade, they expect you to go work for Nigerian government. And Nigerian government don't produce anything. And this thing. The people expect intelligent people, intelligent achievers, to go there in the private industry, in the private sector, and do very well for the society and keep on moving society forward. In our own, it's the opposite. When somebody is highly educated and what they call highly educated, he just go to Nigeria, go work for Nigerian government. What can he do in Nigerian government?
You know the reason why? That is the point I've been making, and I will continue to make that's the point. Highly educated is different from being knowledgeable about the subject matter.
Yes.
You can be highly educated, have 2 master's degree, have PhD and all of that. But the content of what is being taught during the whole year is that's what matters. Like in the UX, you know how it takes. There is a synergy between what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the classroom. But in Nigeria, what they do, just teach you, get your A. After you get A or B, just apply for one government job, you become a secretary or whatever. That is it. But you cannot implement what you are being taught in the classroom to better the society or to solve real world problem. It's not there.
But even when those Nigerians study here in the United States and go to Nigeria, they go back to work for the government. They're not going there to go into a startup. They're not going there to start.
Yeah, definitely. The reason being that for you to work, to have a startup, you are not going to manage that business alone. You need to employ students or people to come and intern your company. The people you are going to intern or come and work in your company, what knowledge do they have?
But the thing is that when you're doing a startup, your challenges is not who you're going to hire or who you're not going to hire.
No, of course.
It's about you. Because
then you can't do it alone.
Okay, no, you're not going to do it alone. You're not going to do it alone, but you can inspire people to follow, even without education.
Of course.
If I start a company, okay, no, let me also correct. Let me tell you something. Do you know that most of the business most of the small business that fail in Nigeria, that it is even your employees that make it fail.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying now.
Can I introduce the two gentlemen that have joined us, because I think Tiobala is some people would think he's new here, but he's not new to me, and he's also a rascally person, so he's not going to give people space, and definitely the black steel is not going to give somebody space. I don't know about Oga, but Oga looks like he's a bruiser too. So let me introduce Maska and AY, otherwise they will not let them talk. Maska, go ahead, please. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Maska, Kwanabu, Ramadan.
Kwanabu, AY.
Blackstone is asking what you're doing here, but I need to school you Blackstone. When people like me come, people like you would also come so that
we can banter.
Your audio, your audio is better now. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. No, why should not go? Let him go and sleep.
You see, Blackstone enemy. all these Germany people. All these Germany people.
Okay, I think I don't know whether it's Blackstone or the young man beside you that said part of the problem that we have from a business continuity perspective, primarily it's simply the lack of integrity among our people. We always tend to see business opportunities as an opportunity. When you hire somebody, he sees it as an opportunity for him to cash in.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a very myopic view to life. Our time horizon is always very short. You work for a company, you kill the company. In fact, one of the major problems, not just for business continuity, but the reason why economically we are backward, it's not because we don't have entrepreneurs. We do have. And I can use myself as an example. When I started work, when my friends were buying cars to drive around, I used the money that they gave us for us to pay for rent. I think way back then it was about 100,000 naira. This was like 1990. So I used that 100,000 naira to go and buy a second-hand Pujo vehicle, a station wagon. Every day the driver would drive from Kano to Maradi in Niger Republic. After 3 months, I'm not seeing anything. Every day is stories. I had to collect the car and park it. That would have been the start of a thriving transportation business. I started that, it didn't work. So I decided, okay, what I would do, I would look for scrap vehicles. I will buy the scrap. As I get salary, I will be buying the parts, buy engine, buy gearbox, refurbish cars, and begin to sell them. The first scrap vehicle I bought, I think I bought it, I think about 7,000 naira. I paid down. I started buying some parts. My own cousin was the same person that went behind my back, sold the scrap for 12,000 naira. To cut this long story short, at some point in my life, I just decided, okay, look, I can't be the Mugu. Every time you try to lift people up, they are thinking that they are the smart ones, they eat your money. Let me Pukuma be the one to eat my money. And I'm not the only person. These stories are all over the place. You open in fact, my kid brother today has a thriving restaurant business, but they nearly killed him. Every staff went and opened an account in the name of that company. So when you come,
wow.
Yes. So instead of money coming to him, money is going to his staff. He nearly fainted the day he discovered that. You are spending money, you see customers in your restaurant, but no profit. So that is the fundamental problem that we have, the low trust. It's a low trust society. A normal Nigerian is happy to take a salary of 50,000 if he is going to get some side money of about 60,000. That would be a total of 110,000. If you give him a salary, a paid salary of 130,000, he's not going to get shit. That guy is not expected. He will tell you that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So that is the reason, one of the fundamental reasons why business do not continue. Because it's like swimming against the tide in a river. You expend your energy, at some point you will give up. That's one. The second reason for me, the policies in Nigeria, government policy, it's very, one is very erratic. very erratic. Let's say you have an airline, for instance. Suddenly, you have any other business that requires diesel. Government does not think of anybody. Diesel price will just go overnight up. Half of the businesses that drive on diesel, they will collapse. Suddenly, they will close border. Okay, how do you expect your companies to source their raw material? We don't think through when we come with our policies. So businesses that are thriving, people are always complaining that businesses collapse. Yes, it will collapse. But I also agree that, yes, we don't train our kids also very well. You know, and the society is not just the father. The father is trying to train the kid, but the society is not. I don't know how to explain this thing now. We have a culture of, we create monsters. Let's put it that way. Okay, our society quickly creates monsters, and I will use myself also as an example. I was given a small position. Once I collect that position, everybody in the country is rushing to collect your part. People will start treating you as if you're extrahuman. And then people will be surprised tomorrow when you turn back and start maltreating people. Or you start behaving like a big man. You don't want to enter, you don't want to stop at the traffic, you don't want to obey, you don't want to join the queue, because people have made you to believe that you are better than the average normal human. How this relates to the collapse of businesses is because when you are a little bit rich in this country, the kind of people, the sycophants that will surround you, and they are not people that will tell you the truth. So as a younger person, you take over your father's business, you are into money, your friends are just going to mislead you. The people that will come around you are not going to be good people. But I also think that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we're also economically, we're a volatile environment. The economy in Nigeria is never stable. If you are in Nigeria today, almost any kind of business you're running, because there's no money, the inflation rate is so high, the exchange rate is so high, businesses will collapse. So there is a lot, on my bottom point is that there is a lot of factors that always contrive to kill businesses. But there are some businesses, take GTB for instance. I'm sure it doesn't matter who set it up, that company will continue for a long time.
Yeah, because it is a PLC.
No, it's not the PLC. There are a lot of PLCs that, okay, we even start to take your, so this is the point that, my point is that there's a way you set up the company that it will stand the test of time. But I think we need to do a lot. We need to, and I like the topic because these are the fundamental building blocks of the society. All this politics, everything, the problem we're having with politics is because a lot of us are poor people. There's no work, there's nothing. So you don't even have the time to analyze things, even for yourself. You are eating day in, day out, you are hand to mouth. So I mean, you don't have the time to talk about election, you don't have the time to talk about this. We are almost 80% of our people are hand to mouth. Once we can get people to eat and have food for the next 1 year, I'm telling you, the society will change. So I'm saying that this is a good topic. We need to discuss some of these issues. We need to find a way. Somebody mentioned the BVN and NIN. These are good things because these are things that will touchline the society. When somebody steals your money or cheats you, you can be able to run him down. And you can be able to take a BVN as a business owner and say, okay, I need to see the monies in all these accounts that has this BVN. Because we need to begin to be at that level. The government needs to start looking in that direction, that the business environment is very bad. And anything the government will do without sorting out the business environment is still going to be problematic. I rest my case here.
Let me say something.
Man, that was really good. I must say that your submission is very insightful. You want to say something in the back before AY?
Yeah. I really support you. I support what you said. And one of the actual negative aspects of these things is the lack of stability in government policies. Because when the government always changes policies all the time, it affects the business, right? And once a new government comes in, it changes all the policies, and begin a new one. Then that actually affect the stability of businesses in the country. And also the state laws, business regulation, everything is it is not in line with the federal business rules and regulations, the business policies of the federal government, things like that. So when there's these differences, it creates a lot of problems. That's why I say now double taxation, everything. There are so many laws by the states that actually affecting the businesses of people, right? And these things are also hindering the development or the progress of business. For example, to talk about transportation, right? These days, if I was involved in Nigeria, I was involved with transportation in Nigeria, right? I was having interstate buses from Lagos to the east, things like that, you know. And I know how I was treated, the drivers, the managers, and everything. I know what they did. And also the laws and regulations on the road, right? If you don't have some permits and everything, every state you have to go have a permit. You understand me? And so this also affecting the business. And this also are rules and regulations that each state have their rules and regulations, and the federal government also have their rules and regulations. So when it comes to the issue of now tax and everything, there's always a crash between policies, right? And so this also affect the continuity and the stability of business. You know, so these are some of the things you have to also look into. And they know these things anyway, but they're not actually addressing it. They know these things, that these are some of the issues that we have to address, but they just talk about it and they forget it.
Yeah, we create monsters. That one, you know, I would digest that one for a bit, what Maska said. AY, please go ahead.
Blackstone, don't interject me, okay?
I better go and sleep. My dad is waiting for you.
You people are in the same house, so forefathers.
I tell you, it's still my house now.
Mm-hmm.
So
the background is the
same. yeah. For security reasons. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I've been watching you guys this afternoon. Really,
sorry, AY, I beg. Sorry, I wanted to ask for Father, what is it that he said that everybody wanted to get?
You are going back to that.
I wanted to come in and support you, but when I saw the firepower,
I stayed away. I
don't know what I said. Though. It wasn't so bad. They made it sound as if it was so bad. All I said was, you know what I said, AY?
Yeah, I know.
So all I said was, better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has got colonial mentality. And everybody thought I was insulting.
No, but why would you say something like that?
Because it is true.
It is true.
No. Because what you have done effectively is you came to somebody's house, in front of the house, you dump, for want of a better word, you dump shit. I mean, the man was the one talking, and he's a professor. When
no, he's only no. I'm not calling him a code. See, I think it's different. You see, if I was saying he has colonial mentality, that would have been that I'm insulting him. But I made a statement reflecting my mindset, the way I perceive things. That's what I said, those things to let him understand the way I look at things now. That better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has a colonial mindset. That doesn't mean I was saying he was. Then I went on to explain why I think what he said was wrong, and it had nothing to do with colonial mindset.
But I think I think, and I understand, but I think you are wrong, forefathers, and I think you should call the man and apologize that you are not.
Why? No. He knows I wasn't referring to him.
No.
So hold on. Let me give you an example now of what the concept. If I'm wrong, you correct me. So before I start talking to you, I said I don't like blue shirts, or I prefer blue shirts to green shirts. And you come on this panel without wearing white shirt. Would you be offended?
Father, I don't. This analogy doesn't follow.
No, would you be offended because it's not you? But if I said I don't like white shirts and I prefer blue shirts to white shirts, you're going to feel
The
offended.
analogy
Wearing white.
the analogy I expect you to give. If I come as a guest with a white shirt. Okay?
Yes.
And you see all these rubbish people wearing white shirt.
Exactly, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, but the guy is a professor.
Yeah, you guys should give me my time.
No.
It's not a professor.
It's okay, Father. It's fine.
Give my time.
Father can never agree that
No, stop it, Davidson. We are going to deal with the analogy properly.
No, but no. But if I say something and you come out right and say, Ewes, you talk like a white man, why should I get offended? The only thing I can do is say, no, Father, I don't think what I say sounds like a white person. I can defend myself.
And that's what I said, that even if it was true, it still doesn't mean it's my opinion.
The professor can defend himself. He cannot.
Let AY speak.
Okay, AY, go ahead.
Ataya. Okay, good evening, everyone. I actually listed this afternoon where you guys were doing those backbones. It was very serious, but he's a doctor. What's his name? Is it Dr. Chidi? So I agree with a lot of things he said, really. One of his struck point, which I agree, which I've always believe as it regards to Nigeria, is I don't think Nigeria is going to work as having all the power at the center. I think we need to regionalize the country, regionalize or devolve power to the state, down to the local government. This has been my belief. The way we are going with the country, we make it one and forcing it to make sure things work together. I don't think Nigeria will work. That is a very strong point. The point, I did agree with him. He was here defending the Nigeria university lecturers. In this case, Rudolph was asking him some questions. Do you know about the sexual harassment in Nigerian university, in UNN? He said, no. Oh, there is no such thing in UNN. It happened like 10 years ago. Like, what's this guy talking about? I wanted to come on the platform to actually ask him serious questions. He was being economical with the truth, with that. And Rudolph asked him, the ladies too, he was like, oh, some of these ladies, the ladies that are weak, they are the ones that are vulnerable. The lady basically that are not intelligent, that don't follow up with classes. Rudolph asked him, are you saying there are no weak ladies in UNN? He said, no. I'm like, you call yourself a professor, you are saying there are no weak ladies in UNN? Are you kidding me? Like, that was so, I feel he was just gaslighting people. That is unacceptable, except, with due respect, except he's guilty of all these questions that we're asking him. But on the issue of Nigeria, I kind of like his stand, genuinely, as regard making the country work, kind of break the country into parts, give more power to the state, whatever you want to do. I have said all those things a lot of time here. I see no reason where a road will pass through Kano State and you are telling the people it's a federal road. That is BS. We need to have amendment of the laws. We need to devolve more power to the state. We need to have a resource control, because that is why most of these governors, they're doing nothing. They just sitting there waiting for allocation every month. It doesn't work. And what you're saying is, some people will tell you some states are not viable. Bro, there is no state that is not viable. The reason is that because they get this money, they don't want to do the work. If I've heard people here, oh, Zamfara, state like Zamfara not viable. I say, what are you people talking about?
With all the gold?
Yeah, apart from the gold, Master, the tomato and pepper, onion that are wasted in Zamfara State? Why can't you have
we used to go to buy onion in Zamfara State.
Our service, Zamfara, I know what is there. Even in other small states, there is no state that is not viable. Okay, now why can't you make these states, invest? Federal government can match their investment. Federal government can match their development. Of course, the states that are so rich, super rich, federal government will be getting money from
But
them.
have you seen the proposed decentralization bill that the federal government is putting together? They are putting something together.
That I pray they do, because to be honest, I agree with the doctor on that. Nigeria will not work with this way we are living, because even in a family,
let me ask a question.
No. Hold on, let me finish.
No, a question.
In a family,
no, in line with what you are saying.
Let me finish. Even within a family, right? If you have 5 children, you give it them. Let's say they are all graduates. You give it them money every month. Money that we take. Let's, for example, you give it there in Nigeria. You give it there like 500K every month. You think they will go look for a job? They will not. They will be waiting for that money, except until you are no more, or the money is no more. They will start thinking, oh, we got to do this thing they want. Let the country move. Okay, Buhari was able to decentralize the power sector. Why can't a state that can generate their whole electricity, that can distribute, let them do it? Why are you holding the whole country and letting the source of power be from one source?
Abia has just done that now.
Huh?
Abia has done that, and I know Plateau State.
No, I know. No, President Buhari, President Buhari was the one that passed that bill to give the state power to generate and distribute their own power. Before, it was not there. Like this kind of things, even the issue of a state police. If you are scared, this state police, we must do it, either we like it or not. We are just postponing it.
What I say this
is hold on. I don't want you to distract me. I will ask you.
I will distract you.
Now, even the issue of state police, if you cannot start with 36 states, test run it with one state in each geopolitical zone. Test run it. Let's test run it with one state in each geopolitical zone. Let's see how this is going to work. We keep wasting time. We are wasting time. The country, things are going so bad. We can't function the way Nigeria is set up right now. Let there be genuine competition, healthy competition. Let province, let state be looking, oh, my neighbor is doing this, I gotta do better. My neighbor is doing this. Everybody is talking about Lesotho. I don't know what he's really doing. The other governors, his neighboring state, they will be ashamed if OT is really getting the job done. They will see that I need to wake up. I have to do better than OT. You put in this healthy competition, because otherwise we gotta be in trouble, because Nigeria population is blowing up. It's not going down, it's blowing up. We gotta be in trouble. Hopefully we can do that. And one other notion I wanted to also correct, when people were talking about internet, I have addressed this issue several times. When people come here and be talking about things they don't know, I don't know how to explain it. I heard somebody here today was talking like, oh, Nigeria, we don't have fiber optics. We are still using a cable everywhere. I'm like, what are these people? Who said that? Nigeria have fiber optics laid across the country for over 10 years, over 50 years, as a matter of fact. So when people need to ask questions of what is going on. That's not the problem of Nigeria. People are getting it wrong. And some of the points I must really agree with, which I've heard from Flagship, Davis was also making good point. Davis, I heard you talking about get value and that get vectors. I said, wow, this one is my best. So, like, issue of education, like technology, how to groom our young ones, is because we have these governors, again, they are sleeping. We are wasting talent. Nigeria is one country I know. The population of talent, the young ones that are wasted, is unbelievable. We have brilliant young ones. These people, even if you focus on Nigerian university, get 1,000 best students in each university every year, focus them and train them on IT, Nigeria will do better. What is wrong if a state government build an ICT hub, whatever you want to call it? Make sure you provide solar 24 hours light. Make sure you provide stable internet. Like build it like a village. Train your people. Train people from your state. Federal government are not supposed to involve in this kind of project, to be honest. We are big country. Nigeria is a big country. An average state in Nigeria is like 3 to 5 million. Develop your people from your state. Each state governor should get involved in this kind of project that will benefit the young ones. Somebody was also talking about what's it called? Like technical college. Do stuff like this. Today, let me tell you what is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria are importing people from Mali, from place outside the country to even build houses. Are you kidding me? And we have youth roaming the street that don't have jobs. Train these people. Is it in furniture?
No.
Train them. Nigeria are buying furniture today from Turkey, importing furniture in droves. These are people with the things we can develop within the country. These people need to sit down and be genuine about this country and try to help the young one.
Hold on first.
What's your problem? What's your question?
Hold on first.
Don't interject me. Ask your question.
You are talking too long. Hold on. Don't lecture.
Okay, you are not the moderator. You are not the moderator.
So, let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Do you remember? Okay,
you two are fighting already. You are literally living in the same room. Look at that. The background is exactly the same.
Wait. Do you remember the technical colleges that those days, the 80s, that Canada was presented to Nigeria? They come and build it, and they handle it to the state governor, to the state, right?
Yeah.
Where are they today?
Yeah, because that's the other problem we have: lack of maintenance, lack of consistency.
That's what I wanted to know. Also, wait now. Let me say why I asked the question.
Okay, let me finish. You don't ask a question. You just want to distract me. Let me finish.
You want to talk for 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
This is the first time I'm coming here to this. Is last week. So hold on. So these are the kind of things, these issues, right? We have to be genuine about them. The issue of dividing the country is not going to help us. Like, I think Davis said it, like we have some professors in Nigeria that are better than professors you meet abroad. I'm telling you. But the thing is, you need to provide that environment for research and development. We don't have it. All that, like brain, we are just wasting brain. Then brain drain. Those that did very well in university, most of them are out of the country. They get scholarship somewhere. They go do their master, postgraduate, and you will never see them again. They are gone. So these are a lot of issues we are having. The government, from federal to state, they need to be serious about the future of the country. And you want to say something, Mr. Wesley?
Yes, AY, we know the direction you're going. I think we treated this, we addressed this session before you showed up, because we unanimously agreed that the leaders we have, they're not interested in your story. They're not interested in your suggestion. They've already made up their mind that what they want to do is to steal money and pack it for themselves. So there is everything you're saying is 100%, like maybe 1,000% accurate, 1,000% correct, but they're not going to implement it. We can't expect them to do anything. The poet, Maya Angelou, said, when people show you who they are for the very first time, believe them. These people are thieves. They want to take money to go and buy SUV when there are children suffering in the street, not eating 3 square meters, not having anything to go to the hospital. And you are suggesting to them to go to pay attention in training our youth for technical schools? Come on, who is lucky there? Not them, because they already know what they are doing. The stupid ones are us, because we are not we are not taking them on the face value what they've already showed us over and over, and for the 30 years. No, you talking about university. I was telling the God forefathers that I remember the day he was having a debate about the university strike for 30 years, and forefather was of the opinion, we've tried this for 30 years and we already know that the leaders are not interested. Why can't the professors be the one that take the lead and pay attention to the children? But it so happened, forefather, you remember that argument, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that the professors, so the politicians, so the preachers, so they're all in the same soup to milk Nigeria.
And funny enough, I even describe it as a symbiotic relationship. And people don't understand it. And in a way, that's the kind of conclusion you are reaching, that they are all in the same soup. Because they are all giving us bad results.
It's the same thing, because they made up their mind. Let me tell you what a preacher said. This pastor from that went to Florida International University, Adefarasi. He's a pastor in Lagos. He graduated in Miami.
Yeah.
He said in one of his sermons, he said, if you are a father and you are not keeping money for your generations unborn, you are wicked.
That's true.
So do you know why he was saying that? He was laying groundwork to make his followers who sponsor him to know that he's asking them to give him money, they will not have any excuse or not to understand that he has the right to take their money and keep for his own grandkids. Can you imagine? He didn't ask them what the kind of job they have. He was not interested in whether they are surviving or not. He didn't care whether they're making whether they're eating 3 square meals, because that's the mindset. Do you if you were there, one of the video Rudolph played last week, I believe, he showed where Abio was telling the people in the Senate, I think they were about to take a recess. He said they have paid some tokens for our enjoyment in your various accounts. What does that tell you? Look at the suffering in the street. They are talking about tokens in the various accounts for your enjoyment because there's a recess.
Excuse me, sir. Did you remember the music from Michael Jackson?
Yeah, which one?
They don't really care about us.
Huh? Yes.
They don't really care about us.
Yes, they don't really care about us. No,
they don't really care. So that's what it takes.
And let me tell you, see, the point is not that they don't care. They have showed us over and over and over and over that they don't care, and we are still suggesting what they can do.
I think regarding what they can do, I think for me anyway, what I'm suggesting is pressure them, because sometimes I make specific demands, because it's like, if you don't raise the stake for them, why would they raise the stake themselves? They don't care. Like, when some people are saying sit at home is perfect for them, because they don't care in the first place, and then you decide that the way you protest against them is to sit at home. They'll be so happy.
I think the best way, just a minute, please. I think the best way, for instance, now we cannot just go to the president alone. There are different ministers in various ministries. Let's be demanding for them to come to this kind of show. For instance, the Minister of Education, let him or her come here. The Minister of Power and Communication, let the person come here. Let ask this person a question. This is what we want. If we can be putting pressure on them for them to come, people will ask a question. This is what we want. Like what AY just elaborated now. Yeah, these are the ones we can engage them. Okay, fine. You know why? A good example is the person that is handling this passport website. I don't know, the minister of, I don't know, immigration kind of something. At least to some extent, what I've seen in what that guy have done, I don't know recently, I think he have made some progress. in developing a kind of a place where people can, on your at the comfort of your home, apply for passport, you know, get your passport without even meeting all those people at the
It has been
immigration
there
office.
before now. It has been there before now. What is
No,
it
it has
about?
never been there.
What are you talking
No,
about?
no. We should not.
Everybody apply
No.
online before. Wait, I don't have a Nigerian passport.
When you say it has been there before, the guy have make a significant progress, whether we like it or not. I'm not.
Wait, what the guy did, that he tried to ease the process of getting your passport, not the website. You understand me? What he did in the website only improve on the process of the website. The website has always been there. Everybody applied, they paid there and everything.
We know that one. I'm talking about whereby you can do your capturing at your comfort home, apply the passport, they'll send it to your address without even need to go to
you can do the capturing at your home.
It's not your biometric. You can't go to
at your home.
No, hold on. When I mean at your comfort, hold on now. No, it's very simple. You can go to biometric center here in the US. If you want to get your biometric, you must not go to immigration office. You can go to a center designated for you. You book a date.
Why did you say you can do the capturing at your home now? You made it sound as if you can do capturing at your home.
You just keep saying at home. I'm not when I mean at your own comfort, not your home. There's a designated center.
At your own comfort. Okay.
Yeah. There's a designated center.
David, let me tell you the best thing for these ministers. Let me tell you something. Let me just tell you.
At least to some extent, if all those guys can take a cue.
Let me tell you what is good for Nigerian ministers and these legislators and the House of Assembly. Don't they come from each state? Don't the people in that state know their houses? Don't the people in each of these states don't know the houses of those senators or House of Assembly members? If Nigeria is willing to change anything, they know their residents, they know where they are resident, they know their where they live in each of the states, in their cities and everything. You understand me? If Nigeria can want to change anything, right, that's where they should start from. If you use violence, you get a result. You understand me? Right? So it's not by inviting. They can come here and tell you anything they want to tell you. They will go. That does not mean that they will do what you want from them. If they burn 1, 2, or 3, 4 houses of the senators, I think the other ones will wake up. They know that the Nigerians is serious. You don't need to go to the street and be demonstrating. We know their houses. We know where they come from. If you pass their houses,
that's not a good solution.
Understand me? Not a good solution. But they will wake up. They will know that people are serious. Let me tell you something. In Bayelsa State, when the power company was misbehaving, the citizens went there and closed their office for 2 weeks. They didn't allow them to come to work. They were going to be outside.
To close their office.
They were not begging them. The state that came into the governor had to come into the issue. But not
that one is totally different.
The Blackstone, I don't know whether you were here yesterday, the Blackstone. Let me ask this question because I think at the core of our problem is this impunity kind of culture where people can be corrupt, knowing full well that not much is going to come of it.
Exactly.
So do we now think, because I from the conversation yesterday, I arrived at a point where I believe that we have to go through a phase where there is capital punishment for especially government this in the official stealing and some like kidnapping, all those areas. There has to be capital punishment for them because, and also from like in government theft. Now the reason why that is important because you need to give room, because that's what I arrived at yesterday. You have to create room for people with integrity to emerge. Okay. Because if you don't give them room to emerge, what you are going to get is the person with integrity is competing with the one that just goes and steal money, take shortcut and succeed. They keep succeeding ahead of the person that with integrity that didn't do the same thing. And hence you breed more of the ones that are cheating the system constantly. You have to punish those ones harshly so that it gives room for a culture of integrity and people that actually uphold the law to emerge. Then you can rein the capital punishment down. Like the truth is, this is what other developed countries did. Sometimes we forget it and we want to start from no capital punishment. Hence why we are where we are right now. But I don't know what you guys think about it.
No. Forefathers, you are right on the money.
Yeah, very right. Yeah.
You are right on the money because maybe nobody here understands Igbo language, you know, because if you don't have a very, very strong, you know, way of reacting for them to know that you're serious. If I was the one eating money there, do you think I'm going to come and listen to all this rubbish you guys are talking here? I will probably spend my money in New York where you guys are. If anybody asks me, so come and listen to a doctor, I said, leave those losers, man.
And it's true.
Yeah, because that's exactly the attitude. Because we're not serious. Do you know that limit? I take what Blackstone says. I take it seriously, and I understand where he's coming from, and I understand where you're coming from, forefathers. But do you know that the fact that we just announced that we are holding a very huge Nigerian conference in Atlanta, Georgia, that Nigerians, foreign Nigerians from both United Kingdom, Canada, and United States, some coming in from Australia, are having a huge conference, and CNN carried, British BBC carried to address the corruption going on in their country. It's already they're all shaking in their pants over there. Just to
when is the conference?
No, I'm just saying if we organize a conference.
Okay, yeah, get your point.
Yeah, to organize a conference like that, they will be shaking in their pants because they know they don't know the next step we're going to take. And in addition to what you're saying, which is not a bad idea, the first and foremost is let us organize this, look for a way to organize this conference. And then from that conference, we're going to issue a warning. And we're going to make it blatantly clear that business as usual is no more acceptable to the Nigerians. That's something got to give. And when we say that something got to give, that business as usual with the corrupt system in Nigeria, and we elicit the sharing of the money to buy SUVs by the senators, unacceptable. The money they divide, the governors are collect and they don't give account, unacceptable. And business as usual is no more acceptable. When we lay all these points down and publish it and put it in the New York Times for the whole world to see, let me tell you, these people, don't forget that these people, the only reason why they're making the money is to enjoy it, not because they want to die. They will all start scrambling to make peace. To find
and they like their life. If they know there's capital punishment for what they are going to be doing, they will think twice.
Even when you just mention it, don't forget that they had a fight. Don't forget that so many of them had a fight with Showore in New York. When Showore was exposing so many of their senators, they will come to New York, they will sue Showore, and Showore will take his American lawyer and go to court. And the judge will ask them, is it true that you are stealing did you steal the money from your government? And they will start saying, no, I didn't steal the money. And the judge will start asking, if they go through the records, will the records show that every money you deposited and every money you spend? Because if the record shows that every money you deposited and every money you had was a paid salary, then that means Showore is lying. But if this record shows that you have other money that you cannot account for, that means he's not lying against you. You know what all of them did? They all ran away. They didn't come back to court. They all dropped most of them, about 3 of them that sued him, to drop the charges and run back to Nigeria. Rather, you know what they did? They went back and started lobbying him and said, look, whatever you want to say about me, let it be about them, and ask Showore not to include their children, because their children are all going to school here. They don't want their children to be in the light of all the corruptions.
In the bad book.
Yeah. And so the fact that you and Blackstone are suggesting this means that we already know the direction to go, and we already know how to grab them in the balls. All we need to do is
and one other point Kolata raised about creating monsters, and the point he made, I think is quite valid, because I remember if you go to Nigeria, the way everybody's calling you sir, it says we create this sycophantic culture around us.
Yes.
And I think there is something to be said about that it can be corrupting too, because everybody seeing you,
It's very, very corrupting.
Everybody
That is
seeing
why
that
people want to.
unquestioning
That's why people want to
seems
be called a
not
chief, want to have a title,
healthy.
big title, not to have a title beside their name and everything. In fact, if you go to any place and maybe a pastor coming and you are there before the pastor, they tell the guy, the manager, director, super pastor is here. He will go in before you. You'll be waiting. If you're there for 1 hour, you'll be waiting but you went in before him. So this title issue and everything is a big problem in Nigeria.
It is a big issue. Remember what Augustine said before he left. Augustine said that they had a conference in the hospital where he works in the United States. He said because it's a university hospital. He said the president of the university was in the meeting from the beginning to the end. There's one university I went in the Midwest called Maharishi International University. The president of that university is Dr. John Hagelin. He has his PhD in quantum physics. I can pick up my phone right now and call Dr. Hagelin. He will answer. He will call me back. The president of the whole university. He knows my name. He knows who I am. He will come. If I ask him a question, he will answer me and call me back. If it's something he will do, he say, okay, Iwesi, let me go back. Well, let me go and check, and I will get back to you. If it's not something he will do, he say, why not go to the department? The department can help you with this. It's not my responsibility. I cannot interfere with what the department does.
Yeah.
And that's the way they operate. But you see, in Nigeria, a vice chancellor in Nigeria is almost like a demigod.
Yeah, and I think the point AY raised, I didn't hear him say those things. I probably may have raised it when he said that the girls and all the things the shenanigans lecturers get up to is not, man, that is just, and that is compromising his, he even makes the point that I made earlier on, even later on, even stronger. And AY, I think you were not here when I spoke to him, so let me make clear the reason why I challenge him on some of the stuff he said. He also, because he's a kind of professor of anthropology or something like into those areas, so he made an anthropological argument why because that our diversity is the reason why we can never work. And I felt that was a disingenuous thing to do.
No,
because that's how they confuse Nigerians.
The part I listened to, I say never, not the diversity part of it.
Oh yeah, he tied it to diversity, all right.
No, the major point he was making is the fact that the structure, the trajectory at which we are going.
Don't say the major point, because he tied it to diversity, because that is a subtle thing whereby people would start thinking, there's no way, because the diversity will remain forever. There's no way to work.
What he's saying is that we are diverse. We need to come together to know what best for us in terms of the policies, this and that. Can we tweak it a bit so that it can fit our own system? If we don't do
that wouldn't have gotten me to interject or feel like I needed to address it. I wouldn't have addressed that point. He said, because of the diversity, and he even made one other big pronouncement. He said, all over the world, any nation that has this type of has any form of diversity. He actually said it. Yes, that ethnic diversity that have different ethnicity, that they operate a non-centralized government. I was like, what? What is he talking about?
Let me say this. He actually made that statement, but if where he was going is more like, you see, the problem one of the biggest problem we have, I will say it again, is this issue of ethnicity, tribal. It is a big issue in Nigeria, no matter what you're gonna say. So me say, for example, break down the culture into parts. I'm not looking at it from point of tribe, ethnicity. No, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm genuinely looking at from the point, so the country will work, like in part. There will be some competition across the region, across the states. let these governors do their job. Let whatever they want to do, so that we will develop in that. Not like a federal government is taking over, is taking care of all they call it federal roads in the whole Nigeria. Who does that? No, that's not okay.
But that's
You
your
see,
argument.
there
Is it
is
not
there
really
is
being limiting?
let me finish this. There is something that is serious you really raised, right? You asked him a question. You said, what about other African countries? This is where you ask them this question when they think they make a good judgment. You ask them the question, the person get confused, can't even answer. What is wrong with our African countries, from Africa down to South America,
so
that
many
are black
countries.
nations? What is happening? What is happening in Haiti? What is happening? So these issues, we need to look at them in a deeper sense of it. This issue of, because here is what I noticed today, right? No matter what anybody is going to say, that guy, if it was somebody else, and you have majority of people from certain group here, they will not let him go. They would have hit him hard. Because what we do, right, we don't agree we do, we kind of look at, even if we have somebody coming on this platform, oh, because he's kind of like, oh, the same political party, oh, the same tribe, the same religion. People, if you watch what people do, they kind of like give him a pass. I was asking myself, this was the same platform. People were bashing Wole Soyinka. Professor Wole Soyinka, one of our best professor, one of the best professors in Africa. You bashing him, calling him names. Now you have a little mushroom professor that is on this platform. You can't ask him questions. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
Why are you calling me mushroom professor?
He's
Even I will call him mushroom professor.
No. By that, I'm not trying to reduce his rank, but he's a baby professor. When you compare him with somebody like Wole Soyinka, it's not even close. You can't have that debate. It's not even like there at all. It's a baby when it comes to. So you are coming here bashing Wole Soyinka. What he said, bashing him so badly, but somebody is here that is your mate. You can't have a debate, genuine debate with him. TC said, well, I would say, yeah, he said them very good. But TC was defending. If he keep defending them, we are not ready for further. The corruption in Nigeria, like Mr. Wesi said, the level is so high, from Nigerian university to immigration to the police to the army to every corner of Nigeria. Nigeria needs a paradigm shift, complete overhaul. The attitude of the people, the thinking, everything needs to change for Nigeria to work. The problem is not only in the federal government, it's not only in the state government. Because these people are our leader, that is why we keep calling them out. Within us, you heard what the story Masker was narrating, how he invested his money, how things happen. This is what is going on because our mind is corrupt. We need reorientation. If you understand what is going on in Nigeria ministry, you will weep. People are not working, but people want salary. Who does that? Here, I will see that sometimes I have to work up to 12, 15 hours a day for me to get job done, for me to get this project to the end. I have to work extra hours. People need to work real time, not come and be playing around them. You got to get this job done. There is no way. You got to, if you don't get it done, nobody will do it.
Actually,
we have to,
in Nigeria,
we have to be serious.
They don't work in Nigeria, actually.
Apart from that, let me say this. I think I heard Ivu Davison was saying this, right? Even in our university, the orientation needs to be changed from I'm running after first class, after 2-1. Let people have the real knowledge. Let people have skills. You don't see.
And AY,
you can get a job. Yes, sir.
AY, do you know what you just said? Individuals like you are the ones that will implement it, not those ones there. Because you understand what you're saying, you understand the inside out.
Yeah.
And you know exactly what you expected the outcome to be like. Because that's what I was saying to myself about some of the people. You know, there's some guys that they will always go around. There's some professor somewhere in East Africa, and they always talk about the Western world, the Western world. And so, if I was supposed to analyze that guy, if I was supposed to give him an exam, what I would just ask him is, okay, we hear what you say. First of all, tell us what you want to achieve, what you're saying, and how do you measure that? How do you measure your outcome? That you're making progress in what you're saying. What's your goal, and what do you expect what you're saying to achieve, to accomplish? They will never answer you.
They will not.
Yeah.
What?
You see, the key point here that all of us should be aware of is that, my dear, for Nigeria to change, so many of us here have to go back home.
I agree. For
so many of it may not be, if we're waiting
for AY is not going though. AY is not going.
I'm not talking to AY directly. I'm just saying so many of, it may not even me. So many of us have to start thinking about going. But I will not encourage you to go there and commit suicide. Don't expose yourself.
Yeah, from Father, to add to what Mr. Ebosi just said, right? Do you know, even the so-called professor they are telling you in Nigeria today, a lot of them, they are copycat. They copy people paper, modify paper. And so. See, we can't live this kind of life. No. We have to domesticate our problem, define our problem, and look for the solution. See, this is not rocket science. I'm not saying even Chinese. You can copy, look at what people are doing, modify the solution, and use it to suit your condition. There are things that will not work, but why people they don't think like that? We got to look at, okay, what do we need to do? So it's simple. A community is suffering of water. How do we solve this problem? There are many ways to get water. Okay, what option do we have? That is how to define domesticate a problem. Now you now look at how do we solve it? Solve it genuinely, not looking at, oh, what they are doing in Australia that will not work for us. You come and be implementing garbage. This, we have to be genuine. If you want to develop the country, even as government, we have to fold our sleeve and be genuine in looking for the solutions. There is no two ways. If we don't do that, we are good.
I think that most of them know the solution. But because of wickedness, corruption, and everything, they don't want to do it. Okay, let me ask you, what stopped a university from carrying out a project for their own university to improve on the university, improve on the condition of the university?
Well, let me answer you that question. Let me answer you that question. If my goal, I live here, I live in the United States, and I return back to Nigeria, and then you give me a job as a professor in the university, and then I take the job. But when I came there to take the job, my goal is to go there and see how much money I can make and how much money, where money can come from and everything. The Blackstone, do you think I'm paying attention to what you're thinking?
Can I play the video the man said so that people will actually hear him?
I have my own motive to go in there. My motive is not to better anybody's life. My motive is just to collect money.
I think AY made a point that I wanted to add to. When he said something about when they criticize Wole Soyinka here, you see how people are fine with it. If you go to like One Man, people may not be that fine with it. I also was in trouble with the other channel because I criticized somebody from Edo State. And the criticism, it wasn't even just because I asked him a simple question like, do you support wearing colonial headgear, that the white headgear as judges? And they went all ballistic about it, like, why it's disrespectful and all that other stuff. How dare you ask him? It's like we have latent bias that most of our people can't even pick up on. And when we keep having this conversation that we need to be in Nigeria first, we need to go, they will say yes, but it's still there. They still have their latent bias that when you even criticize, not them, you criticize some other person that you just like a little bit, they go very defensive and attack you for it. And I find that really peculiar. Let me see if I can just play this video.
Hold on, before you start, Godfather. I don't think it's the bias of who they like or who they don't like Because I remember the day one doctor appeared here and was starts talking about how COVID going. You are the one that actually took it up against that particular doctor too. You remember? The doctor the doctor that came and said that COVID did not kill as many people.
Yeah.
So what I think that's why I always come here and tell people that education is a scam. Let me say it again. Education is a scam. Why do I say that? Because it's a utility. Education teaches you how to get a career. It's a career education. It prepares you to get a job. It does not teach you how to be smart.
No,
it's not what it was
not
created.
wisdom.
Yeah, no. It doesn't teach you wisdom. It does not teach you how the world works. So when people are what I found out among Nigerians allow people they think they are educated to intimidate them.
That is the key. That's the similar stuff that happens all the time.
Yeah, it's intimidation. The only thing is that forefather want to go to the point. He doesn't allow the intimidation. And I like that about him. Because he listen, if you tell me that I talk to a white man because you can actually accuse me because I have all these white people education that I started thinking like them. I say, okay, let me break it down why I'm not thinking like a white man. I will defend myself. Because you have the right to accuse me or
disagree with your point of view.
Yeah, express yourself with your observation from your point. Whether you are making it accusatory or you are making it as a point, it's up to me to show the crowd and the audience that you're wrong. That's why if you want to actually tackle any person who you oppose, if they have a book, go and read their book twice. Go and read your enemy's book 2 times so you can take apart all his concepts. You slice it and they destroy all these concepts one by one. He will be surprised that you're going to say, okay, Dr. AY, in chapter 25 of your book, paragraph 2, you say so thing. How can you explain it when this is happening? AY will be like, I didn't know you can go that far.
Spoken like somebody that destroyed a few people already.
Yeah,
by reading their books.
Yeah, so the thing is, and I tell people that don't be ashamed and don't be reluctant to pick up a book and read, because that's how you're going to actually destroy the point. Know where they're standing. Take time. It takes time to read. Yes, it takes commitment to read. Yes, if you don't like reading books by their in the back cover, get audiobooks. There are audiobooks you can get and listen to it from your ears.
But you said somebody you disagree with. So in other words, you already disagree with them before you read their book.
Of course, the only reason why you were reading their book is to destroy their point.
Of course, man.
To collect evidence.
To take that, because when you decide, listen.
Oh my God!
I follow a lot of PhD. I follow a lot of PhD guys, white people that are actually more, but mostly these are people they're not theologians. They are people who do Bible scholar. Bible scholar is different from theologians. The Bible scholars, they study the history of the Bible, how the book of the Bible come together, the origin, the history. But don't forget that we don't know anything for a fact. Speculatively, and what the consensus agree, that might be the most likely thing that happened. That's what the Bible scholars study. The theologians, they study the Bible to propagate their religious belief. So that's the difference. So one is about the propagation of the belief system. The other one is to find out where the history, your Bible knowledge is in line with what history believes and what history does not believe. And because if you study them, most of them actually started as philosophers and stuff like that, and they have a lot of them. When you listen to some of these people, my dear, you will just know that. I was telling my wife over the phone in Nigeria about this. One thing you can never take away with Igbo people, let me say this here. When they want to study something, when they want to know something, they want to know it. You cannot stop them.
They go deep and deep and deep here.
Then you can listen. If any one of you here publish a book, I was telling what forefathers this thing. If you drop a book about your village in Africa, 90% of people who will buy that book will be Igbo people.
Yeah.
No Africa will touch it. Because they say, oh, this African wrote so much about his village. I wanted to know where that village is located and everything. Because you know why? They are curious.
Information is power.
They are curious. We are not.
Mm.
We are not curious about anything. There is nothing we want. We are eager to know.
They understand information is power too. That is
exactly
what they
information
know
is
you.
power, and information is powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see, we don't actually regard information and knowledge as anything, because if we do, this is the situation we are in. If you read only one book about Singapore, you're not doing very well. At least by now, each and every one of us must have completed 4 books about Singapore, about 2 books on South Korea, and then maybe 1 book on China, and we argue it from there and see how we can fashion something to create our own, to bring out our own emergence from the ideas of how they created their own.
It's really strange though, because
but
I must say
we are not actually challenging ourselves.
I wanted to add to this that I must say I'm one of those people that are guilty of not reading too many books. One of my way of looking at the world came from just observing leaders, and I grew up watching CNN. Those days when satellite came up the first time, watching CNN and seeing how Russia fell, how it rose again, and it forces you to ask the question: how did this country rise after they just fell so far? That even on CNN they were describing Russia as a third-rate country, kind of. But within 4 years, Putin came to office. The country is back on his feet. I'm like, well, what is the difference between them and Nigeria? I always wondered, and you ask critical questions. Because what I found is that when you just read books alone, there are certain things they will not put in books. Even in our education system, they don't even necessarily put everything inside those areas, because some of all those things they keep them away for special people, like people in military background or highly classified think tanks. That their classification is even higher than that of when the atomic bomb was being built. So if those sort of areas, those sort of studies, they will not tell you. They will leave it out from books, because those ones are secrets.
My response to that is, if they don't put it, don't forget that when they're publishing the book, they're not publishing for you, an African. They have audience in mind.
Yes.
So you are just actually migrating above to grab what their audience is grabbing. So you are elevating your own intellectual
That's
level.
true. At least up to theirs, yeah.
Yes.
At least they are public, because many of the public don't even know some of the stuff that they should know.
Most of their public,
keep it away from them.
Most of their public don't know anything. They don't know, because they're into the rat race of making a living.
Exactly.
Like everybody else.
Let me share this, because today is Sunday. We are supposed to be closing out. We should have closed out by now, to be fair. And Chief, it would be good. I think you are into philosophy and psychology kind of stuff.
Yes.
On Sundays, it would be good if you can join us, so we can have deeper conversations about those things. But I think within our own culture, I think we need a form of enlightenment period. What the Europeans experienced, the Enlightenment period, where they came up with their own way of looking at the world and stuff.
I have several books on that one too.
You see, you can come and share it with us. You can come and share it.
In fact, we have to re-engineer the mindset of Nigerians.
Exactly.
Listen,
when I was in Atlanta, I was doing 100 books every year.
What?
I
was reading 100 books every year. That's why I cannot fit into Nigerian community.
Yeah, you fit in here. You will fit in here just fine.
You know why?
You fit in here just fine.
You know why I don't fit into Nigerian community? Because if you read among people, the only people that I can exchange words are some group of white people, not all of them though. Because among Nigeria, they think books are stupid.
Yeah.
They think reading books is a waste of time and stupid.
Yeah, they don't value it.
The first thing that somebody asked me in Atlanta, all these books where they read, you go out money for your pocket.
Imagine.
So tell me how can I answer that one?
Exactly, and it's a very pertinent question. But they don't understand that you are a treasure. You know,
That's
you
the
are a
mindset
treasure
of
for the
actually,
community.
that's the mindset of Africans, just to make money. Everything's about money.
Quick money. They don't understand
everything's about
how
money.
to build
And that's
for
exactly
long term.
and that's exactly the beginning and the end of our problem.
Mm.
And you know the funny thing, don't forget that this money making is the easiest thing anybody can do if you want to.
Yeah.
Because, let me explain this. The people we left in Anambra State in Onitsha, they don't have no high school education. My nephew is in community college across the street right here. His father sent him $3,000 US dollars every month.
Hi. Foreign exchange.
His father is not in Lagos. His father is not in Abuja. His father has a shop in Onitsha, about 3 or 4, 5 different shops in Onitsha.
Hi.
Onitsha, not in Aba, not in Oka, just only Onitsha market. But every 2 weeks, twice a month, that man is in China loading containers.
Mm.
He's not the only one. He's not the only one. All his friends, the other 2 of his friends, they're in Canada. These people didn't go to no university.
Yep.
Listen, anybody who is a Nigerian that tell you that he doesn't know how to make money is lying to you, because we grow up knowing that our uncles or our uncle's friend or our father's friend has a business down the street. He's making money. We know how to make money. That's not our problem. Our problem is that we think education is about making money. No. Education is about getting a job if you want to. Then if you don't want to, go create a startup.
Exactly. Create your own startup.
Yes,
so
there is.
Let me play this so that we'll go, Oga, because today is the weekday. So that people, just for evidence sake, this was some of the statement that I found a little bit jarring. Can anyone hear it?
No sound.
Maybe there's no sound. Let me do it so that there's sound. I didn't include the sound at that time because we're checking images out. So the sound should be there now.
Nigerian universities still do that. I can't remember the last time academic positions were advertised in UNN, for example, and a number of other Nigerian universities. It's usually some backstairs influence that get people in. Things are not working the way they should, because Nigeria itself is not normal. It's not a regular place. It's not functioning well. It is being governed by people who have no business running a society. So, and the thing seeps through the institutions. The monitoring system that should keep the vice chancellors, administrators in check is not being pushed by those who are in Abuja, because they have no interest in building any intellectual firmament that the country should thrive on. So that's my honest answer to that. In terms of the North, people in the North, students in the North being encouraged to, I think Nigeria we are 2 civilizations. We are running 2 separate systems. Somebody in the North can score 2/100. You already know this thing, and enter 2/200 and enter a unity school. But somebody from Anambra or Enugu or Imo, you need to spend a score 130 and above to enter the same unity school. The so-called federal character and quota system, all sorts of things. Nigeria is a misnomer. It's not a way to organize any place. It's not an example of how a society should be organized. It's just a stupid people are moving around and running around like mad people, thinking that they're organized. I'm sorry to sound this way, but this is my honest view. It's a place that you be ashamed to be associated with. I have no reason to be proud of being a Nigerian. I'm just teaching here because I look at individual students that I should bring up as Africans to know their roots, to be proud of the histories that they had, not Nigerian history, but Igbo history, Yoruba history, people who, African, the Kemet and all sorts of things we achieved before this monstrosity was imposed on us called Nigeria. I take exception to that, because there's nothing in Nigeria that is encouraging. Nigeria as a country, because you all know the history of how Nigeria came to be. It's just a business venture of the Royal Niger Company. and it's still being run as a business as we speak. As we speak, the kidnapping you see, all sorts of things, oil bunkering, all sorts of things you see, actually just results of somebody's business venture, global capital extending itself to this space and not allowing the people who own the place to actually organize how their place should run. So sorry that I'm going into this being a bit more punchy.
No, you're doing great. You're doing good.
Yeah, this is just my honest view about it. There's nothing to be proud of in terms of how the place is run. People who should be separate have no business being in a space sharing the same country. So we used to do better when we were, even the northern, we have very brilliant people from that part of the world. We used to do better when we were in regions. People were competing, producing food and doing all sorts of things and surviving. Somehow we are refusing to relinquish this centralized system that is not doing anybody any good, except just very few comprado bourgeoisie who are working for some people, some forces from across the Atlantic, and then keeping everybody. So we can talk about this another day, but this is for me just we had to broach this because it has a lot to do with the education that you're experiencing in Nigeria at the moment.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chidi. The flagship.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph. He's within the travel. Does he come the city?
So sometimes when you see things going wrong and you know that the monstrosity that calls itself a state is wrongly headed, it becomes difficult for you to make that change as an individual. So it bothers me a lot that these things are not the way they should be. And what I do as an individual is when I get into the classroom, when I prepare my own lectures, I make sure that I infuse it with it is Africanist. I see my own classroom performance as an activist, kind of performance that I in fact, I don't teach, for example, the history of, there's a course I teach called the history of sociological anthropological thought. The people who taught me that course would usually start it from Europe, from the Enlightenment, from the...
Again, we have history. And
then, yeah, right?
I went off with it, so had to switch to a different laptop. So I was finishing the my comment on it to the first question, which is that what I do as an individual who has no power to upend the scanty curriculum that we have is that I build in my own sensibilities to what I give to students in the class, So, and I was giving an example with one of the courses I teach, which is the history of the sociological sciences, where those who taught me in Nsukka, for example, would usually start from the Roman Empire and the Renaissance and the Enlightenment in Europe and all that. So, but I would usually start mine from the Kemet, who even laid the foundation for the state itself. So who started all these who started philosophy and logic and mathematics and all sorts of things. So usually we do individually first. So as we continue to go on strike to think the way we like, I think that individual lecturers, no one comes to the class to monitor what you teach, for example. That's not mentioned the how do I say? Some senseless, hopeless individuals who have no business with running a country, whose only motivation is to line their pockets with money. People who feel so poor that the only thing they want to have is money. Even people who have governed states like Lagos for 8 years, who have controlled resources.
do to internet. If we
partially satisfied, but for the sake of the others, I'll take it.
Okay, so the summary of my response. Summary of my response to the flagship is that I am concerned about this thing, and I am doing my best as an individual. One more thing I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
One more thing I do as an individual. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. It's a delay, but we can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Rudolph?
Yeah, you are. You are.
Yes, you are audible. You are audible. Speak.
I think there's a delay. One thing we might do also, Dr. Chidi, is maybe.
Okay, so one more thing I do as an individual is that I have also been playing a role. Yeah. So I have also been playing a role in the curriculum.
I think we can do.
In fact, I headed a committee that I was taught. I'm bringing it.
Sorry, forgive me. I was just trying to find where he actually make an anthropological argument against Nigeria. That's the one that I really, because most of the stuff he said, as you can see, most of them, a lot of people have said those is not very problematic. I think the one he said here that I found problematic was saying tying Nigeria's problem to the way we are diverse, like, oh, look at how we arranged that it was stupid and all the rest of it. I don't subscribe to that because other African nations are not arranged the same way, but they all have similar problems, which he didn't answer, by the way, when I raised that question. I'm just trying to find where he made, because that one is dangerous. That's the one I consider dangerous because he's a professor of tied to anthropology or something like that. If you make an anthropological case that is not tied to reality, it's dangerous because people will believe you. It's like a pastor saying, because I make a religious argument based on my religion, people will believe, the Christians will believe that pastor. But if the pastor say, I make my argument based on my political views, the Christians will not believe him the way they will believe him when he makes a religious argument. You see what I mean? And that's what I find problematic, that he uses position at the university and his personal professional success to make that argument that is actually false. And that's what I find problematic. I'm just trying to find it because he keeps having technical issues. I must say.
Yeah, even the way he talks, I'm already turned off the way he uses his language.
Right?
Pardon?
I'm turned off the way he uses his language because there is something I don't, the way I told you before, I attacked you before. I said, don't make Nigeria, like a victim. In his own case, he is calling Nigeria, because I don't believe, he knows something we don't understand. We do not understand that our words, the words we use, before it gets effect on everybody, has effect on us first.
Yeah.
He said that Nigeria is using a derogative word for Nigeria.
Yeah.
Because Nigeria has it. Yeah. Yeah, he was using it over and over, a dong or something like that. It just because Nigeria has a problem. It's almost like saying that. Hey, I'm getting ready to go home to my wife, but don't worry, my wife is a prostitute, but I'm going home to my wife anyway.
Yeah. Exactly.
You cannot call the country you want to fix with a bad name and then still believe that you can fix it. Because you've already marked the end of your attempt and all the effort you're going to make.
Yeah.
First and foremost, we must believe that Nigeria and Nigerians are good people. Exactly. We just have issues like other people. And our challenge is to fix our problem. And to be honest with you, do you know, if I give you, let's assume, Godfather, let's assume, forefathers, let's assume you did not study mathematics. And I want to give you a mathematical problem to solve for the very first time. What different, I want the Blackstone to listen to this too, and the AY. If it makes a difference, if I say, I'm going to give you calculus problem to solve. Let's assume you've never seen a mathematics before. I say, I'm going to give all of you mathematic problem, calculus, and I want you to solve it, and I want you to get it right. The person who says, whether you've seen that problem before or not, this is how the mind works. The person who says, bring your calculus, I don't care where you get it from, it's easy, I'm going to solve it. If you don't get it right, you'll be very close. Because you've already in-tuned your consciousness and your mind to work for you.
Yeah.
So what your mind will do, your mind will start directing you to, even if you don't get it right, to come close to it. So that's why when you give Oyibo people, when Oyibo people see problem, they just say, oh, it might be difficult, but it's a question of time who will solve this problem. They never say, oh, this one, oh my God, oh, Chineke, this one, no, they easy, or that's Africans. No matter what you press, do you know if you tell a Oyibo man, say you are going to school and you want to take some program in school, the first thing the white person will ask you, okay, oh, that's impressive, good for you. What are you going to do with the degree when you graduate? Because if you study something that is not applicable in any way, it's a useless class you've taken. They'll ask you, what are you going to do with it? So there are so many things we have to get right psychologically before we can move forward. We got to stop using derogative word for Nigeria. Do we have problem? Yes, we will accept that we have problem. Do we have people running it down? Yes, we will accept that we have people running it down. Our goal would be, how do we fix it? How do we challenge them? But I'm not asking anybody to go commit suicide, because if you go there, they might kill you.
Fofana.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me quickly add to what Mr. Awesi is just speaking a lot of my mind this night. You see, what he's saying, right? Like I said, we need a real system that is working for us.
Yeah.
The essence of education, the essence of research and development is to improve a system, find solution to problems. What Mr. Awesi is saying now that is very important. If you study in Western University, in America, in Canada, in UK, if you studied there 10 years ago, if you go back to that department, a lot of courses will be out. They will tell you, this course is not useful, we don't need it.
Yeah.
If you go to computer science department, you study 10 years ago, 5 years ago here, you will go there, see, they change a lot of courses. Now is time of AI. They will impute this thing and look at the real-time problem they're going to solve. If you go to Nigerian University, you graduated from 20 years ago, they are still teaching black and white television in electrical department. People don't, lecturer will be using note and tell you, oh, I've been using this note for 10 years. Are you kidding me? The note is taught everywhere. This is not, you got to work as a professor. You got to improve your notes. The world is moving on. You can't be teaching people. When I was in university, they were teaching me the biggest program we teach as programming language we were taught was Fortran. I said, there, who is discussing Fortran? Are you kidding me? Like people, even my my friends that were in computer science department, they graduated, they can't write a program. When I did my master's, I remember that in Canada in electrical engineering, that's when I got to know, oh, you have to know a lot of programming for you to be able to solve problems. See, these things are doable. We just have to identify, okay, what we need. We got to be real.
Yeah.
We got to be real. In university here, you see, if you see what the Nigerian professors do, these people that professor was defending, I didn't want to come on. If I tell you what they do, it is only in Nigeria professor will tell you a class cannot get an A in his course. Yeah. Who are you to say that? Even when a student have an A, you will mark the script down. I said, oh, you are boss with the class. Are you kidding me? The essence of student being in your class is for you to teach them to know. You will just punish students because they offended you. You can't do that. I was writing courses in when I was doing my program, my master in Canada. Then I will even score 90%. I will go meet the professor. I say, I want to see my script. I said, Prof, no, I'm dragging the point with him. I said, no, this is correct. He even discovered, oh, yeah, you are right. Give me my complete point. You can't try that in Nigerian university. The professor will say, oh, you are challenging me. You got to see. I got to punish you. A friend of mine was writing a final year exam. A professor came to meet him in his desk. He said, I heard you say you want to make first class. You will see. You can't make a first class out of this department. I'm telling you real life. That is not the only issue I know. What they is, see, we need to move our attention away from the so-called degree. Focus more on knowledge and skills for us to develop.
Yeah.
Focus more on knowledge and skills. Real life. When you do that, you will see students who even leave university and be able to say, okay, I have the knowledge. I can solve this problem. I need to set up my whole business, my startup, and do my thing. You don't have to wait for the federal government to give you a job. The orientation needs to change so fast. Our so-called professors, they are part of the problem, with all honesty, of Nigeria.
It is the professors that change. It's the professors that change and make result now.
No, let's even
I don't know the professors.
Let's deal with
I agree
the
with
education
you.
system.
No, I agree with you 100%. Actually, our university system has a problem, and that's a very big problem. And this problem is mostly from the lecturers, who are called themselves the professors. Are the actual problem. Like you said, how can a lecturer be using a handout for 10 years? In fact, you that don't even, as a student, sometimes you are more informed of the latest development than this call themselves professors and things like that. So it is a problem, you know. So, like I said, we have to change our curriculum, university curriculum, and how we teach people. You
So let's call it a night, and then we just start some other times, you know.
Yes, sir.
So, forefathers, thank you guys. Let me skip.
Everybody has a wonderful Monday ahead.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful week. Hey, why? You are owing me no? We don't say money. We not pay my money with the own me.
You be my Ghana.
I go talk for public places.
Hey, why are you in Atlanta?
Make everybody hear.
Yeah, ATL.
It's in Atlanta now.
I used to be there. I come there for party all the time, though.
Yeah.
They are all in Georgia, and they are being judged every day.
Yeah. So hopefully we can. I pray really we can get it right, because this is not time for us to be playing around.
No. We're gonna get it. We don't have any option. We don't have any option. We're gonna get it right.
Just step by step, you know. I believe that in the next few years, maybe
with people like you, and forefathers, we're going to
begin to change. Actually, to begin to
because
change.
with people with passion, anything is impossible. And the sky is not the limit. The sky is just the beginning. We will get it right because we don't have any option. We don't. That's what we are alive for. But don't forget that's that's what we are alive for. We are alive to, they were asking one Oyibo woman. A very, very highly intelligent woman, what's the purpose of life? He said the purpose of life is to affect other lives. The purpose of life is to affect other lives, to make a difference, to make the world better than you found it. And we have to live by that word. We have to act on that word. We have to, wake up and do something. The good thing is that if anybody want to make money, go down the street, start one African store, go on online, start an online business that you can sell to the world, not just Nigeria, and then you can have an income. You can have an income. The world is an open space.
Yeah.
For people to
You
do
don't need a degree to make money. To be honest,
No,
what professor?
Of course, no. You don't need a degree to make money. Actually,
no, you don't.
No,
you don't need a degree.
Yeah,
my friend from Alhambra. So my friend is well educated. His brothers there most of them, they are they are traders, the Igbo traders, right? They pass through the apprenticeship system. If I tell you how wealthy those guys are, sometimes I laugh him. I'm like, Eric, see you, we go study engineering. Now you they beg money. I mean, not that he's doing okay, it's fine, but the kind of money, if you want to make money, you don't need university really. You can go in there and start doing your business, buying and selling. Before you know, you start making money like this.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that people make it look like you go into education so that you can get rich. No.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. If you want to make money, you don't need to waste your 10 years, 20, 50 years in education. See medical doctors now. Some of them spend 10, 15 years in school to be a consultant. Before then, if you open business, you don't make money. Yeah, exactly. Do they make the money? Some of medical doctor consultant in Nigeria, their salary is not 1 million naira a month. With 25 years experience, they are still struggling. So if you want to make,
good night,
why
everybody.
a business person will make 1 million.
Yeah, the Blackstone. Thank you for coming in, the Blackstone.
I hope we meet again.
I wanted to clarify some things. I can see why some people think I was insulting the guy directly, but I will address that later because it appears from the way I was talking that I was saying he was like the colonial.
Yeah, that's how it appears.
That's how he came across. But that is not what I was saying because I actually, when I started, I said this was the mindset I have coming in. So that he knows that's where I'm coming from.
That. So this is the mindset you have. That's you said it at very before you started.
From the very beginning.
I love Fofana ruggedity though. No matter how you push it, Fofana will remain. I'm like, yo,
in a lion guy now. In a lion guy.
I'm just trying to get to some truth. But I must say I do agree with him on even on Nnamdi Kanu and some issues, but I think he's a little bit clumsy with the way he words things, and I think I found that area where he was saying that no society that is ethnically diverse is run the way Nigeria is run, that it has to be decentralized. I was like, but the UK devolved power to the regions, but the government is still centralized in the UK.
Yeah, so that's what we are asking for. Nigeria, same thing should happen. Government should separate, but devolve power to the regions.
Yeah, but the power they devolve. See, my point is that the resource control is not in the resource control is centralized in the UK still. If they find oil, anything found under the ground belongs to the crown in the UK and many other countries.
So like we cannot really follow their template, right? What I know, the federal government can work with the region or the state that have the resources. I say, okay, if they have to go 50-50, go 50-50. The federal government cannot use that money to help even region to other regions to develop that are coming up. So if you keep going to Abuja to share money.
Where we made the mistake was that when we changed from parliamentary to federal system.
Yeah,
that's where the mistake started from. We have continued with the parliamentary system. We have continued with it. Keep the system.
The reason, the single reason people don't want to hear why that system was changed is the same greed we're talking about. Somebody wanted to get hold of the whole
parliamentary system is more centralized though. That's why the UK is centralized. It's so centralized, it's ridiculous.
No,
it's not really more
centralized like that. No.
It was regionalized. Parliamentary system is not centralized.
Yeah. Okay, in the case of the UK, because they had regions and they devolved power. As a matter of fact, at that time, I don't think the UK has devolved power. But I can see how that. But the way you elect the MPs. You don't have power over your own region just because you're an MP. You answer to
that the is one. The second thing, even the prime minister himself does not have the power Nigeria president will have. If you elect a prime minister, they don't have that absolute power. Nigeria president, I kept saying it, they have too much power.
But prime ministers have some stupid sick power, like
in the UK.
All they have to do is have a majority in the House of Parliament.
No,
and they start writing roughshod and changing the constitution left and right.
wait, looking from this angle, does the prime minister has a number of terms of time you have to make? They can call for an issue at any time. Once the prime minister fall out of the support of the favor of the people of the
party,
of the
majority,
they call for an election. That's to tell you, that's where the power is limited. That's to tell you where he has not. It's not as powerful as in the federal system.
So it depends. It depends. Like in the UK now, they put a fixed term for each time the prime minister is elected. So there was a time when it wasn't like that. The first time I came to this country, anytime they can call for an election based on the events that are going on the ground, and the prime minister can be made to step down. But that said, even if they put it, but now even if he steps down, the party remains in office. Even if the prime minister steps down, the party remains in office.
Yeah, the party remains in office, but there will be an election.
Yes, but before the party, the prime minister can step down. And another party takes over.
Because not to create that vacuum then, so it can be in office before the next election takes place.
I guess so. I guess so. That's quite correct. But I'm not sure. I think definitely I would prefer the parliamentary system because it's a bit leaner than the presidential system that is so cumbersome.
Anyway, what I will say, what I will say, what I will say is this, right? Nigerians always invent ways of destroying anything that is good. If you
no matter what you create.
Yes, they will find a way to survey it.
Because the problem is occurring before they get into office.
Because they're always thinking how to make money out of whatever is there. That's what it is.
True. I really appreciate that. I think we had some good conversations today, actually, and
I really enjoy Mr. Ewesi. He was making very strong point.
I hope you come back. You are going to need you when we are really doing.
If he's here, I will try and come in. If he's whenever he's here. The thing is, you
I'm
need
seeing for the first time. I'm just speaking for the first time.
I've been here.
He was here before as guest. Now he was here as guest, right?
Okay.
Was he? Yeah, I think it was actually.
He was here as guest one time. That's when I met him.
Okay, maybe
the thing is, you need this kind of. The truth is, we have people that can get it done. They just need to open the space. Now, people are Peter Obi. We have people way better than Peter Obi. If you open up the space, they are outside the country. Some are inside the country. They don't want to face this armed robbers. They are scared of their lives, scared of their family life. But when you open up the system, they will come out. They want to really help the country. Even the issue of, I look at the president, right? If you are a president of a country, there was a time we were having a debate here, forefathers. When we were discussing, Chim was arguing that I said, if he's going to take the president 100 ministers to get Nigeria fixed, if I'm the president, I will do it. As long as I have clear plan, I have result I want to achieve. How we do it, that is not our problem. It was like, no, you don't need 2 ministers, you need only 1 minister. No, if you need 2 ministers. So the issue is they are not sincere. That's what people get complaining. But if I really I can look at the ministry and say, you know what? I want to have in Ministry of Works, I need 5 ministers. I want these jobs done. Yes, you are not doing it. I'm looking at the performance indicator. I will fire you. Like you gotta get this. You gotta be serious. That is the seriousness we don't have. You gotta be genuine and be serious. I give them some milestone. If you are not meeting this milestone, you are acting. Act. Get people fired. If I don't want to give it to the people, advertise the position. Let Nigeria that can get the job done. Let them do it. Because we are lacking behind, we have a lot of work that needs to be done. If that is what needs to be done, get people to give you results. Is the result we need. If we are results,
what you are saying is very correct, it's very right, but
you see somebody say it's not be a bitter person. Bitter person to who?
It's very, you are very right. You are saying it right.
Oh my God, man, Nigeria, sir.
But the question is the person that is dead, the person that is
Where's your bitterness now? Eh?
So
Turn it to bitterness.
so that is good. So depend on the people.
It's like artificial intelligence writing or something. Like bitter.
Everything depends on the willpower, the political will of the person
to get it done.
Yes, get it done. Because when you begin to appoint your pals, your friends around you, it becomes very difficult for you to take action against them, because it is like when we are friends, we are involved in the same thing. I appoint you as a minister, right? And you are doing something wrong. It's very difficult for me to sack you or to kick you out, because if I kick you out, I'm not sure. I don't even know what we are going to say, what will be your reaction, what I'm going to do in the public, begin to reveal so many things. That's where lies the problem. That's why that we need a credible person with a credible character. You understand me? That will fear anybody. You are not owing anybody. Nobody's owing you. Right? You have a
we have enemies of progress. Look at enemies of progress showing up late.
Why you put them here?
Why you cannot come now? Good night.
So what am I going to do now? I will leave him backstage. I'm not going to leave him backstage now.
There is a point. There is a point.
Even Jago is arguing there waiting.
There is a point.
All of them showed up just now.
There is a point Forefather used to make, right? Like we take for granted. Issue, because people don't know the implication of what they are doing. Issue of giving money to people to build hospital. They will take the money and put in their pocket. Go and build roads. You take the money. These people are worse than terrorists. It's economic sabotage. We need to take this issue, because the implication of
people lose their lives.
Road, you don't build it. People are dying every day. People take it for granted and looking for.
We
gotta take issue. We gotta be serious. We gotta be serious.
Let me ask you a question. What is the rationale that you are fixing a 100-kilometer road? We take you 8 years to fix a 100-kilometer road. What is the rationale behind it? Is that not wickedness? That's the highest wickedness.
When I think about it, this is why sometimes I come across as being a little bit crazy, because it drives me mad.
Yeah, it drives people. It drives. If you are really think of them,
the lives that are lost because of this nonsense, and traders that cannot get their card, their goods. These people cause chaos. And man, let me show you. Let me just show
all right, so let me.
The Blackstone.
Hey, we talk, no problem.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, the Blackstone. I really appreciate it.
Always,
welcome.
Blackstone, send me something for Easter.
All these Germans.
I don't send
German, there's TG die.
Don't mind them.
I don't already send that now. I don't already send that. It should be your main boss. It should be your main boss.
It's only technology they have.
I thought Nigeria was generating 12 gigawatts of
12 what? Megawatts? That's megawatt.
It's 4. We are 12. This is 4,000 megawatts.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Between 4 and 6 megawatts is
bro.
Bro,
hey, 4,000 is not complete. We don't even have 4,000 to be honest.
I said 4,000 and below. 4,000 and below. 4,000 and below.
Yeah.
How can you imagine a country like that?
Our leaders have to seriously answer for this. So this is bad. This is kind of stuff that makes me really, really angry with everybody. It's almost like I get angry. If the more you are educated, the more I get angry with you. It's like, how did you manage to wreck the country? You guys, because you guys are elites, and that's why people protect you. They support you. And look at that, 4,000 megawatts. For a country of about 200
where is Jago now? Where is Jago? I thought Jago was here.
He's backstage, but he's not on camera. I think he probably is set for maybe backstage the conversations or something. So this lady,
for example, what I just ask, what is the problem of Nigeria not to be able to fix electricity? I don't think today that's a very difficult technology or very difficult venture. What is the result? Wickedness. This is pure wickedness. Which is too many for Nigeria. They like darkness.
Which is, I think it's just a kind of a manifestation of individual errors. It's not planned. I don't think it's necessarily planned to be this way. But somebody that understands systems can plan it to give this outcome. But individually, some people are just reacting based on their own decision. Like I said, I gave that example. Let me just let me summarize that. Of the swimming pool example now, don't you? I thought you were here. The swimming pool example is if everybody's in the swimming pool swimming and one person pisses in the swimming pool, but that's fine, isn't it? But by the time everybody pisses in the swimming pool, everybody will be swimming in the filth, isn't it? That is what Nigerians do, and every immoral act we carry out is somebody pissing in the system, and by the time everybody does it, we are swimming in this filth that we have created for ourselves. That is a problem.
Okay, before I go, let me ask one question, right? If those that are the managers, directors of the power stations, or the power business in Nigeria, supplying powers or generating powers, they are running heavy generators in their house, will they care?
Yeah, they won't care because they don't understand the ramifications of what they are doing, how far it goes.
So that's what it is. So
they don't know they are killing people. They don't, or even if they knew, they wouldn't even care. They don't know they are killing people with some of the things they are doing. That thousands of lives have been lost.
Some of them are living abroad. Some of them are living in the UK, 24 hours power. But where they are making their money from, they're not even generating power, but they are collecting money they're collecting bills from the people.
Yeah, I did that calculation yesterday. Now, in 400 years' time, the Blackstone, if you now, your child goes and have a child, and your child's child goes and have a child, 400 years time, it will take about 1 million people. You would have created 1 million. And if you go back 400 years, when we first met the British people, it took 400 years for 1 million people to create you. And this is, I think people don't understand the impact of the damage they do. That's why when they do it, they don't see it. They just see it's inconsequential to them. It's just, I'm just taking money for myself, for my family. They don't understand that the action that they are taking is going to come back to bite their own family too in time. And that's why we are all swimming in the fields. But
be local. How are you, sir? I agree to.
Local. Thank you for joining us. We are going to be going back.
This your beard. This your beard. They don't always be like a professor.
Wole Soyinka. His own is longer than Wole Soyinka. They are not the same level. I think his own. It's only the hair that is. I'm not even sure if he combs his hair out, it probably is longer right now. So
I feel like a Bob Marley.
Exactly. Welcome, local. We are going to be going backstage. Or you want to say something before we go backstage, local?
What I want to say, you were no correct. Now I want to talk.
All right.
Yesterday, this monkey, it was chat yesterday when one.
I deal with my people.
Boom Ray. You know, see the nonsense we right. You know, as I say, why I go talk about nonsense we right.
Like your friend, like your friend.
I know that motherfucker bastard. He say father head go. He say if now I send the message give you papa that yesterday now. I post on for private chat me read that, but you not read them. He say if it's the marine or the sea that will be my end, or that will be his father's end, that his father would we take transports maybe through the marine or whatever to get there on time, something like that. Just because I said I was talking something about life, like there's nothing to life because many people have died. I think yesterday when this guy was here, this guy, what's it called, that boy now, ODM, when he was saying he's not going back to Nigeria, this and that. Yeah. So I was like, guy, why would you say that? Like, look, no matter how, people who have not made it, like, I was just trying to like make reference to life, like regardless of who you are, your people will see your people. You understand? So I now made mention of like those guys who died on submarine last year or 2 years last year, yeah, those that implosion. I made mention of about Ugwu that also died this year, like for nothing. So just do the best you can to impact your people because they are your people. So
one information, sorry, before I go, let me give one information. I heard that the kidnapped students from
they free them. They free them.
They are freedom.
Freedom.
So
freedom is a very interesting term to use.
That's my question.
And it's not all of them because they kidnap more than that. They at least in other states.
Yeah. No, from Kaduna, that school, that particular school.
That particular school, yeah, they return all of them, but there are other places they kidnap people too.
Yeah.
I think electricity. I don't know whether because I showed that electricity report, that's why it showed up. But I agree with you, electricity, everything you said. I think this is one thing. You know, me and electricity, we do clash now and again, but we tend to agree on most points, especially on national issues. The same thing with AY. We tend to sit in generally in the same direction. You hardly, even when we clash, can you even imagine something that I actually disagree strongly with Tone? But I think sometimes you can disagree with people, but you don't have to be disagreeable. You see what I mean?
All right, everybody, have a wonderful week.
Yeah, have a great week, the Blackstone, and I hope all is good till next week when we gather again here.
Definitely. All right, bye.
Thank you.
AY,
and
we'll talk online.
All right. Let me make my own. I would like to apologize to the prof that came here today, not because what I said was wrong, but because it could have been misconstrued by people viewing it, and maybe himself. I'm not sure he saw it that way. That I was calling him.
He did say, I don't think so.
That the school leaver is better than him. That is not my intention. Except he's got colonial mentality. And I don't think he does actually, because he made some statements. I think he made some statement that implied that he knows that some people are messing with the nation. So I don't think he has that, which makes him exempt from my point.
You need to follow for other footsteps. Apologize to me officially.
You see what you?
Look up, apologize to
follow for further footsteps.
You're looking for trouble.
Oh, okay. So to Mr. AY, AY, you had no correct.
He's doubling down now. You are the one asking for apology now. He's doubling down now. So
where Jagu, come on, my friend, come on, man.
Yeah. So thank you all for joining.
Meanwhile, this guy said, "What happened? Where Chim for come myself, Chim."
Chim, I think he's back. I think Dr. Damage said he wasn't that cross. People are thinking that he was cross. That's why he disappeared.
No, but it was the way he left. What he said before he left.
Yeah, but
he's
fine now.
He will not be back again. That this is the last time.
He said it. It's not coming back. I saw him today.
Yeah,
thank God he's back.
I wanted to ask him,
Pastor said today too, he's not
who pursue you come back? Which is we come back? Who pursue you come back?
Pastor always say that every weekend. He always say that. Why do you take Pastor serious?
No, I didn't say. I said it to the people in the chat that he will come back. Why? So they will say, please, Pastor, don't go away.
You take Pastor serious at your own parade. Pastor is not a serious person.
But it's a bit fascinating though. I wanted to close out, but I wanted to ask, why do you think Dr. Dame is really fascinated with Pastor? Is it because he truly believes what Pastor believes, or he just
he doesn't. He doesn't believe what Pastor believes. So Dr. Dame, is this type of person that more like he don't want to offend him. He don't want to offend anybody. He doesn't believe what he believes. I agree. Yeah. If it was somebody else, he would have stopped Pastor from coming to the platform. Pastor will not listen. I strongly believe though that means he will talk to him one-on-one, like.
I think from that point of view, I do understand where Dr. Damage is coming from. But sometimes I feel like he encourages him instead of staying neutral. So sometimes, because people have pressured him so many times. Stop having me on, and he was like, "Yeah, can't be asked." He was just so yeah. Go ahead.
So if you look at somebody like Pastor, my only issue with him is. He's somebody that's supposed to be educating the people, right? Pastor is very brilliant, to be honest. He just want to be childish and be deceitful. Like, if he want to, he's somebody that people supposed to listen to that will teach the people, but he just decide to just be divisive and just
See, for me,
be
look,
hateful,
I
you
think,
know.
I think, we use
Yeah, he has no. They banned him from all the
Electricity saying I'm not
platforms. He
coming
has
back
nowhere
again.
else to go.
no. Sometimes we use. I think we use
Electricity is so
age.
right.
I think we use age to judge people because we think of their age. We expect them to speak in a certain way. You understand? It might shock you that despite his age and whatever you think he has done or been, this guy
See
that
Jago.
might just be the way he thinks. That might just be his level of thinking, and that's how he talks. You understand? You might think after this guy with his age, I don't think he's saying something like this. He must be joking. He might just want to sit to step people up. But it might shock you too that is just how he thinks. That's his level of reasoning. It might shock you because there's some people who are like fanatics, like him now. If you say anything concerning,
Because it's quite consistent. He
you
keeps saying it
understand,
consistently.
you like that. You just if you follow him trend, like there's something just okay. Like today now, I said something. Then I think he wanted to respond. Everybody said no, 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 no. I think Google has no. He wanted to respond to me. I wasn't asking you a question. I was not asking anybody because don't answer. So everybody pounced on him once, like keep quiet, not talk, don't worry, because they know what he's going to say. So it's like if it's predictable like that, and he's been doing it back to back, not even trying to okay, let me debate a little bit and give another opinion. His opinion is always like just one thing, like think everybody else down apart from himself and maybe his tribe or maybe the southeast or one thing. That is just who he is. You understand?
Actually, Passad doesn't even like. It's not about. If you what I have seen Passad, even people from Southeast, the Igbos, Passad will bash them so bad. As long as you don't agree with those, that is madness. Passad can curse you out. He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
It's just his
Yeah,
person.
it's a big problem. I heard you calling you Adovia today. He said this. You usually call us, this minority people, they are the problem.
He just keep doing that all the time. And
if
you want to build an environment where people are kind of coming together to do things, that will keep setting people back all the time. If he keeps doing
it's
that,
a setback. It's a setback.
Yeah, it will keep setting people back all the time. But that said, anyway, thank you all for coming in. And Ugwu Project Freedom, thank you for joining us. As always, your contribution is always welcome. Soji Adamo, I see you there. Jagun, you are backstage awaiting your crew. Quinty A, I see you there. Age is but a number. The moment I say anything out of turn for somebody with a title, you'll be the first to come at me. But now age is just a title. Thank you. I'm not so sure you live by that principle, Quinty A. Henry Johnson, thank you for coming in, Henry Johnson. I appreciate your time here. I'm not going to be able to call everybody out. With God, all things are possible. Ada Eku Simba, thank you for coming in. Ada Eku Simba. Yemi Adekanola. Yemi Adekanola, thank you for coming in. Wow, I think the names are quite varied today. User found, thank you for coming in. Fumio, I see you there, Fumio. You're always welcome. I did hear that you did say that you got some money from the Metropolitan Police. I don't know whether you can share some. I do need charity now and again. I'm still trying to build. Let's see who else is there. Yemi Adekola, I think I've said yours before. Quinty A. Who else is there? Chuk, I can see you there, Chuk. I hope I didn't miss you. Nwachuku, I see you there, Nwachuku, very clearly. I can see you there. And Inuwa Shehu. I think that is Masker. Inuwa Shehu, thank you for coming in. Very impactful submission, Inuwa Shehu. And very, very relevant too. Chilled Power. I see you there, Chilled Power. Thank you for coming in, Chilled Power. Who else can I mention before I close out? Who else is there for me to mention that I've not said so far? One Nigeria, I see you there. Biosa V Destiny. I see you there too, Biosa V Destiny. Thank you for joining us today. Ife King, I see you there. Roland Gabriel, Thank you for joining us. Oh my God, this is disgraceful, man. Look at the generation of Nigeria, 4,000 megawatts, while America generates 1.3 million. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is scary. I don't even want to contemplate it. I don't want to contemplate it. That's scary. Capital punishment is the answer. Who is that? Tone, I see you there. Capital punishment is the answer. Christine, I see you there too. Justice, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in. And
this one, if he king is admiring you this night, while I do.
Yeah, Ife King. Where is Ife King admiring me?
She say I admire for father energy.
Thank you. Christine.
In the afternoon, you bash for father. At night, you are healing me.
That's when they do that. Towards the end, they start being friendly. When they set all the roost me uniformly like a soldier. I've never seen such a thing before. Tracy Jacobin. I don't know, man. They will be nice with you in the evening. Then the next day they are ready to bash you again. It's unbelievable, remarkable what happens here. Thank God I've got a bit used to it. Enigmatic Z, thank you for coming in, Enigmatic Z. I see you there. 2Y OK, I see you there. Boluwaga Laditi, I see you there. Shosho, I see you there. Show, I see you there. Nana O, I see you there. Nana O. Show is very, very analytic, isn't it? And it tends to take a lot of variables into account and try to give it a kind of cogent message in a way that he's able to get people to a kind of understand what he's saying without necessarily annoying people. That's quite a gift to have, isn't it? It's quite a gift. I'm not gifted with that, unfortunately.
Show is trying to be politically correct. That is where politically correctness comes in. You study people's mind, what they want. Then
he really knows how to analyze people. He's quite good at that.
Yeah, it's a good skill, though.
Yeah, it's a very important skill to have, and I'll be watching him closely. If you want to learn the kind of way of communicating without necessarily riling people up, he's a good person to go after. And summarizing people, he knows how to summarize people too. Pardon?
Yeah. It's very good for leadership, especially like when you lead a team. You kind of get.
It's like a technocrat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it more like a technocrat?
Way. Yeah, it is. It is a technical way of doing things.
Yeah.
So you are able to criticize your own immediate views.
Yeah.
Like you see superior argument and say, "Oh, this is better," and incorporate it in whatever you are thinking.
Let me Treasure. Thank you for coming in, Treasure. CJ Okonkwo. Is this Chief Justice Okonkwo? I don't know. It can't be Kenneth Okonkwo. That's a different one. CJ Okonkwo, thank you for coming in. Nana, I see you there. Kelechi Nsukka, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Justice. I think I've said Justice before. I know that definitely Oga Alexander Gomez was here. Always bashing me, calling me condescending and all the rest. He never sees anything good that I say. It's all right. We're all Nigerians, and I think he's a patriot. He does donate all the time. I'm going to name him because he's always donating to the channel and supporting every Nigerian stream. I believe when my channel gets to 500, he will also donate. Please, people, if you've not subscribed to my channel, to Niger, please go and subscribe. I'm still trying to get to 500, but it's 59 remaining now to get to 500. Before it was 80. So it's beginning to come down slowly. But I'm just trying to, because when you get to 500, you're allowed to take donations. It's almost as if you become proper streaming channel, kind of. So, and that too will help me quite a bit. If people want to be hearing more precision-based discussions, because I believe that if we don't start having those, we'll be doing a lot of these everyday repetition with little movement in our way of analyzing the Nigerian space. Show, Kelechi Nsukka. I think I've said most of Lighthouse. I see you there too. George Blue Shell, long time he was here, but I managed to name you out there. Okachatin really doesn't like me. Ijediz, I see you there too. All right, let me go to the people that donated. Azon, Aizo, thank you for your donation. Aizo, $2 from the United States of America. And one Nigeria. Oh my God, one Nigeria is in pounds. That is just.
I wonder whether this country it's not Aizo, it's Izon.
Izon. Okay, I hear you now. You
Is
are proper now. You know now. Yeah.
Yes, Ijo people, Ijo greeting. Izon.
Izon. Okay. You would think I should know because I grew up in PH.
Now
Alexander
no be
Gomez.
that try be that. The teacher is
Alexander Gomez. Leave him now. Alexander Gomez. I don't know the language. Because River State, they are very okay. Then River State anyway. When I was there, they are very diverse. Tope, thank you for the dollar donation. Alexander Gomez again, thank you for the donation. Tope again. Tope is really doing it very well, and Dr. Damage, two Nigeria needs to be cautioned, and that's what the man was telling me. I agree with the panelists, and the reason why
is Tokbe, not Tope. Tokbe.
Okay, Tokbe.
Which Nigeria? Which part of Nigeria? Which Nigeria? Where you from?
You need to stop it, man. I grew up in PH, and I went to Lagos. I'm connected to the Southwest. People don't even know. People think I'm just from one area.
Father mom is from the Southeast, but he's from Yoruba, from Southwest. I like helping you confusing people on this platform.
People get confused a lot, man. People get confused a lot.
Sometimes we say that is Fulani.
People will not understand until I tell them who I am. And it's not a big deal, really, because I feel like if I say that everything is going to just be seen through the lens.
The one I like more is military contractor. The one I like military contractor.
Forefather, if does say it, if you say it, you're not going to have peace on this.
Yeah, that's what they're going to go. They're just going to be making it about tribe. Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
To me, I don't really need to know where you're from, to be honest.
It doesn't.
It's just for your information, not even.
Eventually, in time, I will reveal some of all these things. It's not like a big secret. It's just that I personally, this is why I like what's his name, Obasanjo, because he's a very nationalistic kind of person. He doesn't care about all those things.
I love OBJ for that, even though we
that's one thing I respect him for being able to do for Nigerians.
OBJ did not care, he really on that. Yeah, he's a real nationalist.
Yeah, look at that. You are extremely condescending, Alexander Gomez. Seriously, me condescending? Are you sure? He likes to bash me. The other day he called me mentally unbalanced. It's like, Jesus Christ. I used to be I was beginning to warm up to him. Then he just started bashing me. It's like, why? You know what I don't like when people attack me like this? You don't attack the point that I made at all. You just focus on me and just insult me. What if you try to criticize the point and you found out that I was actually correct? You know what I found out just now when I was trying to watch the video from the guest today? I found out that there were some cogent points he was making that I agree with. It's just very smaller areas that I disagree with. I even agree with him on Kanu. I agree with him on Simon Ekpa. So that's why sometimes you have to criticize people's specific points, because you might find that while you are trying to criticize it, the gear will start turning on in your own head, and you start finding that you agree with them. If you look at most of the people that say something about me, like, caution him, shut up, this, Baba, like none of them are just challenging the point at all. But thank you all. I will always, what I'm going to be doing now, I will be playing this video out so that people understand, regarding this, why I have a security tilt. That security contractor, I think somebody was calling me a security contractor the other day. I'm not a security contractor. I don't know why they want to start calling me security contractor now. I'm not a security contractor. I'm barely even a security expert. I'm just somebody that is paranoid about our survival.
It's military contractor, not security. Military contractor.
Okay, military contractor. I'm just paranoid about our survival. That's all it is. I'm not that great at most of these things That's all it is. All right, let me play this out, and then from here we move to the song and close out for the day.
What they like and so on. If people have information, it should be they should avail this with the security forces. If they don't, the security forces should get them to reveal the information or take necessary action.
Quickly, Prof. The question upon the happening in Delta State, people started to talk about the roles of the police vis-a-vis that of the army. Is this situation that we're talking about, the worsening insecurity in Nigeria's northwest, is it, people are saying that it's not really the army, it's the police, but in either case, whether the army or the police, do we have enough boots on the ground? Do we have enough men to do an effective job, do you think, including all the scientific and intelligence aspects that you enumerated? Do you think we have enough?
Oh, no, this is a rhetorical question. We don't have enough. Even government has said we don't have enough members of the armed forces. We don't have enough police. In fact, the mere involvement of the armed forces
you see how the journalist was laughing
is itself an aberration. That shows weaknesses in our security system. That with civil security should be able to deal with that. The army, the armed forces are for defense of the territorial integrity of the land. But obviously, the escalating dimension of this insecurity is itself challenging the integrity of the federation as a whole.
Yes.
Do we have enough goods, equipment, and so on ground? The big answer is no. Otherwise, we will not be talking about it.
Yes.
We need more police. I mean, if you go to the United Nations recommended number of police per unit of the population, we are far, 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 far away. This is a country with a population of about 220 million, 240 million, and we have less than 1 million police personnel. Come on, you don't need anybody to tell you that. If you look at the United States, and we like comparing ourselves, we like making allusions to the United States, although our situation is different. You see, the largest employer of labor in the United States is not industries, is not government, is national security agencies. At all levels, national, state, local, city, if you put them together, the National Security Agency employs the highest number of people, despite their sophistication, despite the equipment, despite everything. You see, the human angle, we go back to it, the human angle is very important. A system is only as effective as the people operating it want it to be. And in this case, we don't even have enough.
All right,
and
then.
We always do with more.
Well, thank you very much, Professor T.A. Mohammed Baba. We're going to have to leave it there. It's been quite an interesting conversation. Thank you very much.
Oh, he's a professor. I made all this argument without having a professorial degree. You see what I mean? Thank you all for joining us. I hope you all have a great week ahead of you. Till next weekend. Bye.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa nwe ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma nwatara ndasari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, abamma wilo chilo bigora buzoro ona wazie mazi wekoma odogu no kwere zinenke onyomo nigadele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka ezi nwanne m legadele mo olagado ni bezigono mo olagado ni bezigo amama wilo chilo bigora buzoro anabaze te onyama zoro sorry ibya muyano kwana mo ofube naru holaga no ni biasugo nazaboy mo holaga no ni biasugo abamma wilo chilo bigora buzoro anabazi ais odogu kenano bikechofo amakwa mnika gogogia waligwe kwelo ikejo babele bege hey you want eku kampune kene amago ndinso Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ